Cat Boss was bringing men home on a regular basis while her children were asleep upstairs.
And sinister desires come to the surface. He wanted to have Corey's life. He wanted to be Corey. 24 hours after 30-year-old naval officer and father of two Corey Voss was found shot to death in a strip mall parking lot, investigators have yet to identify a suspect in his murder.
They interviewed his colleagues on the ship, his friends, his family, and from all intents and purposes, it seemed like Corey had no enemies. He was a great guy, which made it very difficult to figure out who wanted Corey Voss dead.
Then, on April 30th, a tip line set up by the municipal and federal task force investigating Corey's death yields a promising lead.
There was a call that came in, and the individual indicated that the police need to take a closer look at Kat. That person was one of Kat Boss's best friends. She had spent a lot of time with her and had a lot of knowledge on the inner workings of Kat Boss's life. As soon as she saw news footage that morning of a truck with a murdered Corey Voss in it, she knew to call the authorities.
Kat's longtime friend Ashley Doyle arrived at the Newport News Police Department, ready for an interview.
They would learn from Ashley Doyle that Kat was still a party girl. It didn't matter that she had two children at home. Kat was an individual who craved attention, and certainly from men. She loved the fact that when Corey was gone and he was deployed, that she had the freedom to go out. Kat Voss was bringing men home on a regular basis while her children were asleep upstairs to have any number of sexual affairs.
Ashley revealed that Kat had a unique tactic when it came to attracting the opposite sex. Ashley, displayed that she would often be at the bars portraying a Ukrainian accent. But according to Ashley, Kat wasn't even born there.
She was born and grew up in Newport News, Virginia.
It was just a way for her to seem exotic and seem cool or seem different. She liked the idea of being from somewhere else, so she tried to play that part.
Kat even told Corey's family that she was from Ukraine. She spoke with an accent all the time. We're starting to see Kat is a very selfish person and looked out for herself at the expense of others.
Ashley says in late 2006, during Corey's deployment several months before his murder, Kat began a full-blown relationship with a man she met online, Michael Draven.
Kat had met an individual on MySpace by the name of Michael Draven, who was essentially her boyfriend.
Investigators find Michael Draven has a robust online presence.
His MySpace account talks about how he has all this money. He's a famous photographer, filmmaker. He puts forth a fascinating profile. Eyeliner, fedora, movie maker, making six figures in a really lovely home. He seemed to be an up-and-coming photographer and really a mover and shaker in the world.
But as investigators dig deeper, they find that, like Kat, Michael also enjoyed pretending to be someone he wasn't.
Michael Draven is not his real name. Michael Draven was none of the things that he said he was. His name was Anthony Neff. He lived with his mother in Newport News, Virginia, and to earn money, he delivered papers. So he didn't have a successful filmmaking career as he portrayed himself to having. We learned through his family he had actually changed his name to Michael Draven to mirror the character of the movie The Crow. Michael Draven and Kat Voss were a perfect match because neither of them were real people. They were both people who had giant outsized imaginations of who they actually were in life.
But the biggest red flag comes when investigators look at Michael's social media posts in the days following Corey's death.
Draven was actually posting photos of Kat and Corey's children, indicating that they were his children.
Michael Draven wanted to be Corey. He wanted to have Corey's life and be involved with Kat and the children, just like as if he was her husband and he was their father.
Did Michael go so far in his desire to be Corey to actually kill? And was Kat pulling the strings? Investigators decide to take a look at Kat's financial records.
Kat is the spouse of the next of kin of Corey. Upon his death, pretty immediately received a $100,000 death benefit from the military. That's normally paid out fairly quickly.
While the case stalls, detectives keep a close watch on Kat's account. And in the 3 months following Corey's murder, they notice her spending has spiraled out of control.
She was spending exorbitant amounts of money. She went on a trip to the Outer Banks of North Carolina with Michael Draven and with the children, spending money at the hotel, restaurants, jewelry, clothing.
She put Draven up in an apartment and paid the rent for this apartment so that he was able to move out of the trailer with his mom.
Kat had blown through that money in about 3 months. The entire $100,000 she had blown.
Kat was initially due an additional $400,000 from Corey's life insurance policy. However, before she could receive the full amount, she had to be cleared of any involvement or any wrongdoing related to the death of Corey.
Unbeknownst to her, the detectives had put a hold on her money because she was under investigation. Now, Kat did not know that at the time, and she was obviously getting very upset because she wasn't getting the rest of her money.
Kat was sending emails to the insurance company discussing about how difficult it was for her psychologically, emotionally, that she was unable to pay her bills. Obviously, receiving this money and how quickly she burned through the money and what she was spending it on was a clue to us that perhaps the motive for this killing was money.
Investigators have plenty of suspicions, but what they need is proof. They place wiretaps on both Kat and Michael's cell phones. The move worked. The couple begins communicating almost non-stop.
They're speaking to each other constantly. It's very clear, though, that they're nervous and very scared of what's going to happen next.
More money. More money.
Coming up, investigators close in on a new suspect.
Said that you and David was talking.
All of us just gasped because it was a surreal moment. You don't get this every day.
And when investigators confront Michael Draven, his loyalty to Kat will be tested.
And you could not do that. You know, at a time I can't tell a person.
In the months after the murder of U.S. Navy Ensign Corey Voss, investigators are squarely focused on his wife Kat and her lover Michael Draven.
So we had wiretaps on Draven and Kat's cell phones and home phones. The whole point of the wiretap was to try to elicit conversations between them so that we could determine whether, number one, confirm their relationship, also determine if they talk about Corey's murder.
During the review of these conversations, Kat indicated that she had been talking to someone named David.
You and David was talking. You told him what's going on?
Yes, I did.
More money. More money. Yeah.
that led to who is this David and what is his involvement with this investigation.
Once that name was being said, we researched Draven's MySpace account and determined that he had a friend by the name of David Runyon.
What we learned about David Runyon was that he was in fact in the Army at one point. He was a sharpshooter in the Army.
On December 11th, almost 8 months after Corey's murder, detectives make a bold move.
They staked out his home, and as soon as David Runyon left, they executed a search warrant.
Within that residence of the trailer, we located a backpack that belonged to David Runyon. And in that backpack, we found a handwritten shopping list. And on that list was a tarp, boots, a knife, and a black hooded sweatshirt.
That's very important because the individual that entered Corey's vehicle at the ATM at Langley Federal Credit Union was wearing all black.
We found a box of Winchester .357 ammunition. 5 rounds were missing from that box. This is important because there were 5 rounds fired at Corey Voss, and ultimately, that is what killed him.
After trailing David Runyon, officers pull him over and place him under arrest.
David was cooperative, seemingly unfazed by the traffic stop, didn't show any emotion to the police or to the agents that were there. We conducted the search of the vehicle at that time.
In the center console of the vehicle, underneath the compartment, we discovered a photograph of Kat and Draven, and we also discovered a map of the Tidewater, Virginia area.
The map offers the most damning clue.
What was important about this map was handwritten on the map, Corey's name. Also, Langley Federal Credit Union, and a description of Corey's car down to the part that the tailgate on his truck would be down and that he was missing a hubcap. When we found the map in the vehicle, all of us just gasped because it was a surreal moment. You don't get this every day.
27-year-old David is arrested on the spot and taken in for questioning.
We've got a map in the console of the book of Newport News, Virginia. And somewhere in here, we've got written Langley Federal Credit Union, 97 Gray Ford Ranger, hubcap missing, tailgate down, J. Morris Boulevard, Corey. Could you explain that for me? I don't remember writing it. You have a picture of Michael Draven and Kat Voss.
All we're asking you to do is confirm what we already know. We're asking you to tell us that Kat and Draven put you up to this.
They're gonna make you out to be a monster, man. But you're gonna be a hired killer.
No matter how much pressure investigators exert, David remains unfazed.
I'm here to come up to the end of your order.
Word of David's arrest has somehow made its way to Michael and Kat.
Wire was still up. We were still monitoring conversation between Kat and Draven. And at that point in time, they had learned that David had been arrested for Corey's murder, and Draven was completely agitated about this news and very distraught.
Once they begin their search for Michael, investigators don't have a hard time finding him.
Michael Draven was so despondent that people called in reporting seeing this man wandering around Newport News looking very upset and sad, potentially suicidal. And authorities were really worried at that point that Michael Draven would kill himself and that they wouldn't be able to question him. So they immediately went out looking for him. They located him essentially roaming around on the street, and that's when they picked him up and transported him to the police station to interview him.
At the police station, Michael is ready to tell all and readily admits his involvement in the plan to kill Corey Ball. Michael tells them that back in January, Kat first brought up the idea of murdering Corey, and she wanted Michael to do it.
What did she ask you to do? She asked me to take him out. Well, what did that mean to you? Shoot him? Or strangle him? Or tell him? And you could not do that. You know, I can't tell a person.
But Michael says he didn't have to look further than his friend, David Runyon.
Michael Draven met Runyon at the hospital. They were both human guinea pigs. They would get, locked up for a week or two, get paid money to take these experimental drugs.
So Michael Draven asked David Runyon if he knew anybody that could kill somebody for him. David Runyon says he's happy to do that himself. David Runyon's motivation was money, and he saw an opportunity, and when it presented himself, he jumped on it. Once Michael Draven figures out that David Runyon is all in, the three start communicating, Kat, Michael, and David, to figure out a plan.
The plan was that, Kat would obviously create this ruse, so to speak, to send Corey to the Langley Federal Credit Union ATM on this particular night around this particular time, and that she and Michael had coordinated with David to make it look like a robbery, and in fact, kill Corey.
Kat and David agree on the amount, the $20,000 he's going to get for killing Corey Box.
According to Michael, 9 days before the murder, Kat took one final step in preparation.
Kat had opened the account at the credit union prior to his death, setting up the location of the murder, just a couple of miles away from their home.
Coming up, the tables turn as now Kat is the one falling into a trap.
I'm so over the place and I'm freaking out, okay?
I'll probably get you right now.
And faced with the truth, Kat bears all.
What was the idea?
For him to find someone to take Corey out.
In his confession on December 13, 2007, Michael Draven admitted to participating in the murder-for-hire plot that claimed the life of Naval Officer Corey Ball. Michael says on the night of April 29, 2007, Kat sent Corey out on an errand that she hoped he would never return from.
She sends him out to the ATM and asks him to withdraw money. He goes to the ATM like the dutiful husband doing what his wife had asked him to do.
But the bank account only had $5 in it, due to the fact that Kat had recently opened that account, and there was a minimum of $5 to open it, which is why when Corey was trying to withdraw the money from the ATM, he could not withdraw the money due to insufficient funds.
Investigators believe Kat purposely left insufficient funds in the account to give hired hitman David Runyon enough time to ambush Corey. Once in the truck, David ordered Corey to drive to a strip mall parking lot across the street.
When he pulls into the parking lot across the street from the ATM, he shoots Corey Boggs 5 times.
Michael insists that he wasn't present for the murder, only the planning.
Draven is totally blindsided with love with Kat, but I also believe that Kat told him.
To Despite the recorded conversation about paying David Runyon, Michael claims they never gave him anything.
She never gave him anything. I never gave him anything.
Investigators are ready to arrest Kat, and they ask for Michael's help.
Newport News police had Draven call Kat from the police station and tell her that he had been questioned and he was being released, and that she needed to come and pick him up.
I'm so all over the place, and I'm freaking out, okay?
I'm wondering if right now.
Tom's for hiding and waiting for her to pull up, and as soon as she does, they take her into custody and bring her inside for an interrogation.
During the interview, detectives immediately noticed Kat had dropped the Ukrainian accent, and without preamble, she places blame for the murder on Michael Draven.
I really pushing now. I'm mad because I'm feeling again.
Y'all came up with an idea.
He came up with this idea
What was the idea?
for to find someone to take Corey out.
Investigators call her bluff.
You're a manipulative person.
No, I am not.
You manipulated everyone.
It was clear that she was not going to take 100% ownership of Corey's murder, and she was in fact deflecting the blame and indicating that it was not her idea.
By the time the case makes its way into the hands of prosecutors in 2008, they are determined to hold all three players accountable.
The crime was considered a federal one and not a local or a state one because of the fact that Corey Ross was a military member.
The feds initially wanted to give the death penalty against all three of them.
Kat ended up taking a plea because this was a death penalty investigation and case, and she wanted to take that off the table.
But it was up to the United States Attorney, in exchange for her pleading guilty, he gave Kat a life sentence.
Both Michael Draven and David Runyon went to trial. For Draven, he was found guilty and sentenced to life without parole. And David Runyon was sentenced to death.
With Kat's guilty plea, the motive that investigators suspected all along is confirmed.
She thought she was going to get away with it. She would come out with, $500,000 richer and be able to live her life with Michael Draven.
She sought to find men who would support her and her spending ways, but it was never enough. You could never have enough. There is no doubt that Kat Ross was the driving force behind Corey's death. Clearly, she stopped at nothing to get what she wanted.
I feel like I just have nothing to say to my mom after what she did. I don't know if I'll ever forgive her.
I want my dad to be remembered as someone who put family first and also worked at bettering themselves so that they could take care of, the legacy they have.
Neither Kat nor Michael are eligible for parole. David Runyon sits on federal death row in an Indiana prison.
Insurance isn't one size fits all. That's why customers have enjoyed Progressive's Name Your Price tool for years now. With the Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to pay, and they'll show you options that fit your budget. So whether you're picking out your first policy or just looking for something that works better for you and your family, they make it easy to see your options. Visit Progressive.com. Find a rate that works for you with the Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hi, Sublisteners. We are bringing you a special bonus episode today from Oxygen Hit Series Buried in the Backyard. You can also watch full episodes live or on demand on the free Oxygen app or on Peacock. by clicking the link in our description. Enjoy.
A high-powered lawyer tries to balance her family and her career.
She loved those girls. She wanted great things for them and worried about them like if they were her own children.
After making partner, her goal and the next step was to be a judge. But when she disappeared,
She usually the first one in the office every day. They started thinking, something's wrong here.
this is not good. Missy would never not show up. The possibilities are frightening.
Was it a home invasion robbery or even possibly a carjacking? We were looking for people that may have heard screams, gunshots, a cry for help.
Investigators uncover a criminal conspiracy.
Principal Law Park was subject of a significant criminal Ponzi scheme investigation.
It ended up being a $50 billion criminal enterprise.
But do the clues lead to a motive much closer to home?
An evil person didn't get his way.
Plantation, Florida is built on Everglade wetlands drained by developers to create what they called the City of the Future. The region's watery past is ever present in the series of managed canals that snake through the community's lush backyard. The plantation is an upper scale, middle class area. The houses are larger. They actually have maybe a half an acre of land.
South Florida as a whole is built on swampland, and so it is not at all uncommon to have your backyard abuts a canal. These canals are part of our everyday life. They're everywhere.
Early one Friday morning, a maintenance worker is checking the pump station on a canal that runs through the backyards of several homes. He went down to do his morning review and site maintenance to make sure that the water is flowing through the grates and going out towards the Everglades. That's when the worker notices something obstructing one of the grates. Normally it's just weeds, trash, things of that nature that will clog up the grading system. He noticed that it was something unusual and went to inspect it. He at first thought it was a mannequin. He had found mannequins floating there before that the clothing stores nearby had discarded in the canals as trash.
As he tried to clear the area, he realized that this is not a mannequin. This was, in fact, a human body.
The worker immediately shuts down the pump and calls 911.
When I arrived at the canal, I'm brought down to a landing, which was the best location to visually observe the body in the water. It was a white female. She had brown hair. She was wearing flowery colored gloves, dress pants, slacks. She had no shoes on.
In the plantation, you don't have a huge crime rate, and when something happens of this nature, it's almost always a big deal because it's extremely unusual to step for that area. Obviously, it is the number one burning question: who is this person buried in this backyard canal?
South Florida's beautiful beaches attract sun worshippers from around the world. But that's not why Melissa Lewis came here. After earning her law degree, she saw an opportunity in the Sunshine State's rapidly growing legal profession.
Missy liked to help people, so she went into employment law. Missy was working at Rothstein Rosenfeld Adler with Deborah, her best friend.
Melissa was a very high energy, motivated person. If she set her mind towards something, she accomplished the goal.
39-year-old Melissa charts an ambitious course at Rothstein, Rosenfeld, and Adler, and her efforts are rewarded.
She was the first woman to make the partnership, which was kind of a big deal. It was life-changing for her.
She was very proud of that. And after making partner, her goal and her next step was to be a judge.
She was just a very giving, fun, loving person.
Missy was an advocate for victims of domestic violence. She would donate things for women in distress.
I was going through my divorce. I had left my ex-husband for many years because I was worried of what he might do to me and the children, and was there for me. My children loved her because I didn't have sisters. She was like an aunt to them.
She had Deborah, and she had her family, her dogs, her career. She had the life she was loving.
In her professional life, Melissa is all business, known for being punctual and prepared. So when she doesn't arrive for a morning meeting on March 6, 2008, her coworkers immediately become concerned.
I got to work, and Melissa's assistant comes to me. She's like, "Do you know Melissa?" I said, "She's not here." She's like, "No." She's usually the first one in the office every day. I'm calling her and texting her, and she didn't answer. And I started thinking, something's wrong here. So I called her sister.
Missy would never not show up to something that she's expected to be there. You just get that unsettling feeling. This is not good.
So then I called one of the police officers I knew in Plantation, and I said, "Hey, could you do me a favor? Melissa seems to be kind of missing. Can you drive by her house, make sure she's okay?"
Unable to shake their feelings of dread, Deborah and Carrie meet the officer at Melissa's house.
We walk in and looking around, calling her name. Melissa's dogs were there, and they were really hyper, and Carrie's like, she would never leave the dogs like this. Obviously, you start looking closer and at every little thing at that point. And then when we got to the garage, her car's not in the garage, and there was a yellow stuff kind of sprayed all over the garage door, on the inside of the garage, all over the garage door. And I was like, "Okay, nobody touch anything." And I said, what is this? And the officer told me it's pepper spray. It was all over the garage. And I looked down, literally right under my feet. I looked down, and it's a button off of her suit. I just looked at the officer, and it's a confirmation something's gone really, really wrong.
We were looking for people that may have heard screams, gunshots, cry for help.
Maybe she's still alive. Time is of the essence. The last time that we spoke to her, she was going in the house. Maybe she was abducted in the parking lot.
When Florida attorney Melissa Lewis is a no-show for an important meeting, police officers find her home empty and discover evidence of an attack. They immediately call detectives to the scene.
When I first arrived at Melissa Lewis's house, there were groceries in the garage that had not been unpacked and had been recently purchased. The dog door to the residence had what looked like pepper spray on it. Melissa's close friend, Deborah, said that Melissa did have pepper spray on her normally, cured it in her purse. We started coming up with different theories on what could have happened. Could somebody have followed her in to commit a home burglary, a home invasion robbery, or even possibly a carjacking?
Maybe she's in the car, maybe she's still alive. Time is of the essence.
Luckily for us, it was a newer model Cadillac. It was equipped with an OnStar system. We were able to have OnStar provide us with a GPS location for the vehicle.
They located it within walking distance to Melissa Lewis's home, parked on the other side of the community that Melissa Lewis lived in.
The car is there, but not Melissa.
We opened up the rear hatch of the vehicle. Inside of there, we found her shoes. We found her suit jacket. And the button that we had seen earlier on her garage floor looked like it came from this jacket.
There's substances on the jacket.
If you're sprayed with pepper spray, you may spit, cough, sneeze. That type of fluid was on her jacket.
So just in case there's DNA, great care is taken to preserve all of those things. They transport the car to Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab.
Hoping to track Melissa's movements, investigators immediately request her cell phone records, knowing it will take some time. In the meantime, they turn to her sister Carrie. She tells detectives that she spoke to Melissa by phone the previous evening.
She'd go into Publix almost every night on her way home from work. That was the last time that we spoke to her. She was going into Publix.
We obtained surveillance video from inside of Publix.
They were able to see the suit that she was wearing, what kind of purse she was wearing. It was a designer purse.
Because Melissa was known to wear nice jewelry and carry designer handbags and things of that nature, it was a natural theory for police to suspect that this was a robbery gone bad.
But the video doesn't show anything suspicious inside the supermarket, and there are no surveillance cameras outside the store. Investigators check to see if one of Melissa's neighbors might have seen something unusual.
A patrol officer canvassed the area. We were looking for people that may have heard screams, gunshots, cry for help. Unfortunately, after canvassing that afternoon, nobody saw any suspicious vehicles, saw any suspicious people nearby.
Investigators are still leaning towards a robbery, but there's one thing that doesn't fit.
Usually in those carjacking robbery scenarios, the body's not missing. In my experience, people aren't put in the back of a stolen vehicle and then driven away somewhere. So her disappearance was really unusual.
It's now the morning after Melissa is reported missing. An engineer is clearing pumping machinery in a backyard canal in Plantation when he spots what appears to be a mannequin buried in the debris. But as he gets closer, he realizes it is a woman's body.
It was a little after 7 a.m. I was driving to work that day. I heard a report over the police radio that a body had been discovered. Based on a brief description over the radio, I thought the body that they had discovered could be of Melissa Lewis. When she was brought out of the water, there was very minor indications of trauma at that time. Nothing obvious, no stab wounds, gunshot wounds, things of that nature. And because of the good condition of the body, we were able to make that identification ourselves. based on recent photographs, driver's license picture, clothing being worn, that it was Melissa Lewis.
Melissa's body is sent to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy, as investigators begin the sad task of notifying her family and friends.
I got a call from one of the detectives. That's when everything changed. You know, the house was gone. It was unbelievable. I just slowly started fading down stuff. I have a sister growing up, and it's just all women are supposed to have that friend in their life, you know? And just all of a sudden, this is gone.
I know I did a lot of crying. And basically just focused on, stayed with my family, focused on my kids. They were everything to her. My kids were just like her own. They were devastated. Devastated.
The autopsy results come in, and the findings are chilling.
There was obvious trauma to her neck area. The medical examiner determined that the cause of death was manual strangulation. At that point, we knew that this case was a homicide.
A death like the one that Melissa Lewis suffered would be one of the most horrific ways a person can die. Manual strangulation is a drawn out way to kill someone. It's not something that happens instantaneously. It takes minutes for someone to die. It's a very personal way to kill somebody.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever think about switching insurance companies to see if you could save some cash? Progressive makes it easy to see if you could save when you bundle your home and auto policies. Try it at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
After the body of missing attorney Melissa Lewis is found floating in a backyard canal in Plantation, Florida, police have determined she was likely strangled the same evening she was last seen.
So at this point, her death is classified as a murder case, a homicide, which really ramps up the level of investigation.
The canal is 4 miles from Melissa's home. Investigators begin an intensive search of the area.
Our theory was that she was transported there and in her own vehicle and then dumped by somebody into the canal. So we were looking for access areas. There was a dirt road behind a small strip mall where a car could drive up into that area. It was pretty concealed from the main road. Someone could have easily, at night, opened up the hatch of the vehicle and either kicked them down, pushed them down into the canal.
But the search of the dirt road and access ramp proves fruitless.
At first, I was leaning towards the carjacking robbery scenario. But the crime took place in the garage of her house, where pepper spray had been used. Her body was found miles away, and then her car was found near her house. In my career, this was highly unusual for carjacking.
The best clue at the moment is the nature of the killing. Melissa Lewis was strangled. And because strangulation is so intimate, the investigators conclude it's very likely this crime was not random, but personal. So they begin to dig into Melissa's personal life, looking for someone with motive to harm her.
We talked to her best friend, who we identified as Deborah Viegas, a co-worker of hers, and her sister, who's also very close with her. And we asked them everything going on in Melissa's life.
They wanted to know everything. Anybody that she came in contact with, anybody who might be upset with her.
They repeatedly told us no. No relationship issues, no issues at work with clients, things of that nature.
I think I was grasping at straws at that point. I remembered Missy was an advocate for domestic violence because of Deborah. And I remembered my sister telling me that Deborah's husband, Tony, had threatened to set Deborah on fire in front of her children. And that he had slashed her tires. So I told him, this man's abusive.
So then they wanted all the information about my ex-husband, and they asked if, would he be upset about anything? And I said, well, he's very upset about everything. I told them that we were going through a divorce and gave them the details of our situation as well, so they could see that it really didn't relate to her. He would, call me threats, and so I just kept moving forward. Don't antagonize him, don't argue with him, just stay positive and move forward. And I told them if I were the one murder, he would be your guy, but he has no reason to be upset with Melissa. He didn't even know her very well.
Based on Deborah's description, the detectives don't consider her ex-husband to be high on the list of suspects. They decide to search elsewhere in Melissa's life for someone who might have motive to attack her.
During an interview of Gary, she mentioned her ex-husband, Anthony Godinez, as someone that has a criminal history.
Anthony is father of my two oldest children. And we were married for 11 years. He was a drug addict and had been in prison for armed robbery. He wouldn't have killed her, I don't think, but he had also been involved in an armed robbery. So, you just never know. So I did throw it out there. I told the police, Melissa helped me fill out the divorce papers, and then she told me that he came to her house. And, it startled her a little bit.
We believe she was strangled by someone who personally knew her on the floor of her garage. And Anthony Godinez, he's a felon. He had committed an armed robbery years earlier. He spent some significant time in prison. So at that point, Mr. Godinez is a significant suspect in this case. We define as
if Melissa was going to expose this criminal episode at the law firm, that sent off alarm bells.
The crime lab contacted us. We have an exact match to DNA collected from Melissa Lewis's jacket.
Florida detectives have identified their first solid suspect in the murder of Melissa Lewis, her former brother-in-law, Anthony Godinez.
We learned Anthony Godinez was a felon. He had been arrested years earlier for an armed robbery. He was released from prison about 3 years prior to this date.
I told him, really in my heart, I knew that he didn't have anything to do with it.
Detectives stake out Anthony's home 4.5 miles from Melissa's, hoping to corner him and speak with him.
We conducted a surveillance at Mr. Godinez's residence. where we found that he wasn't physically able.
Investigators learned Anthony's recently been diagnosed with MS, and based on what they were able to piece together up to that point, he would not have been able to carry out that type of abduction.
We spoke with him, and he had a reasonable alibi on the night that she went missing.
With their initial suspects now cleared, investigators dig back into the evidence. Melissa was a successful attorney, and the detectives consider whether her work might have played a role in her violent death.
Scott Rothstein, the founding partner on the law firm she worked for, was interviewed.
Scott Rothstein was very close to Melissa Lewis. She had interned in the past for him. He had a close relationship with her and knew her very well.
Scott Rothstein was a very well-connected lawyer. When this happened, his firm put up a $250,000 reward for information.
She was a very well thought of attorney in Broward County. Maybe there were cases where someone would have an axe to grind with her. But there are no promising suspects in Melissa's caseload. Then, after a frustrating 3-day wait, detectives finally received Melissa's phone records.
The data showed when she left work. We could show her traveling from downtown Fort Lauderdale on the evening of March 5th, arriving in the vicinity of the Publix grocery store at about 7, arriving home a little bit after 8 p.m. that night.
At that point, the signal is stationary at Melissa's house for almost an hour. Police believe it is during this time period that Melissa is murdered. But oddly, after that, her cell phone is on the move.
Then the phone travels at about 9 p.m. that night from the cell tower in Melissa's neighborhood out to the area where we now know where she was dumped in the canal. And then it travels back towards her home, back to her home cell tower. And then it travels down through Broward County, through Interstate 595, along Interstate 75 into Dade County, northern Miami area, where it finally settled at one cell tower between 10 and 11 that night in the city of Hialeah.
The phone stays in that location until 6 a.m. the next morning. Then it hits the road again. The early morning hours of March 6, 2008, the phone travels in a very direct, straight line up towards Palm Beach County, and then it disappears. Detectives believe that whoever attacked Melissa kept her phone. Since the phone spent the night in Hialeah, they conclude so did the killer.
Unfortunately, it wasn't precise GPS lat and long coordinates being provided, but it wasn't a cell tower. It could be 1 to 3 miles in either direction of the tower, which is a lot of area to search.
The cell tower data isn't specific enough to pinpoint their suspect. But because she was strangled, investigators believe Melissa knew her attacker, and now they know that person likely has a connection to Hialeah.
The best way to get additional information was to talk to Deborah and Carrie again. So we brought them both back in, and we told them what the data showed.
Melissa's best friend and co-worker, Deborah, is staggered by the information.
It's just horrible. Because it was then when I realized that she's gone, because My divorce was very, very ugly. Over the course of the first year, Tony was very angry, and he's just not a very stable person. He broke into my truck a couple of times and put water in my gas tank, get animals on my front porch. Just bizarre things.
When police asked Melissa's best friend, Deborah Villegas, about a suspect with a connection to Hialeah, she's stunned to realize who it might be.
Deborah said he had recently moved in with a friend in Hialeah. Within the area of the cell tower where Melissa's phone was pinging the night of Melissa's murder.
Deborah initially told police her ex-husband had no reason to harm Melissa. But now she's not sure that's true.
Melissa was my dearest friend. Somebody to make me happy and to laugh with. Her support was just helping me move forward in a positive way.
She then went on to tell us her husband is a conductor on a train, Florida East Coast Railways, that run from downtown Fort Lauderdale up into Pompano.
The track of the cell phone is mirroring where Tony Villegas would be, where he lives and where he works. Police now subpoena Tony Villegas' phone records. On the night that Melissa Lewis was killed, wherever Melissa Lewis's phone was, so was Tony Villegas' phone.
The phone evidence connecting Tony to Melissa is the lead law enforcement has been waiting for. But it's not concrete proof he killed her. Hoping to find that proof, detectives obtain a search warrant for the apartment Tony shares with a roommate.
We are looking for obvious items of evidence such as pepper spray, Melissa's cell phone, or any other items that could link him to the murder. But we didn't find anything unusual.
His roommate said that on the night that Melissa Lewis went missing, Tony Villegas came home late that night and had asked if he knew of a way to wash it off or get rid of pepper spray that was on your body. That sent off alarm bells. Our theory was that he wanted to hurt Deborah in the deepest way possible. It was his ultimate way to hurt Deborah. I'm going to kill and take away your best friend, your support person.
Even more alarms go off a few days later when police receive DNA test results for the small stain on Melissa's jacket that was recovered from her car.
The evidence DNA collected from Melissa Lewis's jacket. That DNA belonged to Tony Villegas.
A week after her death, a judge issues an arrest warrant for Tony Villegas. On the same day, Melissa is laid to rest.
Missy's funeral was surreal. The reporters outside, and I remember Scott Rothstein speaking at her funeral, and the firm they paid for the funeral, everything.
It was so hard because to look at the family of her knowing that she's gone because of me, because Tony knew that it would torture me, because I would have to live with this pain and sadness the rest of my life. It was just, it's just overwhelming.
While Melissa is being buried, police are zeroing in on Tony Villegas. Later that day, they find him hiding in his mother's house.
Investigators and other special response units were down outside of the home, and Tony peacefully surrendered.
And they found her murderer. It was a huge relief.
Tony Villegas is arraigned on a charge of first-degree murder. He insists he's innocent and that he's being set up by someone, but he refuses to say who.
He gave no other information to investigators, nothing else to say about what happened that night. He was stoic.
Defense attorneys stall the judicial process for more than a year. Then, a stunning new development threatens to derail the prosecution's entire case.
Scott Rothstein, Melissa's principal law partner, was subject of a very significant criminal Ponzi scheme investigation. One of the most significant Ponzi schemes in the history of the United States.
He was running what ended up being a $50 billion criminal enterprise.
We learned that he had fled the country to Morocco.
An FBI probe reveals that one of Scott's partners in the massive financial fraud is the law firm's office manager, Deborah Villegas. Detectives are forced to wonder, could this multi-billion-dollar crime be the real reason for Melissa's murder?
As prosecutors in the case, the Ponzi scheme cannot be ignored.
At the time of Melissa's murder, she was working for an enterprise that was criminal. There's no evidence that she was tied to any criminal behavior or activity, but the idea that Melissa's death had absolutely nothing to do with any of that, it seemed to lack credibility.
If Melissa had learned of the Ponzi scheme or was directly involved herself, Scott Rothstein may have wanted to have her eliminated.
Tony Villegas is awaiting trial for the murder of Melissa Lewis, but the case has been upended by an FBI investigation. Melissa's law firm has been charged with financial fraud and tangled up in the massive Ponzi scheme as her boss, Scott Rothstein, and best friend and office manager, Deborah Villegas. Tony's lawyers suggest that Scott and Deborah may be Melissa's real killer.
Deborah being best friends with Melissa Lewis, obviously the questions started coming out about was there any connection between any of the illegal activities of Scott Rothstein, any illegal activities that Deborah may have been involved in, and the murder of Melissa Lewis. If Melissa Lewis had found out and was going to expose this very large criminal episode that was happening at the law firm, then they needed to eliminate Melissa before she exposed it to law enforcement.
The prosecutor's theory has been that Tony Villegas killed Melissa in a fit of anger. But detectives must now examine whether Melissa was the victim of a sinister plot to keep her silent.
It would be negligent on the investigator's part, it would be negligent on our part not to make sure that it wasn't Scott Rothstein.
We had the FBI and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement assist us in our investigation.
Every piece of evidence, every document, every interview is picked apart, looking for any connection between the multi-billion-dollar financial fraud and the murder of Melissa Lewis.
There was no evidence of that. To think that for all the available people who go out and hire to commit a murder, would Scott Rothstein use Tony Villegas, the estranged husband of his confidant in his Ponzi scheme, to kill somebody else in a law firm? No. The theory didn't hold up. There was no connection from Scott Rothstein's activity to the death of Melissa Lewis.
Melissa would have been horrified. It was humiliating. It was just the worst. And it's just the guilt that I guess I live with forever.
We were confident we had the right person arrested and we were prosecuting the right person.
The case is finally back on track. The Tony Villegas murder trial begins. 8 years after Melissa's body was found buried in a backyard canal. Prosecutors tell the jury that Tony was a controlling and obsessive husband, enraged by what he saw as Melissa's interference in his marriage.
Melissa and Deborah were best friends. Melissa, in his eyes, figuratively moved into his spot. He felt that Melissa had advised Deborah to get the divorce and that it was her fault. The investigation led us to believe that night, Tony Villegas had driven to the parking lot near Melissa's neighborhood.
He walked less than a quarter mile to Melissa's house, where he waited for her to return home. When she opened the garage, he entered the garage. She probably saw him coming. Used pepper spray in self-defense. He was a strong guy. He strangled her right on the floor of her garage.
He puts her body in the back of the SUV, and then he drives her to the canal, takes her body out of the back of the SUV, throws her down into the canal, drives back to where his Corvette was parked, drives his Corvette back down to Miami.
The trial lasts a week. It takes the jury just 2 hours to reach a verdict.
The verdict was guilty as charged of first-degree murder, and he was consequently sentenced to life in prison.
She was just a very special person taken away from us because of an evil person who didn't get his way. It's senseless.
I miss my sister being able to share the excitement in my kids and their achievements. She was humble and kind and giving, selfless, just a great person.
The ruthless murder of a beloved pediatrician stuns a Florida community.
The apartment ransacked. Someone was looking for something. He's submerged in a tub full of bloody water.
Investigators follow a trail of mysterious clues to find out what could lead to such a violent crime.
We locate close to $20,000 in cash. When they would pick up the phone, the person on the other end would immediately hang the phone up.
And detectives race against the clock to unravel a cold-blooded conspiracy.
It was clear that they were concerned that they might be being listened to. They were saying things in layers and in code.
He said to us, "What would happen if I told you that I sent somebody there to beat him up?" He had a reputation for being involved with a drug gang. He was telling her that they can't arrest her if they can't find him. To this day, they still don't know exactly where he is or where he went. They don't even know if he's still alive.
January 25th, 1994, St. Petersburg, Florida. Officer L.J. Hartford is just beginning his shift when he gets a disturbing call from dispatch about a body found in a nearby apartment complex.
It was probably about 25 after 3. I was in my cruiser getting ready to drive to my zone that I patrol when I heard the call coming.
At the apartment complex, Officer Hartwig is met by a frantic young woman.
On arrival, I talked to witness Patricia Denino. I speak to her briefly. She explained to me that the victim was in the bathtub inside the apartment. Once I entered the apartment, I saw that the apartment was in disarray and just everything was thrown about. I went into the bathroom area. I see the victim with his face down, with his hands and his feet tied behind his back with an electrical cord. I see that the tub is halfway full with water. It's bloody. All I thought about at that time was to preserve the crime scene.
As Officer Hartford waits for detectives outside, he gathers preliminary information from the 911 caller, Patricia Denino, who says the victim is her fiancé, Dr. Louis Davidson.
The deceased was a doctor in charge of the pediatrics at Bayfront Hospital. Miss Denino was crying hysterically. She was upset. It was hard to interview her. I had to take my time and work with her to get the information about who this doctor was and why she was there.
"39-year-old Louis Davidson was well known throughout the St. Petersburg community.
He was so knowledgeable. He was such a good mentor to all of us nurses doing pediatrics.
Though Louis considered the U.S. home, he'd only moved to the States in 1983.
Louis was born in Jamaica, born in Kingston. His father's a university professor, very, very smart.
He had a very close family with his parents and his sisters.
With his family's encouragement, Louis had set his sights high from an early age.
He was very gifted intellectually, and it was destined that he would become a doctor. He was brilliant at it.
I feel like that was his calling, and he knew it.
Though medical school rarely left time for dating, Louis made room in his schedule when a beautiful young model caught his eye at a bus stop in Jamaica.
Denise Davis was originally from Jamaica. She was Miss Jamaica pageant. She was a finalist in that pageant.
Denise was an absolutely stunning woman. She was 22, he was 27 when they met. She was waiting at a bus stop, and he stopped in his car and offered her a ride. And I think she genuinely liked him. She genuinely loved him.
After a short engagement, the couple tied the knot in 1982 and quickly moved to the States. 3 years later, their daughter Natalie was born.
They got married, and they moved to the Tampa Bay area where they lived and had a child together.
Denise was a very caring mother, and supportive, loving, and she was pretty much at home with Natalie the first few years.
Dr. Davidson doted on Natalie. He'd just glow when he would talk about Natalie, and he loved her very much.
After climbing the ranks in his profession, Louis settled into his career at Bayfront Hospital in St. Petersburg.
He eventually became the head of the pediatrics in the emergency room division.
He was a good man, a talented man. He had this kindness and this compassion for his job and for the people around him and his patients that he took care of.
While his career blossomed, his relationship with Denise began to crumble.
Approximately 1991, Denise Davidson and Dr. Davidson separated. At that time, Dr. Davidson moved out of the residence.
We got an apartment in St. Petersburg, and she remained
holidays in their home in Tampa with her daughter, Natalie. In October of 1993, Lewis and Denise decided to make their separation legal.
Dr. Davidson has developed a new relationship with Patricia Danino. Patricia Danino works for Bayfront Hospital within the emergency room, emergency room pediatrics, where Dr. Davidson works. So they started off knowing each other from the hospital. At this point in time, they're boyfriend and girlfriend.
Lewis wasn't the only one who had moved on.
Denise Davidson still lived in Tampa. She developed a relationship with a gentleman from Jamaica, Leo Cicero. So Dr. Davidson and Denise Davidson were kind of going on with their lives.
Not long after their separation, St. Petersburg homicide detectives had just arrived at Lewis Davidson's apartment, where his girlfriend Patricia found him dead in the bathtub.
I arrived just after the initial officer on scene, Officer Hodgson, had spoken and took the initial statement from Patricia Danino. At that point, I arranged for Patricia Danino to be transported to the St. Petersburg Police Department. As we start to process our scene,
I go through the front door and I can see that obviously the apartment was ransacked. Someone was looking for something.
In the foyer, detectives identify their first potential clue.
we notice there is a footprint, a impression on the floor. Whether it was wet or grease or oil, whatever may have been on the bottom of the shoe, left an impression on that tile. It was a certain make, a Voigt, which wasn't a real popular type of shoe, and it appeared to be about size 9.
Detectives also find what appears to be evidence of a struggle.
I can see items thrown on the floor. The cushions were off the couch. There's a vacuum cleaner sitting here that has the cord cut and a pair of scissors laying on the ground, which is obviously not in its normal place. In the bedroom, the closet door is open, and I can see clothes and items have been thrown onto the floor. It's a mess inside that closet. As I approach the bathroom, I'm looking and I'm seeing the wall where there's obvious blood spatter here on the wall.
Inside the bathroom, detectives get their first look at the victim.
He was drowned while tied and blindfolded, drowned in a bathtub full of hot water.
A vacuum cleaner cord was used to tie up his hands, and there was a cashmere article of clothing that was used to tie him up as well.
The scene is extremely violent in nature.
The appearance leads me to believe that there's more than one person involved. In the closet of Dr. Davidson, they found a garment bag. And in that garment bag was a substantial amount of money. We locate close to $20,000 in cash, along with Dr. Davidson's jewelry. The items of true value were not stolen. Instead, we have a staged crime scene and a dead doctor with a very brutal type of killing.
Investigators uncover speculation.
She denied that she was posing for dirty pictures.
Was Dr. Davidson involved in some kind of activity that could have brought this type of crime closer to him?
The first person of interest who was in that type of crowd where he would have known the people who were able to pull off something like that.
St. Petersburg detectives are investigating the vicious murder of pediatric emergency doctor Louis Davidson.
Dr. Davidson was hogtied. He was blindfolded, gagged, and bleeding from above the head area, and then the bathtub was filled with, at that time, still warm water.
While CSI techs finish up their search for additional evidence, investigators turn to Lewis's neighbors for leads.
We identify 2 witnesses that observed a couple playing with a ball around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning just outside the doctor's apartment in the area by the pond.
It was a black man and a white woman, a blonde-haired woman, playing catch with a cricket ball, which is not something you would normally see here in Florida.
They noticed the young lady appeared to be more of a British type accent.
Witnesses mentioned after the unusual game of catch, the man disappeared and the woman got into a nearby car.
Here is someone that's just sitting in the apartment complex, basically in front of the doctor's apartment. So now we're looking at some suspicion there.
While officers continue canvassing the neighborhood, detectives head to the station to conduct a formal interview with Dr. Davidson's girlfriend, Patricia Domino.
She said she was at work that day at Bayfront Hospital. But whether there's any involvement at this point, we have no idea who's involved.
Patricia says she had just started her day shift when she last spoke with Lewis.
Dr. Davidson was finishing his shift around 8 a.m. And then once he finished the shift, he had a meeting to attend, 9 a.m. meeting for the hospital for the pediatric section.
When she tried to call him afterwards, he was not responding to her call.
Around 3:30, she goes to the department to see why she can't reach him all day.
When she arrives at the apartment complex, she enters into the apartment. The door was unlocked but closed. And she starts to notice that the apartment's in disarray. At that point, that she enters the bathroom and she discovers Dr. Davidson in the bathroom.
A distraught Patricia says she has no idea who could have wanted Lewis dead, but he has been getting some strange calls lately.
Numerous hang-up calls, 66, I think, in a matter of a few weeks. When Dr. Davidson or Ms. Danino would pick up the phone, the person on the other end would immediately hang the phone up.
The detectives, that sounded like someone trying to track his movements, where he was at different times, what he was doing.
Patricia says the most recent suspicious phone call was just that morning.
Somewhere between 9 10 o'clock in the morning, Patricia Daniel received a phone call at the hospital where someone is looking for Dr. Davidson. And they asked for him. She replied that he was not available at the time. Things felt suspicious involving the call at the hospital. But we did not know who would be connected to this that may have committed harm to Dr. Davidson.
Detectives asked if Lewis could be connected to anything illegal.
Initially, the $20,000 in the garment bag caused him to have some alarm. Was Dr. Davidson involved in some kind of activity that could have brought this type of a crime closer to him?
Patricia refused the notion.
She is explaining to me that the doctor would keep money in his closet so that it would not only money was in the bank account because of the divorce situation.
That was a tumultuous relationship between the two of them. There were allegations from her that he had abused her. There were allegations from him that she had posed for erotic photos. But of course, he denied the abuse and she denied that she was posing for dirty pictures.
Patricia says the focus of the divorce revolved heavily around the couple's daughter, Natalie.
They had fought very bitterly over custody for Natalie. Denise wanted to take Natalie with her to Jamaica, and Lewis was determined that was not going to happen. He was not going to lose access to his daughter.
After finishing up with Patricia, detectives called Bayfront Hospital to verify her alibi.
We were able to determine right away Patricia Dino had been at the hospital during the daytime after the doctor left from his shift.
We ruled her out as a suspect early on.
With Patricia's whereabouts verified, detectives make haste in locating Denise.
It's no secret that if you have an estranged spouse and that person winds up dead, that you're going to be the one that is first suspected.
They met with her at her home in Tampa and made the notification that her husband had been found dead.
When Denise Davidson was asked what she was doing the morning he was murdered, she really didn't have a lot to report other than just usual routine things that she always did. She didn't go to work that day, but she did have to care of her daughter.
She told law enforcement they were in the middle of a custody fight, but she said that he's the father of her child, and that she had no reason to want to hurt Dr. Davidson.
As a matter of routine procedure, detectives asked Denise if she's currently involved with anyone new.
The information that was provided to us by Denise Davidson that the boyfriend's name is Leonardo Cisneros.
The two had met during one of her visits back home to Jamaica.
He seemed to become really enamored with her. He, at one point, then asked her to marry him.
Denise was questioned about the whereabouts of her new boyfriend, Leo Cisneros. He indicated that he was back in Jamaica, that he had not been in the Tampa Bay area at the time Dr. Davidson was killed.
Back at the station, detectives researched Denise's new plans.
He owned a nightclub or owned a nightclub in Jamaica and Kingston. He had a reputation for being involved with the drug gangs there.
We were able to determine that several years prior, he'd been arrested on a traffic stop in Georgia, and a warrant had now been issued for trafficking narcotics.
Between his fiance's custody dispute and his own criminal record, investigators feel Leo could have both the motive and means to kill Lewis.
He definitely was in that type of crowd where he would have known the people who were able to pull off such an event.
So it was the determination that I made that our best effort at this point would be surveillance on Denise Davidson to see if Denise Davidson would lead us to Leo Cisneros.
Coming up, the top suspect proves to be a slippery one.
He was there illegally and immediately fled thereafter.
And watchful eyes soon witness an unexpected twist.
After the murder, she sent $15,000 via Western Union.
It's been 24 hours since Dr. Lewis Davidson was found violently murdered in his St. Petersburg apartment. Detectives have placed his soon-to-be ex-wife, Denise Davidson, under continuous surveillance, hoping to spot her shifty fiancé, Leo Cisneros.
We can't say that Denise is involved at this point, but she is the girlfriend to Leo Cisneros, and he's our first person of interest.
On January 27th, Denise's surveillance team calls detectives with unexpected news.
We follow her to a bank. She goes to an ATM machine, withdraws some money, and we surveil her to a Western Union money transfer facility.
Detectives subpoena Denise's financial records and find suspicious activity.
She would send Western Union money orders either to Robert Gordon in Miami or to a woman who lived in Miami. She had sent some money prior to the murder, about $7,500, and then after the murder, she sent another $7,500. So all told, she had sent $15,000 via Western Union.
Detectives first look into the name Robert Gordon and find a curious connection.
Robert Gordon was a gentleman from Jamaica. He was known to be an associate of Leo Cisneros, who's Denise Davidson's boyfriend. He did have a criminal history, so immediately that began to tie everybody together.
One of the last Western Unions that was sent was by Denise Davidson to Carol Cason in Miami, Florida.
Though Carol seems to have no obvious connection to Leo or Denise, detectives continue to monitor their communication.
We looked at a lot of the phone calls that were being made by Denise Davidson and phone calls to Denise Davidson and noticed some numbers that kept repeating. One of these numbers was to a bar in Jamaica called Peppers. We were able to ascertain through a lot of folks that Leo Cisneros was a part owner of Peppers.
Detectives reach out to Leo directly.
He was in Jamaica. He's actually at Pepper's Bar in Kingston. I left a phone message for him there at the bar. He actually returned my phone call. Leo told me that he had troubles in the past in the United States with drug trafficking, and that he couldn't use his real name to travel to the country. So he would utilize fictitious passports, and that's how he was traveling back and forth.
Not only does Leo come clean about entering the U.S. illegally, but the 32-year-old also admits to being in Florida the day of the doctor's murder.
He felt like he would be in trouble because he was there illegally and immediately fled thereafter. He wanted to play down his role as much as possible. He did not want to be in the forefront in the investigation.
Though Leo claims innocence in regard to Lewis's murder, detectives suspect the contrary.
We make the determination that we're going to do a wiretap on Denise Davidson's phone.
Hello.
The calls were interesting because it was clear that they were concerned that they might be being listened to. They were saying things in layers and in code.
The conversations between Leo and Denise would refer to, have you spoken to your people in Miami yet? Have you heard from your people?
Did you send the money to Uncle? Yes. But he said not there. Well, it's there. I sent it from over 2 hours ago. So let it down. He just called me when we got there.
Detectives also pulled Denise's phone records from the day of Lewis's murder.
We were able to identify a 305 area code phone number being called. It's a pager number. On the morning that Dr. Davidson was killed, from Denise Davidson's house, this pager was called 52 times between 9 a.m. and 10:30 a.m.
Detectives find the number used to return the pages equally interesting.
The phone was bought and paid for by Denise Davidson. We also found numerous phone calls by Robert Gordon to Denise Davidson's home number. So law enforcement started to find a link between this Robert Gordon and Denise Davidson that went beyond the mere providing money through those Western Unions.
When detectives triangulate the phone's coordinates on the day of the murder, everything comes full circle.
It's in the area of Dr. Davidson's apartment. Cases that are done with this phone, and we can actually track it.
They tracked it all the way across the bay to a Days Inn.
1 month after the murder of Dr. Davidson, detectives head to the Days Inn.
They had photos of Robert Gordon, and the people who worked there specifically remember that Robert Gordon stayed in a specific room at that hotel with a white female on the day Dr. Davidson was murdered. They were able to verify the identity of the white woman because she's the one who registered for the room. She wrote down the name Susan Shore.
The front desk receptionist also identified a second black male.
She noticed that they were very nervous. In fact, they left in such a hurry, they left behind some clothing.
Without hesitation, detectives collect and examine the forgotten belongings.
Inside that bag are a pair of size 9 boy sneakers and a gray sweatshirt. The sweatshirt has what appears to be blood spatter on the front. The sneakers also appear to have blood droplets on it.
We knew that was very similar, if not the exact same pattern that we had seen previously in the little foyer area.
They had an idea, but they couldn't say definitively until they sent it to the FBI lab that it was a match.
Investigators hope the evidence will identify the second male at the hotel. Awaiting results from the crime lab, detectives head to Miami on February 28th to track down 31-year-old Robert Gordon.
Based on our observations, what we found, the Western Union money, the eyewitness that puts him at The apartment complex the week before. We felt we had enough, so we're looking to arrest Robert Gordon in Miami.
He was actually on a transit bus, not leaving the area, but local transit. We arrested him off that bus for the first degree murder, and we transported him back to Pinellas County for prosecution.
Detectives then head to the home of Carol Kaysen, the second individual Denise had wired money to after the murder.
They followed up on that and went to see her and discovered that there was another man there at the time who gave him the name of Tony. So they said, well, it would be helpful if we had, say, hair samples from you that would help us, and maybe fingerprints.
At that time, while they're talking to him, his fingerprints are checked, and it's determined that Tony Bowens is not his name, but his name is Merle McDonald.
There was a warrant out for him, drug charges from South Carolina, so they arrested him there in Miami and put him in jail.
As for Carol Kaysen, she admits she did obtain money on Merrill's behalf, but strenuously denies knowing anything about the murder. After an alibi rules Carol out, detectives move on to 26-year-old Susan Shore.
Susan Shore was gone. She was a cruise ship cocktail waitress and had shipped out for Jamaica, and when she got wind that they were looking for her, she made sure to try and hide.
On March 1st, detectives received word from the FBI about the evidence collected from the Days Inn.
We were able to link them to Merle McDonald and link them to Robert Gordon. They located blood on the Boyd sneakers. That blood was later compared with the DNA blood of Dr. Davidson, and they determined it was a match.
Detectives now have enough evidence to officially charge 47-year-old Merle McDonald with the murder of Lewis Davidson. But there's just one problem.
He had a drug trafficking warrant. Unfortunately, the warrant had been invalidated, so a day or two later, they released him from jail without notifying us. His whereabouts was still unknown.
With Susan and Merrill on the run and Leo in Jamaica, detectives focus on Lewis's bitter ex.
We were able to identify that on January 24th, the day before the murder, Denise Davidson used her credit card at the Walmart behind her house in Tampa and purchased a pair of size 9 Boyd sneakers and a gray sweatshirt that was of the same brand as the one discovered in this hotel room. My jaw just about hits the ground because it's not very often that you have this type of evidence.
Coming up, Denise appears to go from suspect to victim.
She felt like her life was in danger because of this threatening phone call.
It was a sort of a raspy voice, a message received at her house. You'll be sorry, Denise.
Just over a month after the murder of Dr. Lewis Davidson, detectives suspect the crime was orchestrated by the victim's estranged wife, Denise Davidson, and her new man, Leo Cisneros. In a stunning turn of events, on February 25th, Denise contacts detectives, claiming she could be next.
She calls me and says, Detective Salona, someone's threatening me. She's basically trying to say, hey, these people that killed her husband are after her.
It was a sort of a raspy voice, a message received at her house. You'll be sorry, Denise.
She felt like her life was in danger because of this threatening phone call. Little did Denise Davidson know that at the time that phone call was made, Denise Davidson was under surveillance.
And they actually witnessed Denise walk out of the business, go to the payphone, and then call her own home.
As evidence continues to stack up against Denise, detectives continue monitoring her calls for another week.
Denise Davidson and her father in Jamaica had a conversation.
She felt like the police were closing in on her. And her father suggested that, they can't arrest you if they can't find you.
We let surveillance know, look, just be on a little heightened alert. And it was around 5 o'clock in the morning on March 4th that I get the phone call from the wire room that says, hey, surveillance has notified us. Denise Davidson's on the move. It looks like she's heading towards the airport. They follow her right to the airport, right to the ticket counter, and stand in line behind her as Denise purchases a one-way ticket to Kingston, Jamaica. I told her she's under arrest for the murder of her husband. As the FDL agent put the handcuffs on her,
she thought she was still under the court order that had been given her and Louis during the divorce proceedings not to take Natalie out of the country. So she made arrangements to leave Natalie and go down by herself.
we had detectives travel to Jamaica. Detective DeSaro actually went to Jamaica and interviewed Leo Cisneros himself.
The first time we went to speak to Leo, he denied any knowledge of involvement. One of the interesting things that he said to us was, what would happen if I told you that I sent somebody there to beat him up and they just got carried away?
DeSaro wanted to slap cuffs on him and drag him back that day from Jamaica, but unfortunately, we just couldn't get the warrant issued to us.
Back in the States, detectives keep plugging away at their case. And on March 22nd, they finally catch a break.
We had a warrant issued for Susan Shore, and Susan Shore was located in Kingston, Jamaica. Kingston police had identified her and stopped her.
Susan Shore is immediately extradited back to the States. In an interview with detectives, the 26-year-old comes clean about her role in the crime.
She really didn't know Gordon and McDonald at all. She had met them at the Hialeah racetrack in Miami.
She was basically asked to drive McDonald and Gordon up to Tampa Bay. She maintained that she did not know the real reason why they were being asked to be driven around in the St. Petersburg area.
Susan tells detectives she drove Robert and Merrill to the Days Inn on the night of January 24th, 1994.
She had done it in exchange for $100. It turns out the reason why they were doing that and the reason for the 52 calls to the pager were because they thought that Louis Davidson was going to get home about 7 in the morning. But he'd been held up by a meeting, so they were kind of killing time waiting for their victim to show up.
Susan says once Louis arrived, Robert told him to wait in the car.
At that point, they think Gordon and McDonald rushed him in and then beat him up and killed him.
Susan tells detectives from there they headed back to the Days Inn.
Once they got to the Days Inn, Gordon was very agitated, was waiting for somebody. Finally, Leo Cisneros showed up and Denise showed up. The two of them talked to the two hitmen at some length.
The information from Susan helps detectives finally secure an arrest warrant for Leo. Now they just have to find him.
We were going back to Jamaica. We got a warrant for Leo Cisneros to arrest him, and he had fled the country.
With Leo on the lam, detectives turn their attention to the other accomplice yet to be accounted for, 47-year-old Merrill McDonald.
Utilizing phone records in October of 1994, we found Merrill McDonald hiding out in New York, again using an alias. We arrested him without any fight, and we brought him back to Florida for prosecution.
Coming up, as authorities try to strengthen their case against Denise,
they uncover a slew of secrets.
When she was booked, I believe she was about 4 months pregnant.
And will resurfacing allegations throw a wrench in the state's case at trial?
She was every battered woman I ever worked with.
Unbeknownst to her, he had hired these two hitmen, and it was all his doing.
St. Petersburg detectives have arrested 4 individuals in connection with the brutal death of 39-year-old Dr. Lewis Davidson.
So now we have Denise Davidson, Robert Gordon, Noel McDonald, Susan Shaw, all in custody. And the only person we were lacking was Leo Cisneros, who had fled Jamaica.
With Leo on the run, authorities continue strengthening their case against the others and find 2 substantial motives.
Denise Davidson had notified the county jail personnel that she was pregnant.
It turns out that it was Leo Cisneros' child, which sort of gave an added urgency to her wanting to move to Jamaica to be with him. But she couldn't go to Jamaica unless Lewis let her go with her daughter, and he was making clear that that wasn't going to happen.
We also found there was a life insurance policy on the life of Dr. Davidson for $400,000.
On September 5th, 1995, the trial for Denise Davidson gets underway. Prosecutors assert that Denise played a very large part in her husband's demise.
Denise Davidson had hired the men, had paid the men, had provided the men, the cell phones to utilize.
After the murder, Leo and Denise came to the Days Inn and met with Robert Gordon and with Merrill McDonald and talked to them at some length. So that really nailed down that Denise was very much involved in the murder.
Prosecutors surmised that on January 24th, 1994, Robert, Merrill, and Susan waited around until the doctor got home, and then the 2 men attacked.
The struggle really goes on from almost the moment that Dr. Davidson opens the front door. We never knew for sure exactly what it was they used to bludgeon him with.
He's been hog-tied, his arms and feet tied behind him with a vacuum cleaner cord and a cashmere belt. And he's been submerged in this tub and drowned.
The defense counters by placing the blame entirely on Leo Cisneros.
Denise Davidson's defense was that she had nothing to do with this. Unbeknownst to her, Leo Cisneros had hired these 2 hitmen, and it was all his doing.
To bolster their claims, Denise takes the stand in her own defense.
The defense presented Denise's case as if she had been a victim of domestic violence. She was once again the victim of a man who would want to control her, which would be Leo Cisneros.
Denise has very flat aspects, but that's pretty classic when somebody is abused, controlled, powerless. She was a stunningly beautiful young woman, but she was every battered woman I ever worked with.
The prosecution tore into her on cross-examination. They definitely turned against her and said, this woman's been lying to us right from the start. There was no physical evidence presented that she had been abused.
Probably the biggest moment was when the prosecutor played the audio tape of that phone call where she called her own phone, disguised her voice, and left a message, Denise, you'll be sorry.
At that point, she just kind of deflated. You could just see the whole air going out of her.
It was at that moment that she knew that we had her.
On September 16th, the jury finds Denise guilty of first-degree murder. She is sentenced to life in prison.
It was as it should be. She should be punished. Dr. Davidson didn't deserve any of that, and
It just left a big hole in a lot of people's heart and soul. Alleged hitmen Robert Gordon and Merrill McDonald received a more severe punishment.
Ultimately, the jury found them guilty of first-degree murder.
They were sentenced to death, and they are still on death row.
In exchange for her testimony against the others, Susan Shore received probation.
We charged her with accessory after the fact, and she was deported back to England.
Rios Cisneros still faces a first-degree murder charge, but has yet to be captured.
To this day, they still don't know exactly where he is or where he went. They don't even know if he's still alive.
Denise continues to maintain her innocence. She has never wavered on that. And she now believes that Leo was the one and only responsible for this, and felt that he intentionally let her take the rap for him.
For those who knew Dr. Lewis Davidson, his memory will live on, despite the tragedy of his death. His family and those closest to him had their heart and soul ripped out, and the world is certainly worse off for not having him in it.
Both of Denise's daughters were raised by her sister in Florida. Robert Gordon and Merrill McDonald are both housed in Florida prisons and remain on death row. Denise is serving her life sentence at the Homestead Correctional Institute in Florida. She continues to fight her case.
After years of trials and tragedy, she thought she had finally found the one.
He loved his job, loved his work, and loved his family. They were quite happy.
Until one night on a lonely Virginia highway, a killer ended 20 years of wedded bliss.
The blood was all the way down on her chest.
She was mostly just saying, help him. Help him. I don't know what to do.
He said, we've got to get out of here. These guys are after me.
But as one determined investigator will discover, this highway to hell is littered with long buried and shameful secrets.
Winsboro is a little town. Everybody knows everybody's secrets.
I was very suspicious. The story just didn't add up.
And he told us that Goon's body, we had Goon's body.
I glanced at her, and it was like, I will get you. I was scared. I was really scared.
April 21st, 1988. Roanoke, Virginia resident Clarence Crouch is driving down a secluded stretch of Interstate 581 when his radio crackles to life.
Clarence Crouch was monitoring his TV radio that night and heard a frantic call from a woman.
The lady said that her husband had been shot and that he was on 581.
The frantic woman says she's not familiar with TV radios and asks for someone to call police. Clarence recognizes the woman's location.
He was close by, so he figured he would try to find them and try to get help.
He relayed the information into the dispatch center and also went to her location.
Roanoke police officers Doug Allen and Jimmy Bush both respond immediately to the scene.
Our primary concern then is to render aid to the person that's injured.
Upon arrival, they find Clarence Crouch and the conversion van parked askew on the roadside.
He said, there's a lady here, her husband has been shot in the head. He pointed out that, they were in the back of the van. I looked in the back door and you can see all the way up to the driver's and passenger seat. And there was a gentleman laying there on a blanket. The wife was laying directly behind the driver's seat and was cradling her husband's upper torso in with hers. she was upset and crying.
Her husband's injury is unmistakably grave.
There was a lot of blood around his head area where he had been shot. There was a lot of blood on the floor of the van.
The distraught woman identifies herself as Francis Truesdale. The man barely clinging to life in her arms is her husband of 20 years, Jerry Truesdale.
She was mostly just saying, help him. Help him. I don't know what to do.
Jerry Truesdale's life began 260 miles south of Roanoke in the sleepy South Carolina mill town of Winnsboro. Population 3,200.
Jerry Truesdale was my first cousin. His dad and my dad were brothers. Jerry was a good boy. He worked hard. He was very, very loved by his sisters and his mom. Winnsboro was a good place to grow up in. You could go out in the yard, and I did, and you could play all day long, not worry about anybody bothering you or hurting you. So that's the kind of little town Winnsboro was.
In 1967, when Jerry returned from a tour of duty in Vietnam, Winnsboro hadn't changed, but Jerry had. Like many returning veterans, he found it difficult to readjust to the slow pace of civilian life. Jerry sought the familiar faces of family and friends.
We hadn't seen him in a long while. At the time, Frances was married to Red, and I actually lived next door to her. And Jerry came by Frances and Little Red's house to see me when he came home from Vietnam.
Frances Beasley and her husband, Ronald Little Red Beasley, were fixtures in the community and had been married for 2 years. While Frances was a stay-at-home mother, Little Red ran a local automotive body shop.
He was husky built, but he was short and had red hair, so he was called Little Red.
Little Red had really sweet demeanor. Very nice to everyone. Will go out of his way to help whoever he could. He never met a stranger.
He loved to work on cars. He worked in the shop, a mechanic, and he was a little bit of a, I don't want to call him a roustabout, but a little bit of a daredevil.
On the weekends, Little Red likes to race cars at a local track with his best friend, a police officer named Herman Young.
Herman Young was black, and Little Red was white. And in South Carolina in the 60s, those kinds of close friendships were rare. Nevertheless, they worked on cars together, they raced cars together, and they just generally goofed around and had a good time with each other, just buddies.
Red's free-thinking ways were also exemplified by the loving acceptance he extended to his wife, Frances.
Frances had been married previously and got married again, had 3 children, and they had moved to Winnsboro, and she had gotten a divorce.
For Frances Truesdale to move to Winnsboro as a twice divorced single mother was kind of gossipy for people in Winnsboro. But obviously Little Red, with his wild and carefree attitude, didn't bother him in the slightest. She was in her early 20s at that point, and seemingly they were quite happy.
And I took over the job at France and Little Red. I did care for the boys and seeing how she would always want to be at the shop with Little Red. So that's where she spent her time.
Then, one fateful spring day, everything changed for Little Red Beasley.
It was in March that year, and that's when we had that brain in.
Little Red was 29 when this stroke occurred.
Little Red was completely paralyzed on one side. As I remember, he had very little usage of his left hand, and Little Red could not walk.
He had gone from being a pretty energetic young man to being a paraplegic, well, quadriplegic actually.
Jerry Truesdale and the rest of the community rallied around Little Red and Frances. But Red's drastic transformation from charismatic husband and father to complete invalid proved almost too much for his loved ones to bear.
It was very sad because he'd always been so independent, and to see him come back and have to be lifted and moved from one chair to another, that was humiliating for him. To see that he couldn't talk well at all.
His father said he always thought that Little Red would somehow fight through the stroke and get back most of his faculties, but he never did. Seemed to get worse, or at least not better.
Jerry watched helplessly as the burden of caring for Red consumed Francis's every waking moment. Then, on July 6, 1967, tragedy struck again.
Someone had pulled up and said, "Did you hear about Little Red? He just committed suicide."
The story that I got was that Little Red Beasley allegedly shot herself.
It was very sad to see that all of that had happened to him.
In the aftermath of the tragedy, Frances found comfort in the arms of the one person who could understand her loss, Jerry Truesdale.
It was quick after Little Red there and Francis here got married. They were just ready to just accept it and move on.
So they just said that, Little Red's death was maybe a blessing because of the shape that he was in.
The newlyweds, Jerry and Frances, left Winsboro behind and made a new start in North Carolina.
He's a truck driver, long distance truck driver. So he spent a lot of time on the road.
No matter how far afield Jerry's trucking career took him over the next 2 decades, he always knew Frances would be waiting for him at home.
Jerry Truesdale married to her, everything was fine and dandy.
Now, the same arms that Jerry Truesdale longed to come home to were cradling his nearly lifeless body.
Jerry was laying there. He was struggling to breathe, but he was still alive. My primary concern at that point was getting Jerry Truesdale help. He does have a pulse, but the gunshot was preventing him from being able to give me any information. Frances said to me that they had been at the rest area and that there had been some sort of an altercation between her husband and some other gentleman, and that they had shot him.
Coming up, a terrified eyewitness recounts a desperate race for survival.
Jerry jumped into the van and said, "We've got to get out of here. These guys are after me."
And a surprising caller sends the investigation in an entirely new direction.
She had some doubt as to how the incident had taken place.
In the early hours of April 21st, 1988, a call from a Good Samaritan led police to a grisly scene by the side of a Virginia highway. Officers found 41-year-old Jerry Truesdale lying in the arms of his wife, Frances, and bleeding from a gunshot wound to the forehead.
The key to this was to get him to a medical center as quickly as possible.
He still did have a pulse, and so they immediately put him on an ambulance and took him to a substance hospital, which was a community hospital.
After we had transported Jerry to the hospital, I was preparing to get Frances to the same hospital so that she could be with him. At this point, Frances realizes that she doesn't have her purse with her. It's still in the van. And I told her I would go back and get her purse for her, and she insisted that she be the one that got her purse. At that moment, it didn't really make a lot of sense to me. She didn't ask how he was doing once he was transported. She was more concerned with other things like her purse. When I got her to the hospital, I didn't stay with her very long at the hospital, but she was crying that it wasn't like what I would expect. She was almost cold.
Doctors rushed Jerry into surgery and give investigators their first clue about the weapon used in the attack.
When Jerry was in the surgery, they found out it was a small caliber gun. It was a
While Francis waits outside the OR for news of Jerry's condition, police cordon off the crime scene.
We call it an evidence technician, or an EP. And one responded, we always do that to any crime scene.
We didn't, at that point, know where the gun was, or if the gun had indeed been in the van. So, evidence technicians from the Roanoke State Police Department searched it, looking for the gun.
The search of the van turns up nothing, so their focus shifts to who might have fired a weapon.
The evidence technicians check to see if there's any gunpowder residue or anything on the hands of anybody present, really. They're the ones that go over to the hospital and they do the gunshot residue on the hands of the victim and Francis. He would simply use tape, and he would tape around their hands and then send it off to a laboratory somewhere and have it analyzed.
As the GSR samples are being sent off to the lab, the hospital releases a grim update. Jerry's prospects of survival are next to zero.
That is when Mr. Kazee showed up from state police and took over the investigation.
Barry Kazee was the state investigator that was assigned to handle the call. Barry kind of takes on the chore of trying to find out what exactly happened in that van that night. So he came and got our reports and spoke with myself and Sergeant Allen.
Virginia law enforcement legend Barry Kazee's reputation precedes him.
Barry Kazee is one of the best state police homicide investigators that I've had the pleasure of meeting.
He's the kind of guy that would walk out of a movie set with a rumpled hat, a rumpled suit, rough voice. It sounds like he smoked way too many cigarettes, but he's to the point and very matter of fact.
You did not want Barry Kazee dogging because he never gave up. He never closed the case until in his mind it was 100% closed. He never left anything open, and he got very, very angry if he run into dead ends. He couldn't go any further with it.
After getting a thorough look at the scene, Detective Kazee immediately turns his attention to Frances Truesdale, the sole eyewitness to Jerry's attack.
I sat in on the original interview with her, with Detective Kazee. Frances told us that they were on their way to Tennessee. She and her husband had been traveling down Interstate 81. They stopped at a rest stop.
Francis told them that they ran into a couple of guys from New York that tried to get money off of them.
Jerry jumped into the van and said, "We've got to get out of here. So these guys are after me." And so she was driving and he was in the passenger side. And the two guys in the car were chasing them and kept trying to cut them off with their vehicle.
Francis says that their pursuers quickly outmaneuvered her.
They followed him down the road, caught up with him, and cut him off.
Jerry got angry about them trying to hurt them and everything. So he told her, "Stop the van. I'm going back and talk to them." She said that he got out of the van and walked to the rear of the van. And the guy stepped out of the car and shot him in the head. He said she had grabbed him and dragged him back up into the van.
Francis's detailed description of the chase and the shooting holds investigators spellbound. But when it comes to a description of the attackers, she doesn't have much.
She said it was two males that were in the confrontation with Jerry.
Usually you get where they were wearing a plaid shirt, or if they were wearing green tennis shoes, or something. Something sticks out in their memory, but she could give no information about either one of these two people.
While Frances is unable to offer a description of the two men, she does remember crucial details about their car.
She said that the last that she saw them, they were traveling southbound on 581 in a light-colored Ford Granada with New York tags.
She said there was a New York plate with RUD on it.
So I immediately told our dispatcher to notify, and we had officers that worked districts all the way up to the city limits.
We contacted New York to see if they could get us some more information on the vehicle, and we just kind of start picking up from there.
At that point in time, we're taking things face value on what she's saying because that's all we've got going on.
As day breaks,
interstate for clues. We went and searched areas looking for guns, along the roadway.
We drove that whole entire show looking for some form of blood. There was no blood in the road. There was no blood in the road where she was at when we found her. There was no blood in the shoulder of the road all the way up to 81. Not finding blood on the outside anywhere. That's a lot of bells going off there.
We eventually towed the van and did more of the work with the van down at our impound. They took blood tests and stuff, and they printed for other strange handprints and all of that.
Now, investigators anxiously await word of a match for the make, model, and partial New York plate they've circulated.
We never got back anything from the surrounding jurisdictions that they had seen a light on or not.
After 2 days of chasing dead ends, detectives get a dreaded update about Jerry.
We got word back from the hospital that he had in fact passed away. So it became then, rather than a shooting, it became a homicide.
The shortage of evidence puts the murder investigation in limbo, until a phone call changes everything.
Barry Kazee received a call from Jerry's sister, and she had some doubt as to how the incident had taken place.
She called up to Roanoke, and she ended up talking to Barry Kazee. She got the ball rolling.
Coming up, a witness's conflicting stories are brought to light.
He thinks about blood from flowing, but there wasn't.
And an old friend unearths a deadly scandal from the past.
The very night he got elected sheriff, he said that's going to be my first trial. The rumor had been around for 21 years.
After 2 weeks of searching, police in Roanoke, Virginia have found no trace of the 2 mysterious men Frances Truesdale claims are responsible for the roadside murder of her husband, Jerry. But the investigation takes a sudden turn when Detective Barry Kazee receives a phone call from Jerry Truesdale's sister, Ann Letcher.
She loved her brother Jerry, and she was in the hospital. Frances had told the family a couple of conflicting stories.
Frances originally said he was shot outside the vehicle, and that she had grabbed him and pulled him up and put him between the seats. Later on, she says that he was shot inside the vehicle, and that he slumped over and she just kind of maneuvered his body between the seats and laid him down.
The conflicting stories Frances shared with Jerry's family raised significant doubts for investigators.
I do not think that she would have been big enough or strong enough to deadlift him off the ground and get him into the van as small as she was and the frail as she was. And see, if she had pulled him from the back of the van to the front of the van where she was sitting, there would be a blood slide all the way back to the van. He thinks about blood from flowing, but there wasn't.
According to Jerry's sister, Ann, another incident took place decades earlier and hundreds of miles away in Winnsboro, South Carolina. It appears Jerry isn't Frances's first husband to die under suspicious circumstances.
She believed that Frances had killed Red Beasley.
That's what caused Barry Kazee to go to Winnsboro to start investigating the suicide of Little Red Beasley.
To find the truth about Ronald Little Red Beasley's death, Kazee must start with the official version of the story.
Barry goes directly to their sheriff's department there and pulls the records of the suicide and starts to talk to the investigators down there.
Kazee quickly learns that the reported facts don't add up and that the whole community knows it.
Winnsboro is a little town, and as a little town, everybody knows everybody's secrets, and they also know everybody's rumors. And the rumor that Francis Truesdale had actually killed Little Red and faked it to make it look like a suicide had been around for 21 years.
Through a series of one-on-one interviews with family members, friends, and caregivers, Barry Kazee pieces together a very different version of events. Following Little Red's debilitating stroke, rumors swirled about Jerry Truesdale and Red's wife, Frances.
Maddie and I always helped to take care of everything around the house, so Frances would be free to stay with her Red. Jerry would come over at the house a lot, and I would see them sitting on the sofa or whatever, kissing and making out.
According to the Beasleys, then 17-year-old housekeeper Maddie Caldwell, the morning of July 6, 1967, began much like any other.
I do remember Jerry Truesdale came by the house that day. Frances went to the car, and they talked, and Jerry left and Frances came back inside.
Maddie says that Jerry's visit was brief, but as the morning unfolded, she noticed a change in Frances.
It was a lot of weird behavior going on. She got real nervous after Jerry Truesdale came back.
Francis told her to go outside and fold clothes. This was in the summertime when it was hot, and she said that Miss Cruz closed all of the doors and the windows.
Francis had the radio turned up loud, both television and the radio. And while I was at the clothesline, it was probably about 10 minutes or less, I heard a gunshot went off. I heard Francis running to the door calling me. And when Francis opened the door, she was all bloody. She told me, Maddie, come here, come quick. So I went inside, and Little Red was lying face down with a rifle on his left side. Francis shot at her, and then stuck the gun in his mouth and shot himself.
Maddie and others agreed, however, that Frances's disabled husband simply couldn't have committed suicide in this way.
My first reaction was, why did Francis shoot Marie?
I said, there's no way. This boy ain't killed this. It was a 22 rifle. I've been in the coroner's office for 40-something years, and I've only known 2 people that committed suicide with 22 rifles, and the Little Red Beasley was one of them.
There was no way that Red Beasley was able to get up, get a gun, get the bullets off the top shelf of the cabinet, load the gun, and commit suicide because he was bedbound, chair-bound, unable to do anything for himself.
And if police records were to be believed, Red Beasley's death was actually his second suicide attempt in a span of 2 weeks.
I remember in particular one day before the shooting, I went to his room to make sure he was okay. And Francis blocked me and said, oh, don't go in there. He's tried to kill himself. He's tried to cut his throat and his wrist. And when I looked into the room, the sheets and his cover were covered with blood. And he was just like a little pitiful moan.
She called 911, and Little Red was rushed to the hospital where they patched him up, and he went on. It was barely a week later when Little Red supposedly got the gun and committed suicide. Barry Kazee, when he heard this, found it very shocking. He said, how does a man who can only move his left hand cut his left wrist? If he had moved his left hand, he would have cut his right wrist. So he found this very suspicious.
In fact, it seems the only people who accepted Frances's version of events were the local police.
If you knew Frances, you would understand that she had a way of convincing the police that Little Red was in such a state of mind that would have caused him to try to commit suicide.
It tended to be a town that respected authority. It was very insular. The sheriff was the boss. And in this county, in that time, I think the sheriff only had 5 deputies. and the case had been dropped, and no one raised their suspicions, at least to anybody officially.
I was scared. I was a teenager, and the police back then different than they are now. They didn't have all the technology and everything that they have now, but nobody wanted to listen to me anyway. I was just a teenager. They believed her. They believed what she said.
While police decided not to investigate further, Red's friends and family have no doubt what motivated Francis's actions.
Francis, she wanted to get rid of Little Red so she could be with Jerry Truesdale. Jerry came back from Vietnam. He was handsome, and here she was, had an invalid husband, and she was attracted to Jerry.
Hardest hit was Red's best friend, Herman Young.
Well, I was told that Francis threw a big party the day after Little Red was shot. Herman Young came by Francis and Little Red house that Friday night to with Francis, console her. Herman said he heard all the laughing, screaming, dancing, music.
He said he just sat there in his car and sobbed and never went in.
In the decades since, the officials who signed off on Little Red's suicide have passed away. Kazee's journey to the truth brings him to the current Fairfield County, South Carolina coroner.
Barry Kazee. He's telling me about Frances Truesdale and her husband, Jerry. He said, but as I'm investigating this case, I'm hearing about another husband that died in your county. And was you the coroner then? And I said, no, sir, I wasn't the coroner then, but we're working on that case.
Coroner Joe Sylvia tells Barry Kazee he's not working alone. As it turns out, Little Red Beasley's old friend Herman Young has recently been elected sheriff of Fairfield County.
Herman Young made a promise that if he was ever elected sheriff, that he was going to do his best to reopen that case.
Herman Young knew, like I did on day one, that Little Red Beasley didn't kill himself. I mean, he knew that in his heart just like I did. And he carried that around for all of those years, and I did as well.
Coming up, justice threatens to slip through investigators' fingers yet again.
You all have a better case against Frances down here in South Carolina than we have against her in Virginia. How come y'all ain't trying her?
In our gut, we felt like she was the suspect that had committed the murder, but we really had no proof of it.
After a tip led Virginia State investigator Barry Kazee to Winnsboro, South Carolina, the suspect list in the roadside murder of Jerry Truesdale has narrowed down to one name: Frances Truesdale. Detectives suspect Frances may have the blood of two husbands on her hands.
Ann Littrick, who was Jerry Truesdale's sister, alerted Detective Barry Kazee that she thought that Frances Truesdale had also killed Little Red Beasley back in 1967.
Barry told me that it was, in his professional opinion, that it's impossible to have been suicide.
I think it's a very big coincidence that both of the husbands died from gunshot wounds of a .22 caliber weapon.
While Little Red's death was swept under the rug in 1957, Kazee has made contact with two men in Winnsboro, South Carolina, who've made it their business to prove that Little Red was murdered. Coroner Joe Sylvia and the new Fairfield County Sheriff, Red's best friend, Herman Young.
When Herman Young was elected sheriff, the very night that he was elected, I asked him, I said, Herman, what do you think about opening up this Little Red Beasley case? And he said, that's going to be my first priority.
All signs point to Frances Truesdale as a potential Black Widow killer responsible for the death of two husbands.
Very good. So, you all have a better case against Frances down here in South Carolina than we have against her in Virginia. How come y'all ain't trying her? And I said, well, we're working on trying to get her.
In our gut, we felt like she was the suspect that had committed the murder, but we really had no proof of it. And so
You run into that very frequently where you feel certain that this person is guilty, but you just can't prove it.
Despite a meticulous search of Jerry Truesdale's crime scene, police hadn't obtained sufficient evidence to charge and convict. Now, believing that Francis had killed before, Kazie's team focuses on murder.
They weren't necessarily fighting or talking about divorce maybe at that point, but she was having a very active lifestyle while her husband was on the road working. Barry told me that Francis was probably having an affair.
A search of the couple's financial records provides the final piece of the puzzle.
Barry was convinced that Frances Truesdale had killed her husband to gain a $250,000 life insurance policy. As far as I know, he was in perfectly good health at the time, and so the killing, in this case, appears to have been purely for financial gain.
Investigators now believe they know what really happened that fateful night on the highway.
In my head, she was driving the van, Jerry was sleeping in the back on the blanket and everything, and she shot it in the head.
I think she planned that whole trip, and I think she shot him, and then I think she disposed of that weapon, and Paul gave him enough time to probably bleed out, and then was calling for help, just like she tried to do with Little Red.
Her whole case, when they were investigating Jerry's murder, was that she didn't know anything about guns, so she couldn't possibly have been involved with shooting him. She didn't even know how to shoot a gun.
But detectives discover that Francis's claims don't hold water.
As Barry did more investigation, he found out that she was actually quite comfortable with weapons and had fired them on more than one occasion.
I took care of her at Fairfield Memorial Hospital on a Saturday and saw a gun in her pocketbook.
Miss Frances walked around in them days with a handgun in her purse all the time, and she was intimidating, so people were scared of her.
We surmised that possibly the gun had been in that purse, and that was the reason that she was very hesitant to let me touch it.
Although the case lacks a confession, a murder weapon, and indisputable forensic evidence, Virginia investigators believe the inconsistencies in Francis's story are enough to finally seek an indictment.
We didn't have a whole lot of physical evidence, and Barry's doing what he can, but it's not something that just falls in your lap. It's a lot of investigation, and Barry did a lot of legwork to pull that together.
Early November of 1990, we were told that we were going to be subpoenaed because they, in fact, charged her with the death, with the homicide.
It was big news that Frances had killed another man in Virginia, and basically the talk around town was that she probably killed Little Red Beasley as well.
What was going through my head after they found him? Jeff was coming for Little Red, that was going through my head.
Coming up, a long-dead victim helps make the case for murder.
He told us that a goon body,
In February of 1992, 50-year-old Frances Truesdale's murder trial gets underway in Roanoke, Virginia. She stands accused of killing her husband of 2 decades, 41-year-old Jerry Truesdale. Despite their belief Frances executed Jerry in cold blood, prosecutors are apprehensive about their lack of concrete evidence, and Frances knows it.
I think that she had pretty much already made up her mind that no one would convict her with the circumstantial evidence that we had, and so she was kind of emotionless.
Frances remains unmoved as witness after witness testifies to Frances's changing story and a history of gun-toting intimidation stretching back decades.
And I was the last person to testify. She just looked hard. She stared at me just like I just had never been stared at before. And when I finished and got
off of the witness stand and was walking out. I glanced at her, and it was like, I will get you.
A verdict comes swiftly.
I believe the jury may have been out a couple of hours. It was not a long time.
They did find her for second-degree murder, and that she was sentenced to a 20-year sentence in Virginia.
While Jerry Truesdale's family and supporters cheer Francis's conviction, the legal victory doesn't leave them entirely at ease.
I always had in the back of my mind that she may come up for parole one day and get it and get out.
I was glad that she was incarcerated, but I didn't think she got enough time for killing Jerry Truesdale.
Down in Fairfield County, South Carolina, Sheriff Herman Young and Coroner Joe Sylvia struggled to get their own day in court to get a first-degree murder conviction for the death of Little Red Beasley.
Herman Young, the sheriff, was somewhat frustrated. The case wasn't moving forward, and they wanted it to go to trial.
I knew deep down that, that the solicitor didn't want to try this case. I knew it. And of course, Herman Young knew it as well. But we kept working on it.
Well, the very thought that Francis Truesdale could be out without this case of Little Red Beasley's suicide being retried concerned a lot of people.
And Electric said, if you all would have done your job back in the days when Little Red Beasley got murdered by Francis, then my brother might still be alive today.
South Carolina state solicitor finally agreed, but with conditions.
He told us to exhume the body, so we exhumed the body. We had a forensic pathologist on site when it was being done.
In order to prove that Red Beasley didn't shoot himself, prosecutors need to track the path of the bullet that killed him 20 years ago.
They wanted to find out where the bullet had lodged in his mouth, and it was lodged in the roof on the red mouth.
Little Red, despite being basically completely paralyzed, has somehow managed to put the barrel in his mouth and using his left toe, which is one of the few things on his body, to move, kill himself.
There was no way he could have done any of that. Based on the exhumation evidence and eyewitness testimony, a grand jury indicts Francis Truesdale for the 1967 murder of Little Red Beasley. Her trial begins on November 18, 1996, nearly 30 years after the crime.
The first thing into my mind was, I cannot believe after all these years that I'm sitting here in the courtroom for Francis to just be done alone.
The trial that was decades in the making lasts a mere 2 days.
On November the 20th, 1996, Francis was found guilty.
The judge asked Francis if she wants to say anything up here, and she said, no, sir. So then the judge, sentenced her, told her she had life in prison without parole. Everyone greeted each other, cried on each other's shoulder, and they were, happy that justice had been served. I was very, very relieved that she had been convicted and that she would be in prison a long, long time, and she would not be able to get out and hurt anyone else.
In the years since Francis's conviction, the town hasn't lost sight of their victory.
They have other family members, and whenever they see me in the supermarket, they will always stop and speak to me, and they will thank me for my testimony that was given that day at the trial. My hat goes off to Herman Young and Gary Disease and Ann Ledford, the sister, because they were all instrumental in pushing and digging, and they kept on until they got what they needed to bring justice for the Beasley family, which was so long overdue. It really made me feel really good about law enforcement.
More than 30 years after his sentencing, William Michael Dennis still sits on death row. He is currently housed at San Quentin State Prison. violence breaks out at the headquarters of the country's most popular cartoonist, sending shockwaves through the country.
There was a shooting, and it was at Charles Schultz's offices.
This is the last thing you expect to happen. This was the case that was getting the media coverage. This was the case that people were paying attention to.
When the dust settles, Charles Schultz's second in command is desperately clinging for money.
He had gunshot wounds in his back.
Was this an active type shooter or targeted thing? Was there a suspect at large?
The search for the shooter will expose a crack in the picture-perfect lives of a local power couple.
He fell for a woman much younger than him. She wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. Charles Schultz had threatened both of them to stop this. She had this feeling of, I think, ultimate betrayal. She said, if I can't have it in this life, I'm sure as hell going to have it in the next one because we're both going to hell together.
Was this a crime of passion or something much more calculated?
I never had any doubt about her mental capacity. She planned it, premeditated it.
They saw her as this person who had lost everything. She talked about why she did it, how he had made her life miserable. I don't think anyone would say what she did was okay, but they can understand why she did it.
July 5th, 1995. It's a quiet morning in the sunny town of Santa Rosa, California. Nestled in the heart of wine country, this upscale, family-friendly town is known for its most famous resident, cartoonist and creator of the Peanuts comic strip, Charles Schultz.
I've lived in this county for almost 50 years now, and Sonoma County's all-time leading citizen, without question, is Charles Schultz. And everything he brought to this community, both in terms of Peanuts and his wife's philanthropy, Jean, she's a great philanthropist.
Santa Rosa is a larger town, but it still has a rural feel to it. I'm going to cruise around, I'm going to get to know my beat, get to know the people in my beat.
But just before 11 a.m., the serenity is shattered in the most unlikely of places.
The 911 call came in from someone who worked in the office.
This is the last thing you expect to happen in Charles Schultz's studio. This is a place where families come.
Within minutes, officers arrive on the scene.
There was a gentleman face down, not moving. There were people standing out front, and they were just deadpan. Normally on scenes like that, there's a lot of chaos, people are yelling, nobody was saying anything. That just really stood out to me as something very eerie. It was just very obvious that everybody was shocked.
Witnesses identify the victim as 53-year-old Ron Nelson, Charles Schultz's business manager.
He occupied a very prominent position in the whole Schultz operation. He had been working with Schultz from about 1972. He was the first vice president and the treasurer for the company, and he was very much involved in helping to develop and market products from Peanuts cartoon strip.
Mr. Nelson had gunshot wounds in his back. He was basically close to death at the event, mainly from blood loss.
Medics attend to Ron while officers race to clear the scene.
There was a lot of concern about, was this an active type shooter or was this a targeted thing? And, was there a suspect at large?
As officers secure the building, they find another injured person.
We had our weapons drawn for our safety, and we found a female laying on her back on the floor in the back pocket.
She had a gunshot wound to her chest.
She's conscious enough to identify herself as Shirley Nelson, Ron Nelson's wife.
It was not something that we ever responded to there. Why is this happening with me?
Pennsylvania on January 18, 1930, Shirley DeLong was always taking care of others. She was always very caring. She loved animals. She loved sports. She loved people. She didn't really talk about her childhood or siblings or parents or anything like that. She never really delved a lot into the past. Like many young girls, Shirley dreamed of falling in love and starting a family. Her first marriage was very, very young, and he was Catholic, and their family expected an abundance of children. And that was very difficult for her because she had tried so very long to get pregnant, and every month it was such a disappointment to her. She very much wanted children, but she was never able to. The family was kind of cruel to her because of their religion. They somehow ended up getting an annulment. They were married for a very short time, but I do not know for how long. Not long after her first marriage ended, Shirley remarried in 1954, and she cheerfully gained 2 stepchildren. After her first marriage, she had met my grandfather, and she was in our life from the day that I was born. She was always there.
My impression was that her pattern was to build her world around a man.
Shirley gave her all for her new family, but that marriage also ended. I don't know anything about their marriage, just that they were married for about 12 years. The split left a significant hole in Shirley's life.
She had no professional training, no skills outside of the home.
Shirley struggled to find her own identity as a new divorcee. But that all changed when she met handsome 24-year-old graduate Ron Nelson in 1966.
Her and Ron met in a bar in Minneapolis. He had just graduated and got his CPA. She was out as a girlfriend. She was about 11 or 12 years older than Ron.
She was older than Ron, but I don't ever feel like she felt that was holding their relationship back.
She never, ever looked her age. She looked very young. She loved that. No one could guess her age. And Ron liked that too. She was always very well dressed, and he liked to show her off.
In Ron, Shirley finally found someone who made her feel fulfilled.
Ron knew that Shirley couldn't have children, and he was okay with that.
After less than a year of dating, the two tied the knot in 1967, and shortly after, Ron landed a coveted job within the Charles Schultz empire.
Mr. Nelson was the business manager for Charles Schultz.
Ron did a lot of licensing agreements around the world. It was a vast, vast empire of stuff everywhere.
Ron's prestigious position came with an equally elite paycheck.
They got swept up into the world that they lived in for so long, in the Schultz universe. And it's a pretty dynamic place to be.
Her marriage to him gave her access to the Charles Schultz community, society.
They lived in a country club in Santa Rosa. They did live on the golf course.
They had a pretty strong practice of getting out in the golf cart, bringing their little dog, and playing a few holes at the end of each day.
Shirley and Ron did dinner parties. They traveled. They did golf tournaments and fundraisers and so forth. They were just caught up in a whirlwind, a grand life, really.
She had a bit of an arrogance about her from being in that position of, wealth and her husband being well known.
In May of 1995, the Nelsons celebrated their 28th wedding anniversary. On the surface, it seems like Shirley and Ron are living the dream. But on July 5th, 1995, the two are clinging to life after suffering gunshot wounds.
They found Mr. Nelson out in front of the office of Charles Schultz. He was almost dead.
Inside, officers radio for paramedics to help Shirley.
My job is to make sure that the scene is safe, so my priority was locating a weapon. Where was the gun?
Coming up, a high-stakes love triangle is revealed.
He was aware that there was some marital problems.
Everybody was shocked at what had happened.
I don't think she could handle it, and she didn't.
If I can't have him, you're not going to have me either.
July 5th, 1995. Santa Rosa detectives are called to the scene of a shooting at the offices of Peanuts creator Charles Schultz. First responders attend to the injured couple, Ron and Shirley Nelson, as officers search for the murder weapon.
He had multiple gunshot wounds in his back, and at least one of them penetrated up through his pancreas, his liver, all the way up through his abdomen area.
Paramedics rush Ron to the hospital.
He had lost his pulse, dropped his blood pressure, and I think he was also DOA.
Meanwhile, after a thorough search of the Schultz offices, investigators locate a crucial piece of evidence.
There was this .357 Magnum gun, pretty big gun.
The sergeant came in and told me that the weapon had been located. The concern now was to make sure that both of these people received medical care.
Paramedics hurry Shirley to the hospital.
From the very beginning, an officer is assigned to Shirley. They actually ride in the ambulance with her to the hospital.
And what Shirley reveals to first responders is downright shocking.
They said, "What happened?" And she replied, "I shot him. I shot my husband. Is the son of a bitch dead?" And she said, "I shot myself." She was very agitated, very angry, and kept repeating, "Did I kill him? I hope he's dead."
It became apparent pretty quickly that it was, a domestic situation and that Shirley had done the shooting.
When she arrived, I'm not sure she had much of a pulse.
She was eventually resuscitated and had surgery to repair her injuries.
There was a lot of damage, and it was a very serious surgery, and they weren't sure she was going to make it.
Ron was in the same situation. They were struggling to revive him, bring him back.
As doctors work to save Ron and Shirley's lives, detectives at Schultz Enterprises try to make sense of the crime scene.
We have all the people at the scene who had information about what had occurred. We just start delegating. You interview this person, you interview this person.
According to Ron's coworkers, just before 11 that morning, Shirley drove up to the office in a car no one recognized.
She just wanted to be able to get access to the office without being detected. I think that if her car had pulled in, there was a chance that someone else would let her husband know that she was arriving.
She parked right in the front, got out of the car, and walked in. She had these great big sunglasses on.
But investigators say Shirley's efforts to go undetected were misguided.
It was just bizarre. Anybody who saw her said, "Oh, there's Shirley, dressed weird."
I mean, she's very distinctive, and they would have known who she was. They were very familiar with her.
Shirley Nelson come in there and said to the receptionist, "Is he in there?" And then she went into his office. He stood up and she shot him twice in the back. And apparently fired at least 2 other rounds and missed him. There was no doubt that she was the one who shot him.
Detectives are eager to talk to a key witness, Ron's closest colleague, his boss, Charles Schultz.
He actually said he didn't even hear the gunshots because His office was at the other end of the building.
Mr. Schultz says though he didn't see the shooting, he thinks he knows what caused it.
He was aware that there was some marital problems because I think Shirley and Ron and Jean Schultz and Charlie, I think they had a social relationship, outside of work also. And he was aware that the relationship was not going well.
He said Ron had an affair with his secretary, and it was something that he kept hidden for a while.
Ron, he was 50-something at the time. She was, I believe she was 41.
He fell for a woman who was much younger than him in his work situation.
Mr. Schultz says he hoped Ron and his secretary Eileen Christensen would break it off.
Schultz disapproved and said that they should find a way to end it. His concern was that it could lead to some kind of sexual harassment lawsuit.
He was very adamant. He had been very vocal and had threatened both of them to stop this or that they were both risking termination.
He warned him not to do it, and he did it anyway.
Family members say just a month before the shooting, Ron finally came clean with Shirley, and she took the news pretty hard.
She was physically upset, tearful, hysterical would probably be a better word. The fact that it was his secretary and they were working together was a big blow.
Shirley, historically, she builds her life around her man. She viewed, I need to keep a perfect home. My man comes home, he has to have his drink ready for him, dinner ready, on the table. That's who she was.
Though blindsided by the affair, Shirley's closest friends say the relationship had started deteriorating much earlier.
Shirley had a stroke in 1991, and I think that was the point where Ron just realized she is much older and that he saw then that age gap. And I think slowly but surely that chipped away at him. That changed her quite a bit. She didn't have any physical signs of stroke, but that was an eye-opener of where her age possibly was and her health.
Obviously, it exposed her fragility. I think that impacted him and his view of her being with a significantly older woman, and I think that changed the relationship.
Friends tell detectives after her stroke, Shirley was determined to get the relationship back on track.
She had tried dressing nicer, which she was very well dressed and very put together. She tried to lose weight, to tone her muscles. Her goal was just to win him back.
After speaking to witnesses at the scene, authorities shift their focus to the car Shirley drove to the office and identify it as a rental vehicle.
We found out it was registered at whatever rental fleet, and we just start backtracking. And then that leads us to, hey, did you guys rent this car? Who'd you rent it to? And that's how that starts.
To detectives, the rental car suggests Shirley was attempting to enter the office unnoticed.
I think that if her car had pulled in, there was a chance that someone else would let her husband know that she was arriving. He could have gotten out of there before she got to his office.
With little evidence left behind in the car, detectives head to the rental agency.
That's what Shirley's car was. So we served a search warrant on that to get inside the car.
Inside Shirley's personal vehicle, detectives find .357 caliber bullets and a receipt for a Smith & Wesson revolver.
She had purchased this gun at Montana Hockey.
Police interviewed the owner of the gun shop about how she bought the gun.
The timing of Shirley's visit to the gun store falls eerily in line with the demise of the Nelson marriage.
By June 8th, I believe, Ron had already left the house and had moved out. And she went to this gun shop around June 15th.
She had gone down to the store to buy the gun and filled out the paperwork.
But state law says there's got to be this 2-week waiting period, so a background check can be done.
The gun store owner says in the interim, Shirley took lessons.
She met a man named Mac Scott, who's an ex-sheriff's officer in the county, and Mac had an indoor gun range. He gave her lessons and started teaching her how to shoot this .357.
She was going down there, on a fairly regular basis, practicing and shooting the guys.
Coming up. Against all odds, Shirley and Ron survive, each with their own crazy story to tell.
She said to him, "You destroyed my life. You're going to hell with me."
And investigators wonder, was there another intended target?
Shirley expressed a lot more disdain for Eileen than she did for Ron.
She commented that she wished she had taken her too.
It's been 9 hours since police found Ron Nelson and his wife Shirley gunned down at the offices of America's most beloved cartoons.
Because it happened at the Charles Schultz property, a very famous Santa Rosa landmark, there was a lot of talk about what happened, obviously, because it was such a violent crime. So it was an extreme amount of media attention from all over.
As the hospital staff continues life-saving efforts on Ron, authorities get word that against all odds, Shirley has survived the shooting.
She had a point-blank .357 Magnum gunshot wound straight to her chest. So how she survived it, I don't know. They didn't either, because they thought for sure she wasn't going to make it. But she did.
When we were notified that she was stable and out of surgery, that's when we went over to interview her. Obviously, there's a lot of laws about interviewing people that are suspected of crimes. So I needed to make sure she understood I was with the police department, that I wanted to ask her questions.
At approximately 6:30 p.m. on July 5th, detectives meet with their shooter and make sure she is capable of answering questions.
I wanted to be sure that she understood who I was and why I was there. I was trying to establish if she was able to comprehend what was really going on. If she was coherent enough. And she seemed pretty clear about the events of what happened. I started asking her what happened, and she said she shot herself in the chest. She was pretty clear that she wanted to kill her husband and kill herself.
Since Shirley has no previous criminal record, investigators must determine if she fully understands her actions.
During her statements to police, she very freely admitted that she went there to shoot her husband.
She made a comment about all of this over a motel room, something to that effect, and how she was sorry that Ron wasn't dead.
She talked about why she did it, how it made her life miserable, and she couldn't see any other way out.
Because her identity was so closely tied to Ron. When he is telling her this relationship is ending, to her mind, it wasn't just that their marriage was ending. It was, in some respects, her life was ending.
She just kept saying that there was no life for her without him, and that she felt that she couldn't go on without him, and that if she couldn't go on, he wasn't going to go on either. She did say several times, he's not going to leave me like garbage.
Though Shirley is clearly distraught over Ron's affair, an aspect of her story catches investigators off guard.
In the hospital bed, when she was talking to police, she said very glowing things about him and talked about him as a sweet man. Her identity was wrapped up in being Mrs. Ron Nelson.
I think Shirley saw her marriage as really close to perfect. Initially, she thought maybe this is a midlife crisis, this is a temporary kind of thing, and so she initially starts, I think, trying to win him back or to convince him that this is nothing serious. And things deteriorate from there.
She felt that Eileen had seen this opportunity and then betrayed her, betrayed him, betrayed Mr. Schultz as well. I think Shirley expressed a lot more disdain for Eileen
than she did for Ron as it all went down, and that she was never willing to put him in the same light that she put Eileen in. She did have hopes they were going to get back together. And what friends were saying, she was working out at the gym with a personal instructor more often.
As investigators dig deeper, they uncover some disturbing information.
Shirley is trying to win Ron back, and at the same time, I think she's becoming increasingly disturbed and distraught. She's talking to her friends, and she tells them, hey, this person is destroying my life. All of the anger and rage I think that she felt initially toward Ron is now directed toward Emily.
Shirley had talked about giving money to Eileen or even buying her a house if she would cease the affair with her husband.
When that didn't work, Shirley developed a new strategy. Shirley says she was prepared to put her firearms training to the test, but things didn't go exactly as planned.
He stood up and she shot him twice in the back, and apparently fired at least 2 other rounds and missed him.
When I asked her about the actual shooting, she talked about how she was moving around while she was firing, and that's why she didn't successfully kill Ron. That something had gone wrong.
And according to Shirley, there was one more mark she missed that day.
She apparently missed being able to shoot Eileen Christensen.
She also commented that she wished she had taken her too.
While Shirley spills her innermost thoughts to investigators, they learn Ron has miraculously survived his injuries.
He was shot in the kidney, in the lung, in the intestines, and also it nicked his artery as well. He had lost a lot of blood, but they were able to obviously revive him and save him.
Investigators are anxious to interview Ron and rush to his hospital bedside.
I did interview him. He was conscious. He was aware. We had a conversation, and he gave me a little bit of a history, but we didn't get too much given his condition.
Ron confirms to police that while the couple had been separated for about a month, they were still in touch.
On some occasions, Shirley and Ron had sexual encounters, and he would say things to her in her mind that were giving her impression he was thinking about coming back.
You still wanting to hang on to Shirley, still maintain that friendship, that camaraderie, that relationship, and yet he's clearly not willing to give this other person up. You have somebody who, in some respects, maybe getting the best of both worlds for a little bit.
Coming up, shocking allegations are exposed.
The day before the shooting, they were out on the golf course, and many people witnessed their argument.
That to her was like the dagger. That was like him saying to her, I want something you can't give me.
And all eyes are on Santa Rosa as an unexpected person rushes to Shirley Nelson's defense.
He loved Shirley. He said that he was never going to let her spend a day in jail. It wasn't going to happen.
Investigators are interviewing Ron Nelson after he has survived an alleged murder-suicide attempt by his wife, Shirley Nelson. Ron has just admitted that during his affair with Eileen, he was still sleeping with Shirley.
Shirley is a very fragile, broken person. You're showing up and having sex. I mean, that's pretty mixed signals.
Ron says on July 4th, he met Shirley to tell her their marriage was over for good.
The day before the shooting, they were out on the golf course, and many people witnessed their argument. He kept at her and was telling her she wasn't good enough.
And that's when investigators say Ron dropped the final bombshell.
Ron said, "You're old. I found someone younger.
we're having children, we're going to build a life.
When Shirley and Ron first got together, they talked about it, made a decision they weren't going to have kids. However, as we all know, those things can change. I didn't want to have kids, and now I do. And in Shirley's case, I can't. This is impossible for me.
I think that to her was like the dagger. You know, that was like him saying to her, I want something you can't give me, and I have somebody else who can maybe give it to me.
And I think it really is the first time that Shirley realized I have permanently lost him.
Ron believes that conversation is likely what led to the next morning's horrific events.
When she walked in, she said some things to him. She said to him, "You destroyed my life. You're going to hell with me." Words to that effect. I think he instantly realized what she was trying to do, and he was trying to escape. He sort of tried to crouch down to get away from it, and he was hit twice by the bullets.
There were 5 bullets in the gun, and she fired all 5 of them. The final bullet was the one she shot herself with.
Because it happened so quickly, there wasn't a lot of in-depth, what'd you do next? What'd you do next?
Detectives leave Ron to rest and secure a warrant to search the home he once shared with Shirley.
We believe there'd be evidence of a crime at the house.
And secure a warrant.
We got in there, and on the table, he had a variety of different letters to different people.
She had left some of their wedding photographs out, along with 10 letters that she had written, both to friends and also to Charles Schultz. When you read the letters, it was mainly about the depth of love she had for Ron. Despite all the things that he was doing to her, she wanted to be with this man. She said, if I can't have him in this life, I'm sure as hell going to have him in the next one, because we're both going to hell together. And she then started this process of getting her financial business in order. She wrote letters to all of her friends saying goodbye and explaining what she was doing.
On July 6th, less than 24 hours after she attempted to kill her husband, detectives arrest Shirley Nelson.
I went to the hospital where Shirley was, walked in, identified myself, from Sweat Home San Jose Police Department, and I'm placing you in arrest for the attempted murder of your husband, Ron Nelson. I think she was anticipating it.
In the following days, she remained at the hospital because of her injuries and because of her mental state.
It was the treating psychiatrist who said things like she was delusional. She felt like she was going to join with him, and in the afterlife and those kind of things. This is somebody who needs ongoing care. That if she doesn't have some ongoing care and more intensive care than we can provide here, she may do it again. She may hurt herself. So we need for her to get some more treatment before we can release her.
She was at the mental health facility for a period of time, and then when they released her, she went to county jail.
The judge didn't want to give bail to her, but I was able to convince the judge that as a matter of law, she was entitled to bail. And he reluctantly said, okay, $2 million. Well, at that time, $2 million bail was unheard of around here.
The price tag seemed outrageous, but soon an unlikely and powerful ally steps in to help.
He said that he was never going to let her spend a day in jail. It wasn't going to happen. He loved Shirley. He respected Shirley.
Coming up, Shirley's mysterious benefactor is revealed.
I find out that he's ready to put up a $2 million cashier's check to bail her out.
And will Shirley's story resonate with a jury?
The media was pretty hard on her.
One of the quotes that I recall was, money talks and privilege walks.
September 1995. It's been 2 months since Shirley Nelson attempted to kill her husband Ron before turning the gun on herself at the offices of Charles Schultz.
This was the case that was getting the media coverage. This was the case that people were paying attention to.
With bail set at $2 million, it appears Shirley Nelson will remain in jail. But the community is stunned once again when Santa Rosa's favorite citizen offers to help her.
The next day, I find out that Mr. Schultz is ready to put up a $2 million cashier's check to bail her out.
He also recognized, knowing Shirley and who she was, that this was completely out of character for her and that she needed help. She didn't need to be locked away in a prison. He called me up and said, "Got the money? Let's go get her."
After she was released from custody on bail, she rented a place in Oakmont, clear on the opposite side of town from where Mr. Nelson was still living in the family home.
There was controversy over her not being in jail because people felt that there was a double standard for people who had money and also people who had notoriety or celebrity status.
The media was pretty hard on her. She was wrong. She was.
Despite his close relationship with Ron, popular cartoonist Charles Schultz remains steadfast in his support of Shirley.
Charles Schultz, he made a very strong statement at that point to Eileen and to Ron. I don't like what you did, and I'm willing to support her.
On April 23, 1996, nearly a year after the shooting, Shirley's attorneys hope the jury will be as understanding of their client's plight.
Shirley was charged with attempted murder.
The whole crux of the case was what her mental state was at the time, whether she was capable of premeditating, having the rational ability to do this.
Shirley pled not guilty by reason of insanity.
Prosecutors allege Shirley knew exactly what she was doing.
I never had any doubt about her mental capacity. She knew it was against the law. She knew it was criminal behavior. She intended to kill her husband, and that she planned it, premeditated it, and went through a series of steps to carry it out.
Going and buying a weapon and learning how to shoot a weapon, those are not things you do in the heat of the moment or a passion. Those are things that take time.
The defense counters by arguing that Shirley was in an emotional freefall following the separation from her husband.
She fell apart pretty hard. He was her everything. Her identity was him, being his wife and his partner. And so it was pretty devastating for her. Shirley is trying to win Ron back. And at the same time, I think she's becoming increasingly disturbed and distraught.
These are all things that are kind of building up each day and then culminate with the argument on July 4th.
An argument the defense says finally broke her.
She always wanted children. So that had this feeling of, I think, ultimate betrayal. Certainly was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back.
With both sides passionate about their stance, no one knows which way the jury will go.
It was a hung jury 9-3 in favor of acquittal of first 3 attempted murder charge. I think at least 9 of the jurors did not believe that she had the requisite state of mind to be a cold-blooded killer. They saw her as this profoundly depressed person who had lost everything, that she was compromised mentally by her situation.
I think many members in the community, not just those 12, think, hey, before you start, cheating on your wife, end your marriage. There's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. I don't think anyone would say what she did was okay, but they can understand why she did it.
Rather than opting for a retrial that might elicit the same outcome, prosecutors offer Shirley a deal.
Her plea agreement was that she pled guilty to attempted murder, which made her technically eligible for probation.
On April 16, 1997, Shirley accepts a plea bargain of 1 year in jail, 5 years probation, and 3,000 hours of community service.
I do think the sentence was extremely lenient for attempting to kill somebody.
This case did generate a fair amount of controversy. One of the quotes that I recall was that money talks and privilege walks.
In the end, Shirley serves about 6 months behind bars.
The other time she was basically in a mental facility. I think that being in custody and doing all the hours of community service at the Santa Rosa Food Bank were transformative for her.
It gave her a chance in a very weird and strange way to find a purpose in life again.
When she went to jail, she talked a lot about the girls that she met there. I really believe that those women helped Grandma to understand she could rebuild her life.
I believe that she was a different person in the retrospect, that she saw things in other people that maybe she hadn't seen before or just had her eyes closed to.
27 years later, Shirley's story continues to be shared in hopes that it inspires others battling with their mental health to seek help.
We need to re-educate ourselves so that there are avenues and ways for people and places for them to deal with these things so that they don't get to the desperate position of either wanting to kill themselves or somebody else.
It's so important to get help in those situations because there is always life on the other side of that. I feel like Grandma went full circle. She regretted it. She said time and time again, I'm glad he didn't die. She forgave herself. And I think that was a big part of healing. She did a lot of volunteering. That was her life. I think she did a lot of good. She did a lot more good than she would have if she would have gone to jail for the rest of her life.
Ron and Shirley Nelson divorced in early 1997. Shortly after, Ron married Eileen Christensen. After Shirley was released from jail on September 22, 1997, she moved back to her country club home. She died in 2008 at the age of 78.
After a turbulent childhood, he found happiness in his later years.
I think everybody here thought he'd kind of put his past behind him and was starting his life over again.
She was a single mother with 3 kids.
She was raising her 3 kids. She felt like she was on her own. She just wanted a better life for us.
Their unlikely friendship gave them both new hope.
He spent money on the kids. Just seemed like he really loved the family.
Until the unthinkable happens and tears their world apart.
I yelled his name and he just laying there, there's blood everywhere.
It looked like someone had just splattered paint all over the walls.
This seems like someone with some experience committed this crime.
As the investigation begins, detectives question if a big city crime has made its home in their quaint Tennessee town.
He portrayed himself as being connected to the mafia in New York City.
As investigators probe deeper into the mystery, buried secrets are uncovered.
He was very controlling through everything. When she would eat, when she would shower, what she decided to order at a restaurant.
He digs it up, he opens it up, and there's a pill bottle.
The first question was, how did you find this stuff? I said, now tell me what happened.
May 19th, 2015, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. At 8:50 p.m., 16-year-old Josh Brown arrives at a senior living complex to check on a family friend, Sam John Passarella.
No one had spoken to Mr. Passarella since the night before. Josh had been to football practice earlier in the day and had came by to check on him.
When he got to Sam's residence, he checked the door and it was unlocked. He went on in. He called out for Uncle Tony as Josh called Sam Passarella. And Uncle Tony did not answer. The bedroom door was closed, so he knocked on the bedroom door. There was no answer, so he opened the door.
What Josh finds behind the door sends him tearing out of the house, frantically dialing 911.
911, what address is your emergency? The clock is senior home. I just came from Uncle Tony's house, and I opened the door, and he's laying on the bed, he's dead.
You can tell just from listening to the 911 call from the tone of his voice. I mean, this is like a 16-year-old boy. He is frantic. He is terribly upset.
You're for sure that he is not breathing? I yelled his name, and he's just laying there, his blood everywhere.
When officers arrive at the complex, they're confronted by a horrific scene inside Sam John Passarella's bedroom.
It looked like someone had taken a paintbrush, basically, and just splattered blood all over the walls and the ceiling. This is one of the bloodiest crime scenes I've ever seen.
Sam John Passarella was born on August 6, 1945, into a large Italian-American family in New York City.
Sam John had a charismatic sense too. You know, he had the personality that just, it attracted people. But Sam John had a knack always of seeming to be in trouble in the big city of New York.
Just before Sam John started high school, his family shipped the troublemaker off to rural Lawrence County, Tennessee, where another branch of the Passarella family lived.
His family sent Sam down in hopes that his uncle and their family would have some good influences on him.
He first became known as a musician, as a singer. He and some of his friends started a band, a dance band, that would play at parties and dances and clubs.
It was back in the early 70s, and he was like a crooner. He just knew how to get the crowd in the palm of his hand. He really was an entertainer.
Sam John moved to Nashville after high school to try to make it big in the music scene there.
While he was waiting for his chance at fame, Sam John fell back into the mischievous habits of his youth.
He began the business of counterfeiting and buying and selling stolen property, selling drugs, portrayed himself as being connected to the mob or the mafia in New York City.
Sam John fell into even more trouble in 1982, when a man named Monty Hudson allegedly cheated him and his gang out of thousands of dollars by selling them a batch of counterfeit silver.
Once they found out that the silver was fake, they abducted Mr. Hudson and his wife at gunpoint in the parking lot of a motel. Sam John and another man took Monty Hudson with them in their vehicle, and that was the last time he was ever seen, until they found his body.
They could never actually pin the murder on Sam John. They did have enough evidence to convict him of the kidnapping of both Monty and Liz. And so Sam was sentenced to 20 years and then I believe 50 years plus life.
Facing the prospect of life behind bars, the former tough guy mellowed out in prison.
They let him run a greenhouse while he was in there, and his plants and all just flourished. There was an article in National Geographic about Sam John having a special touch for plants.
Sam John Passarella served around 30 years in prison before winning an appeal and being released in 2013.
Me and my Uncle Nick went over and picked him up when they let him out. It was quite a change. You sit over there 25, 30 years, you're definitely not the same person.
Just shy of his 69th birthday, Sam John moved into the Crockett Senior Living Complex in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
Mr. Passarella was the gardener, and he prided himself on flowers there at the apartment complex.
Most people who had lived around Lawrence County was aware of Sam John Passarella and his past.
I think everybody here thought he'd kind of put his past behind him and was starting his life over again. People in the community loved him.
One of those people in the community that grew especially close to Sam John was 31-year-old Crystal Gregoire. Despite their age difference, she and Sam related on their rough upbringings.
We had a pretty rough childhood. It was my mother and us 4 girls. My dad left us when I think my oldest sister was about 5.
Born on November 26, 1980 in Des Allemands, Louisiana, Crystal was the third of 4 children.
My mom's the one that's kind of like outgoing. She's the most outgoing of the 4. She's very like go with the flow type of woman.
Seeking structure in her life, Crystal worked briefly as a police officer after high school and then bounced from job to job. She also gave birth to 3 kids by the age of 20.
After she had Josh and Mariah with their dad, she eventually got married to my dad and had me in 2000.
The marriage ended after only a few years, and Crystal quickly rebounded.
She was with my stepdad when I turned 3. But eventually, my mom and my stepdad were just getting into it a lot, and she just wanted a change for her 3 kids.
He had an offshore job, and that put a lot of time and miles between the 2 of them that wore on their relationship quite a bit. She had a pretty rough time. I encouraged her to move here just to have my support so I can help her with the children.
In 2012, Crystal ended the relationship and moved from Converse, Louisiana to Loretto, Tennessee for a fresh start.
She just wanted a better life for us. I think moving to Tennessee was the best thing my mom ever did for me personally.
She was working at a plant here in Pulaski and she excelled. She moved her stuff up like really quick, ended up being like one of the lead positions.
Crystal began a relationship with a local man named Jonathan Howell, and soon the 2 were engaged. It was through Jonathan that she met Sam John Passarella. The 2 warm-hearted free spirits became fast friends.
Sam John didn't request for us to call him Uncle Tony. My mom came up with it because he's from Brooklyn. I would say that my brother was over at Sam John's house a lot more, and I guess he found a father figure in Sam John some way.
But at the age of 69, Sam John's health took a turn, scaring his loved one.
He had been suffering from pneumonia, congestive heart failure, hepatitis, just a myriad of health problems.
In the spring of 2015, Sam John had went into the hospital for some diabetic problems, and it severely weakened him.
As Sam John recovered in the Crockett Senior Living Complex, Crystal and her family were right by his side.
Crystal was very close to Sam also, and spent quite a bit of time over at Sam's apartment with him, and that sometimes people would come in and she would actually be sitting beside him in the bed.
But Sam John's homecoming would be short-lived. On May 19, 2015, he is found dead in his home by Crystal's son Josh. After Josh calls 911, police rush to the apartment and find a gruesome scene.
police start canvassing the area, going to these neighboring apartments, knocking on doors, asking, did you see anything? Did you hear anything?
Coming up, detectives narrow in on potential suspects.
Whoever committed this crime had a fairly decent working knowledge of the anatomy of the throat.
So now you're wondering, is this some sort of mob hit?
I was under the impression that they weren't really telling us everything that they knew.
On May 19, 2015, local and state law enforcement in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, are on the scene of a brutal murder. The victim is 69-year-old Sam John Passarella.
The victim is laying in his bed, crossways up the bed, with his feet in the floor.
There's a large pool of blood underneath his head. He very obviously had been beaten with some type of object about the head.
The wounds that I observed on Sam, a lot of them have half moon shapes. That's very typical of a hammer or possibly a pike that has a rounded end on it.
In addition to the blunt force trauma wounds, officers notice a deep gash in Sam John's neck.
It appeared that perhaps the vein in his neck had been cut with a knife, because very obviously there was a great deal of blood coming from the wound in his neck.
Whoever committed this crime had a fairly decent working knowledge of the anatomy of the throat, or at least what would ensure a for sure death.
Based on the positioning of Sam John's body, detectives suspect he had no idea what was about to happen.
Someone was standing behind him when they struck him, and then he fell directly backwards and tried to protect himself with his hands because there were wounds on his arms from where he had tried to defend himself.
There's a knife in his hand. The knife was a large bread knife. It looked out of place because there was no blood on it. And that wouldn't be my first choice of a defensive weapon.
When detectives search the rest of the apartment, they are most struck by what they don't find.
The victim was known for carrying large amounts of cash and prescription medication, and there was no prescription medication or money located in the crime scene.
There was a possibility of maybe some drugs that might have been a motive, somebody trying to break in, take his drugs.
As investigators continue logging evidence throughout the house, the clues paint a peculiar picture.
In the victim's bathroom, the lid was closed on the toilet. Upon opening the lid, the victim's cell phone was located inside.
When I entered the kitchen, I was specifically looking for a set of knives that knife that was in Sam's hand may have come from, and the largest knife in the wood block was missing. It did match the one that was in the bedroom in Sam's hand. There was a bottle of bleach sitting there. If it had been used, it will destroy any DNA or blood evidence that might have been present.
Detectives now suspect they may be dealing with a professional killer, especially considering Sam John's well-known past.
From what I understand about Sam, he liked the people to think he was maybe connected with the mafia. Then he's found murdered in a very bloody scene, and it looks like someone with some knowledge had tried to clean up the crime scene. So now you're wondering, is this some sort of mob hit?
After assessing the scene, detectives head outside to speak with 16-year-old Josh Brown, Sam John's close friend and the one who discovered his body.
Josh's mother, Crystal Gregoire, was there comforting Josh, taking care of him.
He was crying so hard. He was so distraught. He still had the phone in his hand and just crying. I mean, uncontrollably.
Detectives pull Josh aside and ask him when he last saw Sam John. Josh says it was the previous night, May 18th, 2015.
He and Crystal had gone to Sam's and they had supper. They left there and arrived home, which was in Lawrenceburg City, somewhere around 10:30 p.m.
Josh says that Sam John seemed to be in good spirits and promised to come to Josh's sister's 8th grade graduation the next day, but he never showed.
It was very uncommon for someone in Josh's family not to speak to Mr. Passarella in a day's time.
Josh was very close to Mr. Passarella from all accounts. Mr. Passarella is sort of like a mentor to him. He stayed with Mr. Passarella sometimes.
Obviously, if you're an investigator, your ears perk up then because you think, well, if this kid is there a lot, maybe he knows about some other people's comings and goings. You know who might be mad at Mr. Passarella. You hear him say he was mad at somebody.
Josh says that despite his past, Sam John didn't have any problems in the community.
I think most people in this area didn't think about his past, that he had served his time, and he was a different person when he came out. And that was all behind him.
Determining that Josh is not a suspect, detectives thank him for his time and turn to his mother, Crystal Gregoire.
Investigators want to talk to Ms. Gregoire because, based on Josh's statement, she has been shown to be someone that could give some information about with whom Mr. Passarella had dealings.
Detectives ask to meet with her the next day for a more formal interview, and she agrees. The next afternoon, May 20th, 2015, detectives arrive at the home of Crystal and her fiancé, Jonathan Howell.
In this meeting that Ms. Gregoire has with officers, she tells them that her relationship with Mr. Passarella was a very close relationship.
She was just really down. My mom just kept saying, who would do this? Who would do this?
Crystal confirms her son's story about eating with Sam John the night before his murder.
When they left at approximately 9 p.m., Mr. Passarella was fine. She was expecting to hear from Mr. Passarella.
She and Josh, after dinner, had gone home to their home. Jonathan was there at the house, and they simply stayed at home that night. Jonathan corroborated the story.
Jonathan says that he hadn't left the house at all on the 18th. But when detectives try and press the couple further, they clam up.
I didn't think she was real forthcoming, and I really didn't think Jonathan was very forthcoming either. So I was under the impression that they weren't really telling us everything that they knew. So basically,
detectives hope that Sam John's phone, collected from a toilet at the crime scene, may offer them a clue to the murderer's identity. But lab technicians have bad news.
they were able to give us a report fairly quickly that the cell phone had sustained such damage that they were not going to be able to retrieve any information from it itself.
It was obvious there was something on that phone someone didn't want us to find.
As investigators re-strategize, they receive an unexpected phone call from Crystal Gregoire.
Crystal volunteered that she had some information she needed to give us that she did not want to talk about from Jonathan.
Coming up, had Sam John been keeping a deadly secret?
The past is coming back to catch up with us.
He had plenty of time to come back and kill Sam, and didn't leave town again.
On May 21st, 2015, 3 days after the brutal murder of 69-year-old Sam John Passarella, Sam's closest friend, 35-year-old Crystal Gregoire, tells police that she wasn't entirely transparent in their initial interview.
Jonathan was not at home the second time that they talked to her. She tells them that she and Sam had a romantic relationship, that they loved one another.
Crystal says she was drawn to Sam John's kindness and attentiveness.
Although Mr. Passarella was in such poor health he could not engage in the sexual relationship, they slept together, they cuddled, they kissed, they hugged.
Sam John took care of her children, and that he was a mentor to them. He helped her monetarily.
Crystal tells police that although Sam John was a gentleman to her and her family, she knew he had a darker side. In fact, she claims she first met Sam John because he was her fiance's drug dealer.
Sam actually, since he had been out of the penitentiary, had created a small network of friends and new acquaintances, and actually had his own small little enterprise going there where he was buying prescription drugs and then reselling them.
Crystal told detectives on the evening of the 18th that Sam had mentioned having business with a guy later that night.
She told Sam or asked him to contact her whenever the meeting was over, and that she had not heard from him since.
Crystal says she suspects Sam's meeting had something to do with a case the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was building against him.
She says that 3 or 4 weeks prior to Sam's death, that he was in a nursing home, and the man comes in with these documents that are actually TBI discoveries.
The TBI discovery documents revealed names, prices, amounts of marijuana that was being moved from Texas to Lawrence County, Tennessee, as part of a drug pipeline.
The information that was encompassed inside those documents linked Sam to some drug cases that were going on and incriminated him.
According to Crystal, Sam John knew there was a snitch in his operation, and he quickly pinned down who it might be.
Sam deducted from the paperwork that another guy who was just an acquaintance of his from North Carolina, Sean Tierney, appeared to be providing information.
Sean Tierney, also known as Big New York. Tierney's normal procedure apparently was to make a trip to Lawrence County about once a month to get a prescription for narcotic pills, go fill the prescription locally, and give the pills to Sam to sell. In exchange for that, Sean would be paid.
Crystal says that Sam John was livid about Sean's supposed betrayal.
He was very suspicious of Mr. Tierney. He had indicated to Crystal that he was going to confront him about whether or not he was snitching.
This seemed to be a very big lead for us. There could have definitely been some beef between Sam John and Tierney over these documents.
So that, leaves the possibility out there that Sam has confronted them or has threatened them, and maybe they've decided they're going to get rid of him before he gets rid of them.
On May 22nd, detectives call Sean Tierney. He agrees to meet with police in 2 days. While they wait, detectives pull Sean's phone records.
We began looking into Mr. Tierney and discovered he had been in town on May 18th. He had visited a local nurse practitioner. Sean had also been to a local pharmacy.
By 4 p.m., the cell tower records tell us that he's leaving Martinsburg headed west toward Jackson, Tennessee. By 5 o'clock, his phone goes dead. We lose him somewhere around Union City, which is west of Jackson.
For detectives, Sean's missing phone records are a major red flag.
When I saw that Big New York's phone died around 5 o'clock, I felt like there's a good possibility he may have turned it off. And he came back and robbed Sam and killed him.
On May 24th, Sean arrives at the police station. He confesses to providing Sam John with pills and admits that Sam John had recently confronted him about his suspicions that Sean was cooperating with the TBI.
He told Big New York that he was very disappointed that Big New York was a CI. Well, Big New York told him that I'm not a CI. He said, I'm not the person talking to that. So when he denied it, according to Big New York, Sam believed it.
Sean says that on May 18, 2015, he came into town to fill a prescription and drop off the pills with Sam John. He says the conversation was nothing out of the ordinary.
He says that he left in the late afternoon of the 18th, left town, and headed west toward Jackson, Tennessee.
That's when detectives pull out Sean's phone records.
I said, "Why am I losing you at 5 o'clock?" He said, "Well, it's because my phone went dead." And he said, "I had no way of charging it." I suggested to him that he had plenty of time to come back and kill Sam and then leave town again. He says, "I can provide you with information to prove to you that I was not here." Big New York tells me that his girlfriend, Samantha Walters, was with him. He provides me with her phone number.
After Sean leaves, detectives subpoena Samantha's records.
Sure enough, she's making the same track that he is. We track him to Union City, Tennessee, where his phone went dead, but hers did not. They stayed all night in that area.
Those records were able to confirm Mr. Tierney's alibi.
After clearing Sean Tierney, detectives dig deeper into Sam John's claims about mafia connections.
Mr. Passarella played up mob ties because he liked the persona and people were afraid of it. I don't think Mr. Passarella has any mob ties. I think he just liked to talk.
By February 2016, after months of dead ends, investigators turned their attention back to Crystal Gregoire.
Once investigators decided to speak with Crystal again, in looking for her, apparently they found her incarcerated in the neighboring county jail. Apparently, Crystal had been convicted of a crime and had violated that probation.
On February 4th, 2016, investigators planned to meet with Crystal at the jail. But prior to the scheduled meeting, a tipster calls in with information that will change the entire course of the investigation.
When this evidence is turned over to Special Agent West, he realizes this is the opportunity to solve this case.
Coming up, new evidence brings Sam John's killer to light.
It felt like God was watching over us.
There had been calls of domestic disturbances.
Could envy have been at the heart of the killing?
He was very jealous of that relationship.
She was crying and saying, "Please just calm down." He held a knife up to her throat and said, "Nobody will ever find y'all's bodies."
On February 4th, 2016, just before an interview with Crystal Gregoire regarding the murder of Sam John Passarella, police received a chilling tip.
Investigators received a call from Ms. Gregoire's landlord, and the trailer that she lived in sat on a piece of his property that had a big area behind it. One of his employees had been out there and ran across a bag sticking out of a mound of dirt.
He digs it up, he opens it up, and there's a pill bottle, a prescription pill bottle inside, and it has Sam John Passarella's name on it.
We unearthed the rest of that bag. We carried it to the police department where we dumped everything there out on the table.
There is a hammer that appeared to contain blood. There's articles of clothing and 2 knives in the bag.
I realized that what we had here was virtually all the evidence in this case in one little package. It was like a present that had been delivered to us.
We felt very good about the finding. It felt like God was watching over us.
Later that afternoon, detectives meet with Crystal at the county jail.
I laid out a couple of pictures for her to look at. Her whole demeanor changed. She went from smiles to just solemn. Complete disbelief was on her face. The first question out of her mouth was, "How did you find this stuff?" I said, "Now, tell me what happened, Crystal."
At that point, she came forth with a totally different version of events from that night. For the first time, she did admit that she was there at the house with Sam.
According to Crystal, she had been trapped for months in an abusive relationship with her fiancé, Jonathan Howell.
There had been calls of domestic disturbances, with Ms. Gregoire complaining that Mr. Howell had assaulted her.
Though police recently were summoned to their home, Crystal tells investigators she has never pressed charges against him.
Jonathan was very controlling. I saw Jonathan controlling my mom through everything. When she would eat, when she would shower, what she decided to order at a restaurant.
Crystal advises them that Jonathan was very jealous of that relationship with Sam, that she did spend a lot of time at Sam's house.
According to Crystal, on May 18, 2015, Jonathan wanted to accompany her to Sam John's house.
She said, after I took Josh home that night after we had eaten, he went with me back to Sam's. I told him to stay in the truck, that I was going to see Sam. Jonathan came in. He was mad, and he was upset because I was in the bedroom with Sam John. She said he and Sam began to argue, and Jonathan picked up a hammer that was lying on the dresser and hit him in the head with it. She said, I panicked. She said, I didn't know what to do. She said, I knew he was dead. So I cleaned things up. She started cleaning up the place and gather up any kind of evidence that was there and bag it all up. And went back home, and she got in the bathtub, and Jonathan went for a walk. She guessed that's when he buried the evidence.
She tells the detectives that she was too terrified of Jonathan to call the police, so she kept quiet.
Investigator Wesson thinks, okay, we finally got this thing solved. It was Jonathan, and then Crystal helped cover it up.
Early that morning, I went to Jonathan's house. I presented him with Crystal's statement in her handwriting. He broke down and started to cry. Jonathan loved Crystal. He could not believe Crystal was accusing him of this.
Jonathan says that although it was rumored that he might have been one of Sam John's customers, Crystal was in fact one of his dealers.
She had been involved in selling pills for Mr. Passarella and with Mr. Passarella.
I questioned Jonathan about Crystal's relationship with Sam and how he felt about that. He said he was really uncomfortable about it. He didn't approve of it.
Jonathan says that on May 18, 2015, he had stayed home rather than face an awkward dinner with Sam John. Crystal had returned home with her kids and then headed out again.
She went back to Sam's. He said she didn't come back till early morning hours.
When Jonathan heard the news about Sam John's death, he put two and two together.
He goes on to say that Ms. Gregoire admitted to him what had happened and that she had killed Sam John.
Jonathan's alibi that he'd been home all night was vouched for months earlier by Crystal's son, Josh.
Outside of her statement, I really had no evidence that Jonathan had committed the crime.
On February 5th, 2016, detectives meet with Crystal again. When they tell her that Jonathan has denied her story, Crystal offers up a new version.
Ms. Gregoire admits that she, in fact, killed Sam Passarella, but she claims she did it in self-defense.
Crystal admits to selling pills, but she claims Sam John coerced her into it.
He was telling her how worthless she was and how he was going to take care of her if she didn't do what he needed her to do. She said, I'm just so scared.
Crystal says that on May 18, 2015, when she came back to Sam John's house, he tried to make good on his threats.
Said he started yelling and cussing me and told me that I had stolen his drug contacts and that I was going around him to do business with his contacts and that he was going to have my bitch ass killed.
She was crying, saying, please just calm down, Tony, just calm down, please. And she said that he held a knife up to her throat and said, you just sit right there I got a hitman that's going to get all 3 of your kids and then do the same thing to you and bury y'all. Nobody will ever find y'all's bodies.
She's frantic. She's afraid for her life. She looks right under the edge of his bed and sees a hammer. So she comes up with the hammer swinging, hits him. He falls onto the bed. She continues to strike blows.
Well, he laid there on the bed bleeding, but he was still breathing. So I started to clean up, and I thought, I can't leave him alive, because if I do, the wise guys will come get me. She said, so I grabbed his bone, I threw it in the toilet, and I got a knife, and I punched him in the throat twice to make sure that he bled out. I said, so you want to make sure he was dead? She said, yes, I did.
Her story doesn't make sense because physically he wasn't able to do the things you're saying he did. He was in a very weakened condition because of his various ailments.
Crystal says that after Sam John was dead, she gathered up the evidence and hid it behind her house.
Crystal was charged with tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse, and first-degree murder.
Coming up, prosecutors present what they believe is Crystal's true motive.
I've been involved in a lot of murder cases. She may be the coldest one I've ever had any dealings with.
On April 18, 2017, the trial of 35-year-old Crystal Gregoire begins. In opening statements, prosecutors claim that Crystal had found unexpected success working in the small-time drug ring run by 69-year-old Sam Passarella.
Not too long before the trial started, we finally developed what we thought was her motive. She says in one of her statements, her final statement, that the reason Sam was so upset with her was that he accused her of going around his back to deal directly with his suppliers.
She was trying to squeeze Sam out of his drug business and take it over. We felt that she wanted all that business for herself.
Prosecutors say that Crystal had manipulated Sam John into thinking that she loved him in order to get close to him. Then, on May 18th, 2015, after setting a romantic mood, Crystal had murdered Sam John Passarella in cold blood.
He was struck from behind and was most likely seated on the bed when he was struck.
Even after she had beat him practically to death with a hammer, she made absolutely sure he was dead before she left by stabbing him in the jugular twice. She knew what she was doing, and she intended to make sure he would not survive.
In police interviews, Crystal had claimed she had killed Sam John in self-defense, but the prosecution refutes her story.
We found that he was barely able to walk unassisted shortly before his death, that he had to have a walker or a cane, and yet she says he pushed her to the floor. He stood over her, looming over her and threatening her.
Look, all she had to do was walk away. You know, I could have held Sam John off me with one hand. It being a matter of self-defense is an absolute joke.
When Crystal takes the stand in her own defense, she doesn't back down from her previous claims that she killed Sam John only after he had threatened to have his henchmen kill her and her family.
My reaction to my mom telling me everything that happened the night that Sam John was murdered, I just thought, okay, it was either him or me, my mom, my sister, and my brother.
When the jury begins deliberation, the prosecution worries that Sam John's past will sway the jury in Crystal's favor.
This wasn't just a claim of self-defense against her Sunday school teacher. This was a claim of self-defense against Sam John Passarella, who was known to be a person with a violent past, who is known to have been involved in a kidnapping and a probable murder.
On April 21st, 2017, the jury returns with a verdict that stuns Crystal's family.
When I first heard you are convicted of first-degree murder, I was like, this isn't right. I literally just started crying, hugging my sister.
When the jury found her guilty of first-degree murder, her sentence was automatic under the law. Life in prison, with the possibility of parole. She killed him in a way that took some time for her to deliver that many blows and then stop and get a knife and stab him. As heinous as that is, that's not even the worst part. She allowed her 16-year-old son to discover the body. I've been involved in a lot of murder cases. She may be the coldest one I've ever had any dealings with.
I'll always remember Sam John as the young, gregarious man being at my grandmother's house making homemade spaghetti and pizza, and that'll be the way I remember Sam John. I'll never forget that as long as I'm alive, that he was like my big brother.
Crystal remains incarcerated at Deborah K. Johnson Rehabilitation Center in Nashville, Tennessee. Her children were raised by multiple members of her family.
He was a big man with even bigger ambitions.
He had a dream of working for himself. He always wanted to be the best father he could be.
He was the vice president of the Iron Wings Motorcycle Club.
But his gang can't protect him when shots ring out in his own home.
It was shocking, vile, and so violent.
As the case unfolds, detectives will explore the seedy underbelly of gang rivalries.
He enjoyed being feared. Nobody messed with Big Mike. Big Mike was someone to be reckoned with.
They got to kind of see who was the alpha club.
The lifestyle that he led, people that he hung out with, maybe it was some type of retaliation.
Or is someone else in this tough biker's life out for revenge?
They fought nearly every day.
The relationship was in a downward spiral.
He's basically said, get lost, I'm done with you, I'm sick of your shit.
It was such chaos. He started yelling, telling me to get out.
April 12th, 2012, 10 p.m. It's a quiet night in Erie, Pennsylvania, as members of the Leader of Men Riding Club are winding down for the night in their clubhouse.
Now, Leader of Men Riding Club, they're motorcycle enthusiasts. They enjoy riding motorcycles, they have fundraisers, they have a band.
The clubhouse is kind of like their hangout, their meeting point.
But the camaraderie is shattered when gunshots ring out overhead.
So they duck and scatter in the clubhouse when the shots went off.
Club members believe the sounds came from the apartment upstairs.
Michael Henry lives in an apartment above their clubhouse. And he's a member of another motorcycle club, the Iron Wings, and he's a prominent member in that club.
As the air grows quiet, Leader of Men club member Petey Miller calls Mike to find out what's going on.
He called approximately 5 times. Michael Henry's not picking up his phone. Now he's getting concerned. Now he's getting worried. It's dead silent up there.
Petey reaches out to several of Mike's club members. Within minutes, a small group of Iron Wings shows up.
They bang on Mike's front door, which is the door in the middle of the building that exits out into the parking lot where everybody is parked. This door is locked. They go to the back door and they find that this door is ratcheted closed with an industrial ratchet.
Fearing for Mike's safety, his club members kick in the exterior door. As two of the men walk cautiously up the stairs to Mike's apartment door, they're met with a horrific sight.
He then sees Michael Henry sitting in there on the futon, slumped over to the side.
There was a large amount of blood on the carpet. There was a large amount of blood on the futon.
P.D. Miller made the 911 initial call. He calls and says there had been a shooting.
Officers arrive in minutes and are immediately taken aback by the gruesome scene.
He was shot approximately 4 times.
Who could have done this? Who would have had a motive to do something like this?
31-year-old Erie native Michael J. Henry was known for his big stature and love of motorcycles.
I've kind of known him for pretty much all his life. Everybody just called him Big Mike because he was big. He always loved bikes, you know. He knew a lot about them. He was a mechanic, so he knew how to build them too. Mike actually started his own motorcycle club called the Iron Wing Club.
They're very serious about their motorcycles. They're very serious about being bikers.
It was just a bunch of guys that had regular jobs. They all hung out together a lot on the weekends and stuff like that. It was all about motorcycles.
Mike was just as dedicated to the club as he was to running his own business.
He had a dream of working for himself. He wanted to start his own pallet company, kind of like you take these pallets and you kind of just pick them up from businesses, you recycle them. And eventually his idea was to take the pallets and make them into other things.
Though Mike had big ambitions, he did have a checkered past.
Mike had a short fuse. If he got something in his head where that kind of made him angry, it wasn't so easy to calm him down.
Mostly people appeared to be afraid of him. He was known to start fights with people. Mike had served 5 years in prison for aggravated assault, where he beat a man into a coma.
They were at a bar and someone was harassing the girl, so he kind of got in a little brawl there and ended up in jail.
After his 5-year prison sentence was complete, Mike worked to turn his life around. In addition to co-founding the Iron Wings and starting his own company, Mike found love in 2006 when an old friend walked back into his life.
I didn't live here for like 10 years. He was actually at my brother's house. And I went over there and just kind of started talking to him because I was attracted to him.
Single mother of 3, Nicole Spinelli, had no problem seeing past Mike's tough exterior.
He was really funny. I mean, he could make me laugh. Like, probably I'd never laughed before, which was interesting because everyone looks at him like this big, scary guy. He was huge, you know, but he was actually just a softie in a way.
The two quickly fell head over heels.
We had a lot of fun. We would go motorcycle riding. We were together 24/7. It seemed like I just couldn't wait to always be with him.
In 2010, after 4 years together, the couple found out they were expecting a baby.
He talked about it all the time, you know, us having a child, but I really didn't plan on having any more kids. I think we were both kind of like shocked and excited. He always wanted to be the best father he could be.
In May of 2011, the couple welcomed their son, Jackson.
He longed to be a full-time father, that's for sure. That was very important to him. I think it all stems from him not being around his father as much as he would have liked growing up.
While things were great at first, Mike eventually slipped back into old habits.
He succumbed to the pressure of the club. You know, they were going out every night, you know, and they wouldn't come home. It was just kind of like a bad time, when it should have been a good time.
Ultimately, the couple split in 2012.
Neither one of us really knew what we were going to do. It was very confusing. I was going to do what I could to see if we could fix things.
But before Mike and Nicole could work out their differences, tragedy strikes when Mike's life is cut short on April 12, 2012.
The police went to the place where 911 had directed them, which was an apartment over a motorcycle club.
As officers begin clearing the apartment, they hear a faint cry coming from the next room.
They discovered Mike's 10-month-old son in the crib, just waking up, starting to cry.
Luckily, the child appears unharmed.
You start to think, who would do this? Who would fire off 4 or 5 shots in an apartment with a 10-month-old child within 15 feet of his father? It was shocking, vile, and so violent.
Coming up, evidence suggests Mike may have been targeted.
The person who murdered Mike wanted him dead. Was this homicide committed by a rival motorcycle club? Or was it something more personal?
And a tangled love affair sparks suspicion.
He had been seeing other women. She knew that she was not his only girlfriend.
On the night of April 12, 2012, Erie, Pennsylvania police officers find 31-year-old Mike Henry shot to death in his apartment. Their first order of business is protecting Mike's 10-month-old son.
The thing that got everybody is that his son was sitting there, and then whoever shot him, killed him, and left. And the son was still there.
The child was okay and was removed and taken into custody by Child Protective Services.
I was very shocked when I found this out. My mom called me and told me Mike's dead. And, the first thing through my head is, well, where's the baby? And the baby's fine. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was thankful that nothing happened to my son. A lot of thankfulness and, tears at the same time. It was a very hard time, though. It definitely was.
As Mike's son is taken away, detectives arrive on the scene and get to work.
Mike Henry was shot 4 times. He was shot once in the leg, twice in the chest, and once in the head. We could tell that it didn't take long for him to pass. It would have been a matter of seconds.
Thoughts were initially, okay, was this homicide committed by a rival motorcycle club? Or was it something more personal?
Based on the positioning of the body and the location of the bloodstains, detectives theorize about what may have happened.
The individual walked up on him while he had been laying in bed and initially fired, and then upon him getting up, continued to fire and walked out of the apartment right after that. So it was almost like walking by, shooting somebody, and continue to walk out of the apartment.
As detectives search the scene, they recover 4 shell casings.
The shell casings were 9mm shell casings, which told us that a 9mm handgun would have been used, and that it matched up with the number of shots that we believe were on Mike Henry.
Though detectives are able to determine the type of weapon used, they are unsure how the killer gained access to Mike's apartment.
We're trying to figure out, okay, how would this individual get into this apartment without Mike Henry knowing? Being that his size and everything and the position that he was in, he was surprised.
Although detectives have many questions, there is one thing they know for sure.
There's a TV there. There's appliances there. There's money located in a bedroom. It doesn't appear that burglary or robbery was the motive.
The fact that it looks like they got in there, shot him, and got out. That was the intent. The intent was to kill Mike Henry.
Since there were no signs of forced entry, detectives suspect one of two things.
Somebody either had a key or they knew how to get into the apartment without having to kick in the door or pry it open or anything like that.
So everybody close to Mike was a suspect at first.
As CSI continues processing the scene, witnesses are transferred to the station for interviews. Detectives first speak with Leader of Men Motorcycle Club member Petey Miller.
He's the one that made the 911 initial call. We learned that he heard an argument, some shuffling around, and then pop, pop, some more muffled sounds, and then a pop, pop, pop.
Petey says he hadn't called 911 right away because he didn't want to upset Mike.
He said, if Mike was up there doing something himself, I didn't want him to get pissed off at me. I'm not going to get involved. I'm going to let his motorcycle club look into it. He was a biker and he lived the biker life. Nobody messed with Big Mike.
Petey says 3 weeks earlier, the Iron Wings and another club had gotten into a brawl.
There was an incident involving Michael Henry in a fight out in a local bar called the Oasis a couple weeks prior. So his initial thought was, could this be a continuation of that? And that motorcycle club was called the Lucky 13 Motorcycle Club.
The lifestyle that he led, people that he hung out with, maybe it was some type of retaliation.
Detectives ask Petey if someone else may have been angry with Mike. While he can't think of anyone, Petey admits Mike was very popular with the ladies.
He was known through his hangouts as he was a ladies' man. He didn't, stick with one girl very long.
Armed with multiple leads, authorities next turn to Mike's heartbroken family to learn more about his personal life.
His mother and father said even though he did have a past, when his son was born, that was the turning point for him, and he was starting to turn his life around and better himself for not only him, but for his son as well.
Mike's family says he had dated his son's mother, Nicole Spinelli, for years, but the two had recently split. And within a couple of weeks, Mike started seeing a woman named Rachel Kozloff.
When we were split up, Michael told me one day, that he did meet a girl. Rachel is her name.
So at that point, we're trying to gather as much information as we can about Rachel.
A native of Erie, 30-year-old Rachel Kozloff was known for her lively, independent spirit.
Rachel is a good person. She has a great personality. She has a great sense of humor.
Despite her charismatic personality, Rachel had never been lucky in love.
Rachel had 4 children with 4 different fathers. Some of them she remained friendly with, but regardless, she had 4 men in her life that gave her children and nothing else and walked away.
What her love life lacked, Rachel made up for in motherhood.
My mom is a loving, caring mama bear. She just wants the best for us, and she tried her hardest.
She's always been a shoulder to cry on, ear to listen, and mouth to give advice. She's always been there for all of us.
Though raising 4 children was a financial struggle, Rachel always found a way to make ends meet.
She jumped around from job to job. She did a bunch of different things. She instilled in me just to be an independent person. You don't need a man or a woman to be there to help you do anything.
By February of 2012, Rachel had all but given up on love, until Mike Henry walked into her life.
I feel like Rachel was definitely trying something new in her life when it came to Mike, because her other boyfriends weren't the same. They were more
I guess, mild compared to Mike.
Though Mike seemed a bit rough around the edges, Rachel could see a future with him.
He had been seeing other women. She knew that she was not his only girlfriend. But I think she thought that maybe they would have a relationship, just the two of them, one day.
Rachel loved kids, and maybe the combination of Mike having a son and that, she saw that family unit, and that kind of endeared her to Mike.
Mike's family says although he was in a relationship with Rachel, he and Nicole still loved each other.
We're, like I said, so much confusion, and do you want to let him go? Do you want to try to work it out? And I was still together with him.
According to Mike's family, in mid-March, Nicole had to leave unexpectedly for a family emergency and has been there ever since.
I was actually had to go to Ohio, and I was going to be in Ohio for like a month, and it was unexpected. So while I was down there, he had Jackson at the time.
After finishing up with Mike's family, detectives tracked down Nicole.
This is informational in nature, and we just want to gather as much information as we can. We want to talk to everybody who may have been involved.
Police confirm Nicole was out of town at the time of Mike's murder, eliminating her as a suspect. Next, detectives work to track down Mike's new girlfriend.
We needed to speak with her immediately.
Coming up, detectives come face to face with Mike's new lover.
She was sobbing and breaking down. She either didn't do this or she's the best actress in the world.
And a chilling interview fuels the flames of a gang retaliation.
There was a pretty good stomping and beatdown until someone fired shots.
The only thing I know is that he was shot at Oasis. Him and this other motorcycle club had a beat.
Just 4 hours into the investigation of the brutal homicide of motorcycle club member Mike Henry, detectives have uncovered a number of leads.
There was a fight involving Michael Henry and another member of the Lucky 13 motorcycle club, and he had a complicated love life. Mike's been in and out of relationships.
Though detectives have verified the mother of Mike's son, Nicole Spinelli, was in Ohio at the time of Mike's murder, they have yet to track down Mike's current girlfriend, 30-year-old Rachel Kozlov. Luckily, it doesn't take long to find her.
We were given information that Rachel Kozlov had driven to the police department. She was downstairs and ready to be interviewed. Mike's club members had reached out to her and said, "Hey, the police want to speak with you. Come down to the station." Rachel did not indicate that she knew why she was there, and we did not tell her.
Detectives start by asking Rachel about her relationship with Mike Henry.
We've been together since Valentine's Day, and everything is good. We've literally had 3 disagreements on fights, just verbal disagreements.
I asked her just to go through her day, her evening.
Rachel says around 6:30 p.m. she stopped by Mike's to have dinner. And that's when things got intimate.
Rachel says that when she goes over there, he asks her to pleasure him. I asked, "Is this something that you normally do?" And she said, "Yes, this happens all the time." She said, "But when I go to pleasure him, he smells of sex."
Oh, yes? He always tells me he doesn't f***, so apparently he did today.
Rachel says after Mike explained himself, the two were fine and she left shortly after. But around 9 p.m., while she was out with a friend, Mike initiated a fight over text.
Out of nowhere, I get a text that pretty much says off, and I'm like, that's literally what he sent me. I'm like, okay, where'd that come from? Are you really that pissed that I questioned you, or is it that I'm out? And that's when he said, sick of your
Rachel explains that the texts were going nowhere, so she decided to return to Mike's apartment.
She wanted to go there and see how he was doing and make up with him.
According to Rachel, she arrived at Mike's around 9:30 p.m. and had to park in the adjacent lot since the parking lot outside of Mike's building was full.
She says that she walks around the building, goes in, and lets herself in because she has a key, and walks into his apartment and says, "What's up? What's going on?"
So we sat there for a little bit and talked, and pretty much everything seemed fine then.
Rachel says Mike then went to the bathroom.
And at that point, she sees a number on his phone that she doesn't recognize. So, according to Rachel, she memorizes that number.
According to Rachel, when Mike came back, he went into a rage.
He started yelling, telling me to get out, and I was like, "What's going on? We were fine. You went to the bathroom now. You're freaking out on me."
Rachel says he grabs her by the arm, he pulls her off the futon, and he throws her into the wall.
I'm like, "Well, I need my stuff." And apparently me trying to get my stuff pissed him off more, because then he opened the door to the back and threw me down the steps, and then threw all my stuff with me.
Rachel claims she has no idea what caused Mike's sudden outburst.
So she thinks, I'm going to call that phone number because it's got to be something that's going on. Why he's acting like this. She says a woman answers on the other end of the phone.
According to Rachel, the woman identified herself as Josie Noble, an ex-girlfriend of Mike's.
She asked me who I was, and I told her. And I'm like, what's going on? And I don't know if she thought I was accusing her or something, because she first started, well, nothing, we're just friends.
Hours later, Rachel says she received an ambiguous text from one of Mike's friends.
He asked me if I was with Mike, and I said no, I left him. And then I kind of didn't hear anything, so I texted him. I was like, "So what's going on?" And he's like, "Nobody knows anything. Yeah, cops here need to talk to you. Please come."
Detectives ask Rachel if she owns a gun.
I did. Yeah, I had a Glock, but I haven't been able to find it in since we were out at Oasis a couple weeks ago.
She tells us she lost her gun. She's not sure where it's at. The last time she saw it, it was in Michael Henry's center console in his truck.
Though Rachel appears genuine, detectives can't help but think she's hiding something.
At this point in the interview, I thought I would let her know why she was actually there at the police department.
Well, Rachel, I am sorry to tell you that Mike is deceased.
I'm sorry.
There is Rachel Kozloff immediately sobbing and breaking down. And we both looked at each other and said, she either didn't do this or she's the best actress in the world.
I know this is going to sound insensitive, but do you know what happened? The only thing I know is that he was shot at the Oasis.
He was shot at the Oasis?
Yeah, in the parking lot. Him and this other motorcycle club had a beef.
Rachel says last month, a physical fight broke out between the members of Mike's Club and the Lucky 13 Club.
It was such chaos. We got to the door, and that's when the other people started shooting at him, and that's when we all tried to get the hell out of there.
Before concluding Rachel's interview, detectives assessed her injuries.
On her right arm, I did not notice any visible injuries. When I examined her right ankle, I did, however, note that it was a little puffy and there was a scrape on the side of her ankle.
Rachel willingly turns over her phone, car, and clothing for analysis. As Rachel's items are sent to the crime lab, detectives call in one of Mike's fellow club members and ask if Mike's murder could have been the rival gang coming back to finish the job.
They had a misunderstanding, and then they were kind of seeing who was the Alpha Club.
He told police that the Lucky 13 and the Iron Wings were at peace.
Investigators work quickly to confirm this claim.
We learned there hadn't been any issues with Lucky 13 in the past several weeks after the Oasis incident.
Once our criminal investigation detectives had time to talk with their club members, we ruled out that it could be a rival gang that did this crime.
They were all extremely upset and concerned about Mike, and it did not appear to us that they were responsible for his shooting.
Coming up, a new witness turns the investigation on its head.
She was threatening, she was rude, she attacked her. It was not civil at all.
And investigators turn up the heat.
What? I don't care. I know what I did and didn't do. You need to start telling the truth. Well, I'm done. I told the truth.
It's been 2 days since the shooting death of Mike Henry. After eliminating a rival motorcycle club for Mike's murder, detectives decide to track down Josie Noble, the woman Mike's girlfriend Rachel Kozloff claims was in contact with Mike on the night of his death.
She's a friend of Mike and a former ex of Mike's. She said that Mike had reached out to her and she hadn't heard from him in months. He subsequently sent a picture of his son to her. And she responded back cordially, "Oh, he's cute, how are you?" And that was the extent of that conversation.
Josie says later that night she got an alarming phone call.
On the other end was a woman that said, "Who are you?" And of course, Josie said she responded, "Well, who are you?" As in, who is this woman yelling in the phone, asking me who I am?
Josie's depiction of the encounter greatly differs from the one Rachel Kozloff described.
It was the exact opposite of what Rachel said. She was threatening, she was rude, she attacked her. It was not civil at all.
Following her interview, Josie was subsequently ruled out as a suspect.
With Rachel's cell phone already in hand, detectives pore over her phone records and find a different type of relationship with Mike than the one she had portrayed.
They didn't just fight, literally only 3 times. They fought nearly every day.
The final text exchange between the couple suggests that on the night of April 12th, Mike was ending the relationship for good.
He's basically told her, "Get lost. I'm done with you. I'm sick of your shit." So she sends out a text to Michael Henry, "Sleep tight. I'll talk to you tomorrow." She, in turn, goes and drives over to Michael Henry's apartment, unannounced.
But that's not all the texts reveal.
April 10th, just 2 days before the murder, we have a text conversation between her and Mike, asking her if he wanted her to bring her gun over to the apartment. So this dispels her initial story that she lost her gun.
Evidence continues to pile up when detectives dig up surveillance videos from Mike's building and catch Rachel in a myriad of lies.
The lot was not full. She instead parked one street over in an effort that her vehicle, we theorized, her vehicle would not be spotted by Mike Henry because the parking lot was right beneath his window.
She stated in her first interview that she exited and left after being thrown down the stairs the same way she came in. We could not find that on the video, which means she left another way.
That only left one other door that she could have gone out without being caught on camera, and that was the door down through the vacant apartment down to the street.
On April 16th, detectives confront Rachel with the discrepancies they have found.
Okay, so you pulled up, saw that wall full. Why was the lot full? Because everybody was downstairs at later on. And what did you say happened again? Last time I saw it was the Oasis bar fight, which I think was like March 25th or something. It was in his truck. You have no idea where that gun is? No. No, absolutely not. You know, Rachel, I've been doing this a long time. Okay? Mm-hmm. And your story has enough inconsistency in it. A few things aren't making sense. Like what? I told you exactly how everything happened. I mean, if you just got thrown on the steps, would you go back up tomorrow? If I had a gun on my personal life? Yeah, no.
Detectives ask Rachel once again how she got in and out of Mike's apartment.
She stated she had gone right to the back door because she had a key, and that's the door she went into.
I watched the video, Rachel. You walked up the front stairwell. No, I didn't. It's on video. I didn't. The kids saw. I don't care. I know what I did and didn't do. You need to start telling the truth. Well, I'm done. I told the truth.
She denied no less than 17 times that she had shot and killed Michael Henry. She had lied about what she was wearing, what door she had gone in and out of. All the discrepancies continued to mount. And that, based on the evidence that we had, we decided that we were going to arrest her.
Our theory of the case was that this was a very possessive woman, possessive of her boyfriends. Rachel Kozloff was charged with criminal homicide murder, aggravated assault, recklessly endangering another person, and possessing instruments of a crime.
Rachel's family is shocked to learn of her arrest.
I was devastated. I was like, no, you know, she would never do that. She would never do that.
I think I had a lot of emotions, anger, worry, like what's going to happen to her, what's going to happen to the kid.
Coming up, new evidence forces Rachel to change her story.
If that doesn't say that you're lying, I don't know what does.
But will her harrowing tale get her off the hook?
It was either she shoot him and stop him from attacking her, or he was going to kill her.
In November of 2012, prosecutors in Erie County are working hard to secure their case against 31-year-old Rachel Kozloff for the murder of 31-year-old Mike Henry.
There was not any direct evidence at that point in time that Rachel Kozloff had committed the murder, and time again, she denied and denied and denied.
Then, 3 weeks before the trial is set to begin, they receive a game-changing piece of evidence from the crime lab.
What we learned was her pants had GSR residue on them.
Empowered by this new evidence, when Rachel's trial begins on December 3rd, prosecutors come out swinging, asserting that Rachel killed Mike Henry in cold blood.
Rachel Kozloff would not accept the fact that the relationship was in a downward spiral, and he essentially was kicking her to the curb.
I think that she suspected he might be seeing somebody else. So the night that she went there, she saw that strange number and called it and got a woman on the other end. That just sent her to the next level.
Prosecutors bolster their claim through text messages, video surveillance, and the gunshot residue found on Rachel's clothing.
The evidence pointed right to Rachel.
She was the person that had been lying throughout this entire process. Everything just all led back to Rachel every time.
When it's the defense's turn, they finally admit that Rachel shot Mike Henry, but argue it wasn't premeditated.
The defense says that it was self-defense, that Rachel was in fear for her life during the altercation in Mike's apartment that night.
To support their claim, Rachel takes the stand and gives a shocking new version of events.
She stated that she was pushed down the stairs violently by Mike. Rachel then testified that she gathered herself and her belongings at the bottom of the stairs when Mike came back down and dragged her up the stairs back to the apartment where the fatal fight ensued at that point.
It was either she shoot him and stop him from attacking her, or he was going to kill her.
It wasn't that she wanted to do it, it's that she had to do it.
Prosecutors counter by noting the evidence simply does not support Rachel's new version, even if she did have a slightly swollen ankle when she was interviewed by police.
This is just my theory, that she stumbled and fell and was trying to get in and around and get out of there as quick as she could. Because there was no indication that Mike had thrown her or her purse down the stairwell.
He wasn't a monster like she described. As far as beating up women, I don't think that was his style at all.
On December 7th, 2012, the jury breaks for deliberations.
The verdict did not take long for the jury to completely dismiss Rachel Kozlov's story of self-defense.
The jury's unanimous verdict was that she was guilty of third-degree murder.
I pretty much gave her every opportunity to tell me, hey, it was obvious from your guys' text that you had problems. Please, let me help you. Tell me what happened. If it's a crime of passion, it's a crime of passion. But she denied.
Her story just seemed to change. I think the fact that the baby was there when it happened was maybe the most disturbing part for the jurors.
On January 29, 2013, Rachel is sentenced to 18 to 40 years.
I was in shock. I just still can't believe that she would go to that level, and kill him. It changed everybody's lives.
It was devastating for our family. My wife and I, the kids, they lost their mom.
She does feel very remorseful about, what she did and how it impacted, so many people.
I believe in all my heart when she pulled that trigger, she was defending herself and her family. And unfortunately, once she started to tell the truth, it just didn't matter.
Though Rachel still maintains her actions were that of self-defense, many believe she was just a woman that had been pushed too far.
I believe that on the night of the homicide, it was just one rejection too many. I think Rachel snapped.
We're really never going to know what happened the night of April 12th between Mike and Rachel. She had proven herself to be a liar, which is sad in her case, because if he did really physically abuse her, we're never going to know if that's true or not.
Though justice has been served in the eyes of the law, the events of April 12, 2012 have a lasting impact.
Our family broke up after that. My parents got divorced. We all went our separate ways. My mom's now in Florida. My dad has all three of the boys. The daughter's with her dad and her stepmom. We're all split up.
I think the biggest tragedy is Mike's, not here to grow up with his son. Because at the end of the day, that's what he really, really wanted. He would have been an amazing father, I know it.
Rachel Kozloff is serving her sentence in the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections. She will be eligible for parole in 2031 at the age of 50. Hi, SAP listeners. We are bringing you a special bonus episode today from Oxygen Hit Series, Snapped Killer Couples. You can also watch full episodes on demand on the free Oxygen app or on Peacock by clicking the link in our description. Enjoy.
When a young socialite goes missing, her family vows to bring her home.
Somebody who's from an affluent, well-known, well-respected family doesn't just disappear.
She had the so-called perfect life. When she went missing, that was unusual.
The search for answers will lead investigators to uncover a disturbing scam by a master manipulator.
You understand that you're being charged with obstruction of justice and forgery. Yes, sir.
And turn the case of a missing person into a hunt for a killer.
She had no moral compass. There was no such thing as true or false to her.
He was going to do whatever he could do to help protect her.
Boldness is beyond my understanding.
This is one of the rare cases I've ever seen. You got the state using their two key witnesses. One of them is honestly afraid to do what they want.
Why would you murder your best friend for love?
Some people in the world are
Charleston, South Carolina is a prominent port city known for its charm and southern hospitality.
Charleston life is very laid back, very welcoming. Sit on your front porch with your neighbor or stranger and have a glass of iced tea.
Life in Charleston is one of a slow pace. There's a rich culture and heritage here in Charleston, a lot of history.
And Catherine Waring, known as Kate to friends and family, was a true daughter of Charleston.
Kate, her family, they were multi-generational Charlestonians. She was like 8th or 9th generation here in Charleston. Kate had a very good family. Her dad is an attorney. She grew up downtown Charleston. She and her family, her father and her grandfather and great-grandfather has been champions for the underdogs. Even though she lived in the high society along the Battery, they were very humble and down-to-earth people. Kate was extremely smart, caring, compassionate. She was college educated. She was a phenomenal writer. She had things published in the papers and so forth. She loved to travel. She spoke multiple languages. Went to Alaska with her father on a trip that she really loved.
But she didn't want to be in one place. She was leaving, and she would take trips all the time.
In 2009, Kate returned to school, and her parents supported her as she made plans for her future.
Kate re-enrolled in college, studied Russian. She loved Russia. She just came back from a trip from Russia.
But life for the 28-year-old jet setter would take a strange and unsettling turn in the summer of 2009. On June 15th, police in Charleston receive a concerning phone call from Kate Waring's parents.
In the summer, the Waring family would live in their summer home or their beach home over on the Isle of Palms, and Kate would occupy the house there on the Battery. She would be independent, could take care of herself, but she would contact her family and her parents on an everyday basis to let them know she's doing well.
The Warings tell police that the last time they'd spoken to Kate was the afternoon of Friday, June 12th, when she called to check in.
It was a normal conversation with her parents. They said there was nothing out of the ordinary. She planned to go to the gym, as she pretty much does every day, stop by the pharmacy to pick up a prescription, and she mentioned she had dinner plans with her friend Ethan Mack.
Kate and Ethan were extremely close friends. This was no different than any other night that they would have together, in that they would a lot of times go out for dinner and drinks, socialize.
According to Kate's parents, nothing seemed amiss when they spoke to their daughter. When she hadn't called in 2 days, however, her parents began to worry.
Her father drove into Charleston where Kate was staying. Kate wasn't in the house, but the lights were on. And he thought maybe that meant she was coming back home.
The Warings knew Kate didn't go out of town because there were just too many things that were still in the house of her personal belongings. There was medication that was still in her room unused. Her credit cards were not being used. And she relied on her parents for monetary needs. So once all the communication and lines of communication had been cut and stopped, then the Warings knew that Kate hadn't been missing.
After taking the missing persons report, Charleston police began reaching out to Kate's friends, hoping to track her down. They start with her best friend, Ethan Mack.
Police confirmed that Ethan lived on Johns Island with his mother, so they sent a detective out to talk to him.
Ethan was Kate's friend. He would always talk about her. They were always really close.
They pretty much were two amigos that hung out together. They shared everything in their lives on a friendship level.
Police learned, like Kate, 30-year-old Ethan was a Charleston native, but he grew up far from the Battery.
He grew up on Johns Island. Back then, it was quiet. It was nice and peaceful and country, if that describes it. It wasn't city life.
Despite their different upbringings, when Kate met Ethan as a young adult, she was drawn to his strong values and caring nature.
Kate really loved Ethan, and Ethan loved Kate. They were like brothers and sisters. Kate was the godparent of Ethan's nephew. She loved the Mack family. She would do anything for them, just like they adopted her and she adopted them.
Ethan tells detectives that he had last seen Kate on the evening of June 12th, when he and his fiancée, Heather Angelica Camp, had met Kate for dinner.
Heather was a pediatric surgeon up at MUSC, the Medical University of South Carolina.
On June 12th, they were all celebrating because Heather had just found out she was pregnant.
Ethan Mack picked up Kate from her house along with Heather Camp, and then they drove over to the Wasabi's restaurant. Said that he had dropped Kate Waring back home after 11 p.m.
Upon learning that Kate is missing, Ethan tells police he's worried for his friend.
Where's Kate from there? Was it a situation where she decided to leave her home and fall off the grid? Or was it a situation where something nefarious happened?
Coming up, police track down their first lead when they uncover skeletons in Kate's closet.
There had been some previous romantic relationship. His wife had recently found out she was very unhappy, and she had what a lot of people describe as a fiery temperament.
And a disturbing revelation will shine a spotlight on someone close to the missing woman.
She was essentially a con artist.
Police in Charleston, South Carolina are searching for 28-year-old Kate Waring after her parents reported her missing in June 2009. After learning from Kate's friend Ethan Mack that she was last seen sometime before midnight on June 12th, police begin reconstructing her movements earlier in the day.
That particular day of Kate's disappearance, Kate had took the Black Cat Cab Company to the gym. And at some point in time, the taxi cab brought Kate to the CVS pharmacy where she picked up her prescription.
We saw her on video at the CVS pharmacy downtown.
She gets the prescription. She comes out of the pharmacy. She has no contact with anybody else.
When police reach out to Kate's gym, the manager confirms that Kate had been there. But he informs detectives that Kate had been involved in a troubling altercation.
Witnesses told them on the day that Kate disappeared, they said she was on the Stairmaster when a woman approaches her and starts yelling.
There was a confrontation in regards to her believing that Kate was having an affair with her husband.
Detectives learn the woman is married to a gym employee and MMA instructor named Howard Gatch.
There had been some previous romantic relationship. His wife had recently found out. Needless to say, she was very unhappy, and she had what people describe as a fiery temperament. She had some words for Kate: stay away from Howard. I'm his wife. And she left.
Police quickly track down Howard Gatch's wife and ask her to come to the station for an interview.
She came in freely to talk to police. She was questioned at length. She did admit that she was in the middle of a contentious divorce, and she saw Kate as a distraction to that process. She did admit that they had a confrontation at the gym, but by all means, she had absolutely nothing to do with her disappearance.
She said, I had nothing to do with any of this. Don't bother.
She provided information about who she was with, her friends she was with, where she was, and those only panned out. So Ms. Gatch was eliminated as a suspect in doing anything to have harmed Kate.
When police asked Mrs. Gatch about her husband, they're surprised to learn that he'd recently left the country the day before Kate was reported missing.
He ended up going on a cruise to the Bahamas.
Detectives' attempts to contact Howard go straight to voicemail, which only adds fuel to their growing suspicions. A week later, detectives finally get a call back.
When I returned, I had a message from the police department. He asked me if I'd be willing to come in, talk to them. I said, yep, I'll be there immediately. From a police perspective, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out this does not look good for you, Howard. But my trip had been planned for 6 months.
When police sit down with Howard for a formal interview, they press him about his relationship with Kate. He doesn't deny the affair, but he claims he and his wife were already separated when he began dating Kate a month earlier.
Kate and I first met at a gym. I worked out and she came in, and we just sort of hit it off and started training, and we just became best friends from there on out. I cared deeply for Kate. I loved Kate.
Howard tells police he spoke to Kate several times on June 12th.
Kate and I were together that afternoon. We saw each other at the gym, and we talked at 10 p.m. She was like, yeah, I'm riding around with Heather and Ethan.
According to Howard, he received one last message from Kate's phone late that same night.
I got a weird text around midnight. She sent me a text and said, I'm going to Greenville to pick up some love. I'm like, what is lovely? Why are you going to Greenville? That next morning, I woke up and I looked at my phone and she hadn't texted me back. So I was busy because she was getting ready to leave, go out of the country. And then the following morning, I got a call from Mr. Waring, Kate's dad. And he asked me, he said, have you talked to Kate? And I said, no, Mr. Waring. When I got that call from him, I knew something was wrong because I knew for a fact that Kate admired and adored her dad, and she spoke with him daily. One of the things that really struck me is like, my God, not knowing what happened to someone, and I'm only her boyfriend. What is her father and her mother and her brothers going through? Unimaginable.
Investigators find it suspicious that Howard would leave town knowing his girlfriend was missing. But Howard is adamant that he does not know where Kate is now.
He asked me if I'd be willing to take a polygraph. I said, absolutely.
He passed the polygraph test, and his alibi checked out for the most part by police, and Howard seemed genuinely concerned about where Kate was.
He had an alibi about where he was, so he was eliminated as a suspect.
As police continue talking to Kate's friends, they learn others had received a similar text from her around midnight on June 13th.
I received a text message from Kate's phone saying that she was going out of town for a while. Some business she had to handle. That I thought it was strange because she never contacted me, letting me know when she was going out of town or why that. It just didn't seem like her words. I texted her back and I got no response.
Kate's friends knew that she would just not up and leave without any explanation. Her family also knew she would just not up and leave. The more days that went by, police were certainly concerned that the more difficult it might be to bring her home safely.
It's been a week since the family of Kate Waring reported her missing in Charleston, South Carolina, and local police are no closer to finding the 28-year-old socialite. Without any solid evidence that Kate's been harmed, police must consider that she may have left town without telling anyone.
There was no indication she was in danger. There was no indication she was going to harm herself. With adult missing persons, if there was no indication of foul play or they're in danger, nothing really happened.
Weeks pass with no word from Kate Waring, and the case to find her grows cold. Her parents become increasingly afraid and frustrated.
Once the family members were frustrated with the police's mode of operation, Andy Savage was put on notice.
Andy Savage is one of, if not the best criminal defense attorney in the Charleston area.
I was a very good investigator and hard-nosed police officer on the City of Charleston Police Department. And once we met, I started working for Andy. We formed a pretty good team.
They had worked on other important cases in the past, and they were considered so good they were called unofficially the A-Team.
When Kate's family reaches out to the team, Andy Savage is quick to offer his assistance.
Andy made contact with me and said, let's put our heads together and figure out how we can help this family resolve the issue of their child being missing.
Private investigators Bill Capps and James Randolph begin building their own case outside the police investigation. They quickly come to the same conclusion as Kate's family.
Kate would not have left town and leave all of her medications, cut off communication with her cell phones, not use her credit card, not contact her parents. That in itself was very troubling.
When private investigators obtain Kate's cell phone records, however, they're able to track her movements out of Charleston on the night of June 12th.
She had been downtown all evening because all the activity using her phone had been using towers downtown. She went out to dinner down in the market area. About the time that they left the restaurant, shortly thereafter, her signal changed.
She used a cell phone sometime after 11 p.m.
and the records from the towers of the cell phone showed her phone transmitting from a James Island.
The investigative team begins canvassing the island, hoping that someone may have seen Kate Waring. Within days, they get a promising tip from a local landlord.
The owner of the property said, hey, this guy told the police he's living in his mama's house from John's Island. He's not. He's renting a little house right behind my house here on James Island.
One of our investigative team members was able to come up with the information that Ethan Mack was living on James Island.
The private investigators know that Ethan had told police that he lived on John's Island, more than 10 miles away.
They knew that Kate's phone had last pinged on James Island. And now they're learning that Ethan lived on James Island with his fiancée, Heather Camp. So why would Ethan hide this information in the wake of Kate's disappearance?
While investigators begin surveilling Ethan and Heather, they dig deeper into the couple's life. They learn Kate Waring had introduced them after Kate befriended Heather in May 2009.
Heather Camp had claimed that she had some sort of medical degree, that she was a doctor, and she could take care of sick people. Kate Waring offered to get her a job here. She offered her home. She offered her friendship.
Ethan was the best friend that Kate had in the world. And now she meets this new person, Heather. And so Kate's thinking, well, listen, I've got my two best friends. Let me introduce them to each other because maybe they'll hit it off. Maybe they'll be good for each other. Ethan needs somebody. Heather needs somebody. Ethan and Heather hit it off immediately once Kate introduced the two of them. They were inseparable. It was love at first sight.
But the private investigators quickly discover that Heather isn't the person she had claimed to be.
Police began digging into Heather Camp's life. They found out she had a pretty lengthy rap sheet, including being charged with 3 counts of armed robbery in 2000.
By 2006, she was arrested for forging her grandmother's name on a check. Forgery was a running theme with pretty much everybody that she came into contact with.
Heather was essentially a con artist.
The private investigators know that Ethan had told police that he lived on John's Island, more than 10 miles away.
Heather would portray herself as either a doctor or a nurse. That was a ruse she had used several times.
Heather could convince most people pretty much anything she wanted to.
Investigators decide to focus on Kate Waring's financial records. That's when Kate's father tells them about a suspicious transaction that had occurred 3 days after Kate went missing.
On June 15th, someone tried to cash a check for $4,500 signed by Kate Waring and dated June 12th. They only failed because Kate had less than $200 in her bank account.
You have some very smart and observant tellers who know the Waring family, know that the transaction that was being made was out of character for Kate's checkbook. So you have the teller who observed that that particular check was not written by Kate Waring.
Once we became aware of this, I contacted an acquaintance of mine who was in charge of security for the South Island Federal Credit Union. And I said, listen, could you check your James Island branch on Folly Road and see if you have any video of anybody trying to cash this forged check? And I gave him the time and date, and he sat in his office and looking at his system. He says, hey, I can send you a couple of screenshots right now. And there was Ethan Mack on camera standing here trying to cash that $4,500 forged check.
when you see someone on camera cashing a check, a forged check, of a woman who just went missing. Look, he looks very obviously fully guilty.
Coming up, as investigators zero in on their suspects, an unexpected affair comes into focus.
She is straightening up her clothes, and the two of them in there.
She goes from town to town, destroying things. She creates this fantasy world.
He got caught up, he got manipulated, and it destroyed his life.
2 months after Kate Waring went missing from her Charleston home, a team of private investigators have found evidence that Kate's best friend, Ethan Mack, and his fiancée, Heather Camp, had attempted to cash a forged check 3 days after her disappearance.
In order for the handwriting expert to determine that the check was not written by Kate Waring, we need exemplar writings from Ethan Mack, Heather Camp, to figure out whether or not they were actually the ones that had signed the check that Mack was trying to cash.
In order to keep their suspects in the dark, the private investigators decide to contact Ethan and Heather's landlord to see if he can obtain a handwriting sample. They learn that the couple is several months behind on their rent.
Their rent was in serious arrears, so their landlord was in the process of evicting them. We would lose sight of them if they were evicted. We wouldn't have a way of knowing where they was, and then they could scatter.
We concocted a plan for the landlord to have them handwrite out a document using both of their handwritings and agreeing, to give them some more time to pay on the rent.
The plan worked. Ethan and Heather both signed individual promissory notes that had their signatures on them and gave those to their landlord.
And he turned that over to us, which we asked him to do. So we had all the exemplars we needed for the handwriting expert.
When the note is forensically examined, the expert confirms a match.
Looked at it immediately, said, yeah, no question.
That handwriting was done by Heather Camp.
As investigators continue to surveil Ethan and Heather, they catch a surprise break.
There were 2 houses in total behind the landlord's house on James Island where they were living. A gentleman named Terry Williams was living there. He was, I guess, an old friend and acquaintance, perhaps, of Ethan's.
While Ethan is at work one day, they spot Heather sneaking over into their neighbor's apartment. So, investigators decide to focus their attention on Terry.
The next day, we knocked on Terry's door. Terry came to the door.
We started talking to Terry and said, hey, listen, man, you live close to these folks. They come and go in your spot all the time. We know you have a good idea of what happened. While we're talking to Terry Williams, to talk to the bedroom open up and come find out is Heather Camp yelling and screaming.
She's straightening up her clothes, and only 2 of them in there. Apparently, Heather was also romantically involved with Terry Williams.
That's when Heather makes a telling admission.
She makes a call to Ethan Mack, say, hey, Andy Savage's investigators are here trying to get Terry to roll on us. When she said, roll on us, in our mind, that was a confession of killing. We knew for Terry to roll on you, you had to have done something for Terry to roll.
Sensing the private investigators are closing in, Heather Camp makes an unexpected move.
She actually called the Charleston Police Department soon after and told the detective in charge of the case she wanted to talk to him.
On August 17th, 10 weeks after Kate Waring vanished, Heather Camp meets with Charleston police. She begins her statement by admitting that she and Ethan had been stealing from Kate for several weeks.
Kate was aware that her and Ethan had been stealing checks out of her checkbook.
She and Ethan knew that Kate had found out about all the forged checks they were attempting to cash from her account, and that Heather had taken out a credit card in Kate's name. Kate told them she would not press charges, but that they must return the money.
Mac felt pressured because Kate was putting her parents on notice that there's some monies he is being taken without my permission. That infuriated Mac.
According to Heather, on the night of June 12th, Ethan had invited Kate to dinner so he could confront her.
Once they completed their meal and left the downtown area, they returned to the home that Ethan was sharing with Heather. This, again, was something that would be pretty normal to occur.
She claimed that once in Ethan's apartment, they were drinking. There was an argument, and Ethan attacked Kate and hit her in the head with a wine bottle. He then filled up the bathtub, took Kate to the bathtub, and drowned her.
Heather said that she didn't try and stop it because she was afraid the same thing would happen to her if she did not cooperate with Ethan while he was killing Kate.
Police press Heather about the location of Kate's body, but she claims she doesn't know where Ethan left the body. Still, police place Heather under arrest for forgery and obstruction of justice and take Ethan Mack into custody.
You understand that you're being charged with obstruction of justice and forgery?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've not been charged with murder.
You'll put that on the jail by the time.
Not necessarily.
He wouldn't talk without an attorney. He only admitted to forging a check, but he claimed he never knew what happened to Kate Ware.
Without a body, prosecutors are unable to charge Heather and Ethan with murder. Looking for a break, the private investigation team pay Heather a jailhouse visit and get a surprise opportunity that convinces Heather to talk.
And it was an open bay area. They happened to bring Ethan out at the same time to be interviewed by law enforcement.
We immediately tell Heather Camp, hey, those investigators from the police department in Max rolling on you. He's telling the cops all about you over there.
Ethan's giving you up, I think was our term. Telling him that you did it all, it was all on you. She could see Ethan over there, and she's trying to get his attention, so I'm standing in between the two of them so he can't see her.
We planted to see that, hey, Max rolling on you now. He's got the cops in there, and he's telling everything he knows. So at that point in time, Heather said, hey, I know where Kate's body is. I was there when Ethan dumped her body.
Heather Camp stated that Ethan and Heather together took Kate's body and went out to an island neighboring James Island called Wadwa Island.
We went back again to interview her, and this time I had used Google Earth. I blew the map up of that area in much better detail. She was able to indicate for us where we would find Kate. We went out the next morning after notifying one of the detectives at the police department.
Wadlaw's pretty remote, a lot of property with not as many homes on it. Heather Camp had vividly recalled when Kate's body was placed, it was close to the water as they were scouring the area. The team saw some skeletal remains. Immediately, we put the Charleston County Police Department on notice. We immediately backed out of the area. This is an actual crime scene that doesn't belong to us any longer. We were positive that those remains was that of Kate Ware.
On October 10th, 2009, nearly 4 months after Kate Waring went missing in Charleston, South Carolina, authorities believe they have just found her remains on neighboring Guatemala Island.
Charleston police took control of the crime scene. Other than the skeletal remains, there wasn't much evidence to be found, and the state of decay was so extreme, the coroner couldn't determine the cause of death.
Once the coroner officially confirms the remains belong to Kate Waring, both Ethan Mack and Heather Camp are charged with her murder, prompting Heather to cut a deal.
She had accepted a reduced sentence as long as she fully and honestly cooperated.
Heather changed her story so many times. She had different scenarios on why somebody was after Kate. She claimed that she had family in Puerto Rico that was going to get Kate. She claimed that there was some drug dealer that was after Kate for something. She had no barometer for truth. There was no such thing as true or false to her. It was just whatever she is going to say to take her to the next step.
On October 5th, 2010, nearly a year and a half after Kate's murder, Ethan Mack goes on trial. Ethan's defense team doesn't deny Ethan was present when Kate died. Instead, they claim Heather was the killer.
The perspective that Ethan Mack laid at trial was one that he was a facilitator, but he didn't actually do what Heather Camp alleged that he did. He played a role in getting Kate there to the house, but then said it was Heather Camp that did the bludgeoning with the bottle, and that he went in another room and covered his ears.
Let's look at motive. Who's got motives? Heather's a person that creates her own worlds. She creates places where she's important. But what she does originally, she creates this fantasy world.
Ethan's attorney claims that, like Kate, Ethan was victimized by Heather Camp.
Ethan Mack never had a girl. He never had a one-on-one relationship with someone that he loved or loved him. Heather Camp had him smitten.
He fell for Heather Camp hook, line, and sinker.
Heather convinced Ethan that she was carrying his baby. And so he believed that, his child was coming. She told him that she eventually lost the baby in jail. But there was never any medical evidence that she was pregnant with his child.
It's mind-blowing that Ethan, who was described by friends as very reliable, dependable, a good-mannered guy, would betray his best friend Kate. And it really goes to show just how powerful Heather's manipulation over Ethan was.
When Heather Camp takes the stand for the prosecution, Ethan's defense team uses her testimony to their benefit.
David Ayler crossed Heather Camp on the stand for a day and a half in court. And it was basically a clown show.
I saw her lying on the stand more times than I could count. A lot of witnesses are flawed, but she was probably one of the worst I've ever seen.
Again, Ms. Camp, and I asked you about some statements, and I would like you to tell me whether or not you made those statements.
I don't recall saying any, but it's possible I've said any, but I don't recall.
Could it be that you told so many lies you couldn't remember what they all were?
No,
Well, then why couldn't you recall what you'd said?
because it's been a while since.
It's been long. Since October to January was a while.
Yeah, for me it is.
The only part that had any credibility whatsoever was that she knew the location of Kate's body.
In their closing statements, the defense's message to the jury is clear.
Heather must have been involved, but you cannot trust what she's saying about Ethan.
After 3 days of testimony, the case goes to the jury. After nearly 14 hours of deliberation, the jury announces their verdict.
We, the jury, by unanimous consent, find the defendant guilty of obstruction of justice. We, the jury, by unanimous consent, find the defendant guilty of forgery.
Ethan was found guilty of forgery and obstruction of justice, but the jury deadlocked on the murder charge.
The trial was hung, so essentially it's considered a mistrial because the jury has to be unanimous.
The two jurors who voted not guilty told us that they voted that way because they saw Heather Camp, they saw how deceptive she was.
Prosecutors announced plans to try Ethan again, but they never get the chance.
His mother went to talk to him, and she told him basically, as I understand it, I was raised you like this, you need to do the right thing. And he did.
On April 1st, 2011, nearly 2 years after the death of his best friend, Kate Waring, Ethan Mack accepts a plea bargain.
He pled under an offered plea, which essentially means that he's not admitting guilt, but he is saying that he believes he would be found guilty. Ethan did express remorse and apologize directly to the family of the victim at the time of his plea. He was sentenced to 25 years.
Heather Camp, however, is denied any bargain. She is sentenced to 39 years in prison.
She had made a deal of leniency for her cooperation, and then she continued to lie to them about pretty much everything. So she lost her plea deal. In my opinion, had Kate not met Heather Camp, she might still be with us today. 6 weeks from the time they met, Kate was deceased. 6 weeks. And she'd known Ethan for years.
Ethan was Kate's friend. Ethan was supposed to be the one to protect her, not hurt her. His greed makes people change, and made Ethan change. He killed his friend for it.
If I could talk to Ethan and say one thing, why? Why would you murder your best friend for love?
Kate really cared for him, and he got caught up, he got manipulated, and it destroyed his life, Kate's life, Kate's family's life, and his family's life.
For one Texas couple, life was all about hard work, family, and extravagance.
He worked his way up the ladder, and she was his paralegal, and she was real smart too. They were a loving couple. They provided their children with whatever they needed.
The inheritance, I know it was a fairly substantial amount.
Until a brutal double murder shatters everything they built together.
The room was spattered with blood on the curtains, on the bedstead, on the ceiling, on the walls.
You have to wonder what kind of evil is here.
Investigators quickly uncover a lifetime of deceit and manipulation.
They've been bailing her out of jam and said, that's it, we're done.
She played the victim. He was going to come to her rescue.
He said that was why we had to get rid of him.
Before the truth is exposed, a risky move will put more lives on the line.
He said, "We want you to go back in." And I'm like, that's a no.
We look at each other, we're thinking, what happened here?
He told me that he would never be taken alive and showed me the gun that he had strapped to his leg.
June 19th, 1982, 4:35 a.m. The day is about to begin in the upscale Memorial neighborhood of Houston, Texas.
It's a wealthy area of town, kind of exclusive area at the time.
But as residents are about to wake, a call comes in to 911 dispatch from a maid who lives in a garage apartment on her employer's property.
She says shots rang out. 2 kids ran upstairs telling Maria, the maid, that their grandparents had read on them.
The grandchildren, they're all excited and they're saying something's wrong with, the grandma, grandpa.
Patrol officers rush to the home of Maria and her employers, James and Virginia Campbell. There, they find a small group waiting for them.
They call J.W., who is the brother of James, tells him what's happened. He comes over, sees that kids are with the maid. They kind of wait there until the police arrive and allow them then to go in and see what was going on.
Still in shock, the family motions to the open door.
The officers looking to see if things had been moved or turned over, doors were open, and they didn't find anything like that.
They walked up to the door of the bedroom. The bed was maybe 5 or 6 feet from the door, and there was Mr. Campbell and Miss Campbell was on the left side of the bed, laying on her left side. Both victims were dead, deceased, lying in bed there.
The room was spattered with blood. It was high velocity impact, and it was everywhere, on the curtains, on the bedstead, on the ceiling, on the walls. It was very gruesome.
We're looking at each other, we're thinking, what happened here?
What they know they have is someone who has come and executed a lawyer, James, and his wife. So the question is, who would want James and his wife dead?
Born in Cross Plains, Texas in 1927, James Hiram Campbell climbed out of his Depression-era childhood and grew up to become an affluent attorney.
He said he worked his way up the ladder, was the way he put it. He was a really hard worker.
In 1949, James married the love of his life, Virginia Jean Hafner.
She ran the office. She was his secretary and she was his paralegal, and she was real smart. He had to have loved her because she had some really good diamonds on her. Big rocks. Big rocks.
In 1950, the Campbells welcomed the first of 4 daughters, Michelle, followed soon after by Betty, Cindy, and Jamie.
They were a loving couple. They provided their children with whatever they needed.
By the mid-1960s, the family was living comfortably in a lavish home in the Memorial neighborhood of Houston.
It's one of the more exclusive areas in Houston. I think the house had about 5 bedrooms, maybe 6. Had 3 baths. Had a huge library with all of James's law books.
The garage itself was a soda fountain that they had set up for the kids. Their children brought their friends over, and it was a comfortable house.
While the other Campbell sisters blossomed in high school, Cindy struggled to fit in.
The other 3 girls were kind of very close, and Cindy was kind of the black sheep of the family.
I met Cindy in my freshman year at Memorial High School. She showed me some of her drawings, and I was just at awe. She just didn't have anything good to say about herself, even though she was so talented.
She always had to compete with her sisters, and she would never be as good. She didn't have as many friends. So she was always in a competition. She was always losing.
She didn't talk much about them. She said her older sisters hated her guts, and her little sister, Jamie, was a spy.
At 17 years old, Cindy was eager to escape her family.
She always kept telling me she wanted to run away. And she did. She had saved up money. She was going to go. She wanted to get away from them.
She had run away, left the house, was in Colorado. She met this guy who was several years older than her. They became a couple. I believe they hitchhiked or traveled across to the East Coast, and I believe that she got pregnant while on the road.
In 1973, 18-year-old Cindy married Michael Charles Ray. Within a few years, they moved to Houston and became a family of 4 when Cindy gave birth to their second son. Unfortunately, the marriage didn't last.
I never saw him or nothing. I just knew that she was married to him. She didn't want to be married. She wanted to come home. And Daddy gave me a divorce, and that was it. When James got her the divorce, he got her solid custody. The guy didn't even have to pay child support. She didn't need child support. She had a rich daddy.
Cindy soon took up residence in an apartment that the family owned, while James and Virginia took care of their grandchildren.
She didn't have any money, so I know she relied heavily on her mom and dad to care for and take care of the kids. I believe that the parents were trying to help Cindy get a new start. She had enrolled at one of the local colleges, attending classes with her younger sister. That's how she met David West.
24-year-old David Duvall West was a former Marine who had recently settled in Houston when he met 25-year-old Cynthia Campbell Ray.
He was a macho boy. He was a loud, boisterous guy. He had that confidence and a little bit of cockiness. You know, he was likable. Everybody liked him. A romance actually developed, and she moved in with David, and they lived together as boyfriend and girlfriend.
I got a call from Cindy one day, and she was so excited about the finding that she had somebody to love her for herself. And I told her I was very proud for her.
By early 1982, all 4 of James and Virginia Campbell's daughters were living on their own. The couple was focused on helping to raise their 2 grandsons, and 55-year-old James was starting to think about retirement.
He made a good living. He had some real estate and some acres. The boys would spend time there with Grandma and Grandpa, and they had those sleepovers on a pretty regular basis.
They wanted to take care of them like they would their own children.
But James and Virginia's golden years were stolen away from them before they could begin.
Mr. Campbell had like a pillow up under his shoulders, and he like he might have been sitting up a little bit in a bed. And Miss Campbell was laying on her left side.
There was blood all over the headboard, up the wall, some splashed on the ceiling. You have to wonder, what kind of evil is here?
As officers radio for assistance, they turned back to James Campbell's brother, J.W.
J.W. is trying to figure out what happened here.
J.W. confirms the victims in the bedroom are his brother and sister-in-law, James and Virginia Campbell. But he can't imagine who could have wanted to kill them, and in such a brutal fashion.
A murder in that area of Memorial was a huge shock because that just didn't happen.
Detectives aren't ready to rule anything out just yet.
We started interviewing witnesses and things at the location, try to find out what happened, how it happened, who might be involved, who might have the information.
Coming up, police learn that this homicide has a history.
She was afraid. She was always looking over her back.
It looked like somebody was parking there, maybe staking out the house.
It's not a robbery. That's a hit.
In June of 1982, it seemed life for James and Virginia Campbell couldn't get any better.
They were both pretty successful. He could have retired at any time. He didn't need to continue to work.
But on June 19th, 1982, the Campbells are found brutally murdered in their own bed. As homicide detectives arrive, they immediately separate the witnesses outside the house.
It was my understanding at the time that the maid had called the police and reported the shooting, and there were some kids involved, small kids involved.
Detectives decide to speak first to the Campbell family's live-in maid, 58-year-old Maria Gonzalez.
The maid lived in a garage apartment. She says that it was a hot night and she had been tossing and turning, finally got to sleep and then heard something.
Maria tells police she looked out the window but saw nothing unusual.
She thought about it and then she kind of drifted back off.
Minutes later, she was out of bed again, this time to answer a knock at her door.
She said that the two little boys had come up, banging on the door.
They told her that their grandparents were covered with blood. I don't know if they were even able to articulate what exactly had happened.
Unable to reach the boy's mother, Cynthia, Maria called James's brother, J.W., for help.
Apparently on Fridays, when there was no school the next day, they would all go into the grandparents' bedroom.
The kids was in a sleeping bag at the foot of the bed when the shooting took place. I suspected at the time, kids hearing the shots, I think they had gotten up and may possibly have seen who it was doing the shooting.
After speaking to Maria, detectives turned to the Campbells' shaken grandchildren.
I was kind of shocked on the older boy when I asked him what he saw. He made the statement to me that I have a right to remain silent. I knew he'd come from a family of lawyers. And I said, well, he'd probably be scared, you know. So I made arrangements with family so we could talk with him.
They didn't push him too hard because of the trauma. But I think the police got a pretty clear understanding that there was nothing there that the boys had to offer.
Officers immediately work to reach the boys' mother, Cindy Campbell Ray, while family members take them away from the crime scene.
The brother ended up taking the two boys into his custody.
Investigators turn back to the scene of the crime.
Walked through the room, looked through the room, saw two sleeping bags on the floor at the foot of the bed, and searched the area. We saw shell casings from a .45 semi-automatic pistol.
Both had been shot twice in the head, once in the chest.
I assumed the shooter was standing at the end of the bed, which were where the boys were sleeping as well, but they were under a bunch of sleeping bags and pillows and sheets and blankets. The murderer probably almost stepped on them, but didn't realize what it was other than just a bunch of bedding.
The perp went upstairs, did the shooting, and left by the front door, leaving the front door open.
By the front door, investigators find another piece of evidence.
They found a glove inside the front door, a plastic glove. They asked the EMT when they came in, is this your glove? And they're going, no. So they had no idea why it was there.
The next thing you do is to try to determine how the killer would have gotten into the house in the first place.
The suspect had unlocked one of the windows in the living room area there, where I thought took place.
While CSI dusts the window for fingerprints, detectives search the flower bed outside.
They could see a print of a boot.
They were larger boots. They were not women's size. They assumed that it was probably at least one male, maybe two.
We checked the neighbors next door, back across the street, down the street,
seeing if anybody may have seen any strange vehicles late at night, things like that. And really didn't develop anything from that.
With the point of entry found, investigators now contemplate potential motives.
If it's a burglary, they would take mail, they'd take television, they'd take any kind of electronic devices, but nothing was missing, nothing was moved.
She had on her jewelry still. So that was another clue that this wasn't a robbery.
Two people executed in their bed, and there's nothing taken. That's not a burglary, it's not a robbery, that's a hit.
Now the question is, why was this prominent Texas couple the target of such a brutal crime?
What you want to know is, did he have any enemies? Did he have people that he was representing that didn't get what they expected? And that it could be just a revenge type killing, and he killed the wife so that there's no witnesses to it.
Turning back to Maria Gonzalez, detectives learned that the boy's parents, Cindy Campbell and her ex-husband, Michael Ray, have been divorced for 6 years.
Of course, you would want to talk to the father to find out why he didn't have custody or wasn't in the children's lives. It could be that there's some friction there, and it may believe that Cindy's parents had something to do with that.
Maria also tells police that Virginia always warned her to lock the doors at night, out of fear that Cindy's ex-husband wanted his children back.
Virginia the fridge was always looking over her back, and she was always locking windows and checking doors.
Recently, Maria has noticed that someone has been leaving trash in the yard near the house, which only compounded Virginia's fears.
Maria was kind of upset because the gardens were always real pretty. Who in the world would sit outside and leave the trash? As many as 12 difference would be either on the stairs or just around the flower beds.
Everything is considered evidence. When you get someplace and see something, that's a little different. And so the question is, why are these beer cans here?
It looked like somebody was parking there on a regular basis. Staking out the house is what they were thinking.
Coming up, family tension points to startling new suspicions.
Most of his money was tied up in real estate, but she wanted money as quickly as possible.
And the investigation takes a shocking turn.
They did not want her to get the inheritance, so they hired a well-known private investigator.
I told him that if he didn't tell me what he was hiding, I would never see him again.
In the aftermath of the shooting deaths of wealthy Texas attorney James Campbell and his wife Virginia, Houston police have learned from the couple's maid that Virginia seemed on edge prior to her death.
I was Virginia's hairdresser. Virginia would come and she would cry. She would cry in the salon.
Among those who investigators theorize could have been targeting the Campbells, one person stands out, their former son-in-law, Michael Ray.
He could be offended by the fact that he doesn't have custody and that they may have a lot to do with that.
But before they track down any further leads, detectives must speak to the Campbells' children. Later that morning, all of the Campbells' daughters arrived to speak with investigators, except for Cindy.
They had 4 daughters. The only one that lived in Houston was Cynthia Campbell Ray, so they were very unlikely suspects or anything, but you want to talk to them to find out if they have any idea who would have wanted to do this to their parents.
Michelle, Betty, and Jamie all say they had just spoken to their parents in the days leading up to the murders, but no one sensed anything out of the ordinary.
He talked to the family, see if their dad had mentioned anything about having a problem with one of his clients.
While investigators are interviewing the 3 women, they're interrupted by news that the Campbells' 4th daughter, Cindy, and her boyfriend, David West, have arrived.
We knew that she was upset about the whole thing, but she kept a cool head.
Investigators quickly asked Cindy about her ex-husband, Michael Ray. Cindy confirms he has had some trouble with the law, including an arrest for a robbery in Kansas, but claims she doesn't know where he is now or how to find him.
We want to know where he was at. I want to find out what relationship he had with her.
Before Cindy and David leave, detectives need to know their whereabouts on the night of the murders.
They took statements from David and took statements from Cynthia separate from each other. When they got the two statements together, the statements are common, it was the same thing. They had been at a party the night of the murders. They had then gone back to their apartment, that they had gotten up at 3 o'clock in the morning or something and gone to another party.
After wrapping up with all of the Campbell children, detectives worked to back up their statements, starting with Cindy's alibi.
They were seen at all these places. They had people that vouched for them.
The other girls all lived out of town. They had no clue as to what happened to their parents. They knew nothing about any enemies or any fears that the parents had.
While authorities continue their investigation, on June 22, 1982, friends and family lay James and Virginia Campbell to rest. As detectives pay their respects, tension among the Campbells' daughters is palpable.
All four of them were late to the funeral. They caught Cindy rummaging through her stuff, and what the hell are you doing? Oh, I want Mom's diamonds. But Cindy never found them.
Following the funeral, detectives decide to bring in the oldest Campbell daughter, Michelle, for further questioning.
She told us about the money, the inheritance. I know it was a fairly substantial amount.
My understanding of the estate was that there wasn't a lot of cash. Jim was described as a millionaire, but most of his money was tied up in real estate. But Cindy wanted some money as quickly as possible.
According to Michelle, Cindy's behavior is nothing new.
Cynthia had an adversarial relationship with both her mom and her dad. She's always wanting something.
I think they paid for some courses at one of the colleges here in town. She either wouldn't go to class or she decided she wasn't interested.
She didn't have a job. She was getting food free, getting money from Mama.
According to Michelle, though Cynthia had grown dependent on their parents, their father believed it was time for her to stand on her own 2 feet.
Her dad said, get a job, make your own money so you can find out how hard I have to work for it.
And I kind of thought at that time that the possibility there was motive was inheritance.
A week into their investigation, detectives received the forensics report from the crime scene.
There were no fingerprints. You don't have any evidence to actually tie Cynthia Campbell right to the killing itself. You can't arrest her on it, but she is suspect number one based on that information from the sister.
With no new leads, the investigation begins to stall. Then, on July 23rd, more than a month after the murders, Cindy's youngest sister Jamie comes forward with new information.
Jamie told the police that Cindy had talked to her a couple of years ago after one of the parents had yelled at them or they had some sort of a fight. And Cindy reportedly made the claim that we'd be better off if Daddy was dead.
Why wouldn't she say something about it? Why wait till after they're dead and then a month later go, you know what, I just remember she told me she was going to do it.
Detectives fear these allegations are just part of a long-running family squabble.
They went to talk to Cindy again. At that point, she had hired an attorney who had advised her not to talk to the detectives, which that then put another little bee in the detective's bonnet in that if she's got an attorney that doesn't want her speaking to us, then there's something there that we need to be paying more attention to.
a person has the right to have an attorney, but it gives you a big heads up that she's hiding something.
As detectives begin taking a closer look at Cindy, they finally track down her ex-husband, Michael Ray. But it's another dead end.
And when we found out he was in Colorado,
He had a good alibi, and he couldn't have been the one that was involved in the killing.
that took him off the suspect list.
Without any solid evidence, the case eventually goes cold.
At that time, the case wasn't moving forward. The homicide division had reached dead ends trying to come up with somebody.
2 years after the murders, in late 1984, just as the Campbell's estate is about to be settled, Cindy's sisters decide they know who is responsible. They just need to prove it.
They thought that Cindy had something to do with this, so they hired a well-known private investigator, a lady named Kim Paris.
Investigators had already tried to cut into Cynthia, and they hadn't had any luck. So we went about it an entirely different way. If Cynthia isn't going to talk to people, then perhaps David would.
Digging into Cynthia and David's relationship, investigator Kim Paris discovers the two are currently living apart.
I waited outside David's house for 2 or 3 days waiting for him to show up. And finally, one night, I saw a figure walking to the front door, and I'm like, that's got to be him. So I knocked on the door and asked if he was Charlie. And he said, no. And my sister sent me here to pick something up, and I'm sure I have the right address. Do you mind if I use your phone to call her and check? And he let me in the house. And then, if they let me in, then it's kind of easy after that. We just started chatting, and he said, hey, it's my birthday, and we're meeting a bunch of people down the street. Do you want to go? And I'm like, okay, sounds great.
Over the course of a few weeks, Kim works to befriend David and get him to open up to her.
I was struck by how he liked me and wanted to have a relationship, but I knew that something was up the first night when we were chit-chatting, and he said, well, I'd like to own a little bar like this. And I said, that's cool. That costs a lot of money, though. I mean, how are you going to do that on your good looks? And he goes, no, I have a friend, an ex-girlfriend actually, that's coming into some money, and she would be my silent partner. And that got my attention. And like, okay, so tell me more.
After spending some time together, Kim reaches out to David to dig deeper.
I called him, and I'm like, oh my gosh, are you okay? He said, I had a dream that we were together, and we got out of the car, and somebody was shooting at us. Is there anybody that would want to hurt you? He was like, yeah, no. Maybe, what? And there was a strange feeling that I had.
Believing that David is about to crack, Kim contacts the Houston Police Department.
I can remember this exactly. When I came to work one evening, they told me that they got a break in the case and had got a suspect for us in the killing of the Campbells.
On the night of February 20th, 1985, investigators place a wire on Kim Paris and follow her and David West.
They went to a Chinese restaurant, and then they went back to his house and sat in the driveway and talked.
I had to bring this to some conclusion, and the only way that I could do that was to tell him that if he didn't tell me what he was hiding, I would never see him again.
It's at that moment David decides to come clean about his ex-girlfriend Cindy Campbell and her parents' murder.
He said, stop, look at me. And he said, I killed both of her parents. There. Now, do you know I trust you?
coming up. A secret plan comes to light.
He was doing his best to make her love him, which is how he got trapped.
Both of us looked at each other and said, did we just hear what we think we heard?
It changed everything.
February 20th, 1985. It's been nearly 3 years since the murders of James and Virginia Campbell, and private investigator Kim Paris has just pulled a confession out of 29-year-old David West, the former boyfriend of the Campbells' daughter, Cindy Campbell Ray.
A detective from Homicide and I were sitting in the car and listening to this confession, and both of us looked at each other and said, did we just hear what we think we heard?
Never, ever, until the moment he told me, did I think that he did it. Ever. There was some cognitive dissonance there, and I wanted him to stop talking.
But David doesn't stop there. He alleges that in the early morning hours of June 19, 1982, he and Cindy drove over to her parents' house.
He said, I made her go with me. We went up to the bedroom, and he said it was just a simple execution. That was exactly the way he said it. She wanted dead, I did it.
I felt the enormity of it, and when he said, you have my life in your hands, it was like, wow, you have no idea. I said, well, you go upstairs and get some sleep, and I'll call you tomorrow. And he was like, you promise? I said, I promise. And I drove away. I had to pull over a couple blocks away and the side of the road, and I ran into somebody's yard and I threw up.
When she arrives home, Kim Paris finds a homicide detective waiting for her.
He said, we want you to go back in. And I'm like, that's a no. That's a firm no.
We now know Cindy did not actually kill her parents. David killed them. And he did it for her. Now we want to try to get a lot more specifics.
As odd as it sounds, at that time, the truth is I didn't want to hurt David. I can't explain it, but I don't apologize for it. It was this, I saw him as fragile. He said, we think that it's very important that Cynthia be held accountable. And for that, we need David to talk about Cynthia. And he put in my lap a manila envelope. And he said, take a look at these and call me. So he left. And I opened the manila envelope, and there were a dozen 8x10 color photographs of the crime scene. It changed everything.
The next night, Kim goes out with David one more time.
At the restaurant, he unloaded everything. He was talking about how he needed to save Cynthia. He needed to save her. And that was the word he used. He shared what he believed to be true, that she had been horribly abused by her family, then told me that Cynthia had talked about it to him.
She had said that to David, that she was abused as a child and she was neglected and she was the outcast child who felt different than the other three.
She offered him money, and he decided he didn't want the money because, in his words, that would change everything. I didn't do it for the money.
He was, in his mind, convinced that Cindy's stories about abuse were true. And in his mind, he was doing the right thing by eliminating these two awful people.
David explained that he and Cindy entered her parents' house through an unlocked window in the den.
She was to have unlocked the window earlier that week so that they could get into the house without making any noise.
He said, I had her step in the flower bed in front of the window to leave the footprints. So she wore boots. She wore a raincoat and a hat so that she would look like a man in case somebody woke up. They wouldn't recognize her.
David talked about standing at the foot of the bed, and he had to stand back from the foot of the bed because the grandchildren were sleeping at the foot of the bed.
He shot each one of them, and then he shot each one of them 2 more times.
He had talked about how at one point post-murders, Cynthia was starting to become a bit unhinged, and he was afraid that she was going to tell.
It's what Kim alleges David did next that sent chills down her spine.
And he looked at me and almost with a smile, he said, I thought about killing her too. After telling me about his considering killing Cynthia, he told me that she would never be taken alive and lifted up his pant leg and showed me the gun that he had strapped to his leg.
Coming up, detectives close in on a cold-blooded killer.
I could see it come over his face when he realized who I was or what I was.
And a greedy mastermind is brought to justice.
The moment she snapped was when she was cut off and permanently.
On the night of February 21st, 1985, police watch as undercover investigator Kim Paris gets into a car with confessed murderer David West.
I had told the police that the first turn I would make into a convenience store, and that's where it was going to go down.
She told David, I got to go get some cigarettes. So she pulled up to a convenience store.
I get out of the car real fast. I'm like, I'll be right back. I almost get hit by a squad car pulling up next to me. I dodged that, and he's surrounded.
He had no idea why he was being arrested and what is this about. And the homicide guy said, well, we're arresting you for capital murder for killing Cindy Ray's parents. And he said, there must be some mistake.
I could see it come over his face when he realized who I was or what I was. I remember clearly the thought I had. It was, don't look down. You have to look him in the eye and own this.
Next, police go to the apartment of Cindy Campbell Ray.
She was calm. She wasn't crying. She wasn't upset. We brought her to the homicide division. I purposely walked her by that interview room where West was at to let her see West in there. Took her over to the interview room, and she refused to give a statement. She took her Fifth Amendment.
In the end, the prosecutors, I think, felt that the only way they could get Cindy, they had to have David. And the only way to have David was to make this plea bargain.
His attorney says, how about we plead guilty to capital murder and take the death penalty off the table, and he'll testify against Cindy.
On March 23rd, 1987, Cindy goes on trial for the murder of her parents, James and Virginia Campbell.
You had all sorts of ingredients here that you don't see in a lot of murder cases. Prominent people with money. Somebody in the family is charged with doing it. An accomplice is seduced into making a confession and implicating his ex-girlfriend. Well, you take all that stuff together, and it's a very interesting case.
And the defense's strategy was she was so distraught about the way her dad had treated her. She was driven to do this in order to protect herself.
Prosecutors assert there's simply no evidence to support Cindy's abuse allegations, but they do believe Cindy was angry at her parents, and she used David West as her unwitting pawn.
The way the prosecution spun it is that she had manipulated him into committing the crime, that she played the victim and he was going to come to her rescue. She wasn't working. She's relying on her parents, mom and dad, to provide her with money. She wanted some more money. And, eventually you have to say, hey, I'm not going to do this. We can't keep doing this over and over and over.
Prosecutors believe that after a lifetime of supporting his daughter, James Campbell decided it was time to turn off the tap.
They've been taking care of her children. They had been bailing her out of jams and said, that's it. We're done. No more.
She was being cut off, and she didn't like it, and she decided to do what happened.
I think the moment she snapped was when it was clear that she was cut off and permanently.
The jury finds Cindy guilty of 2 counts of capital murder.
I don't think she believed that they would. The look that was on her face when they pronounced her guilty, it was a shock.
She orchestrated the killing of her parents for greed and for nothing else. It was a monetary decision. So she doesn't deserve to be running around in this society.
I'm just glad that things ended up the way they did. Got the case cleared and justice was served. Maybe these little kids might have a better life because of it too.
She just messed up so many people's lives, her sisters, her kids. That's just a tragedy.
She had everything she could possibly want, and she wasn't satisfied. So, in essence, all it was greed.
J.W. Campbell received permanent custody of Cynthia's sons. Cynthia Campbell Ray remained incarcerated until her death in 2021. David Duvall is currently serving a life sentence in the Texas state penal system. He became eligible for parole in 2005.
Kiana Barnes lived a life of privilege.
Her family was actually very affluent. She never wanted for anything. She went to private schools, got the best of everything.
And she had big plans.
She had dreams of being a model, being famous.
But somewhere along the way, her plans changed.
Children who come from really affluent backgrounds, they want to live like their friends or be something that they're really not, so they rebel.
Although in Kiana's case, she didn't just rebel, she ran away.
She didn't have a place to live. She was on the street.
Which was how she met P.J. Jennings.
He was like big brother to all of us. If we needed anything, he was there.
And he was there for Kiana, too.
He was trying to help Kiana.
But did she want more than just his help?
She told me she loved him very much.
Was PJ in over his head with this damsel in distress?
He told us that she was in some kind of trouble.
And would his generosity cost him his life?
He was lying on his bed with a single gunshot wound.
The shocking discovery would leave the police wondering, was Kiana trying to outrun a dark secret from her past?
She just said, there's no way I'm going back to jail.
And was PJ the only victim?
He was stabbed up on his arms, back, neck, all over.
The result was a massive international manhunt.
It was almost like a scene from a movie. They had U.S. Marshals lining the runway with rifles.
But could they catch the fugitive in time?
I'm like, are you kidding me? Really? Here we go again.
New Orleans, Louisiana, March 27, 2003. It was the dawn of another lovely, laid-back day in Big Easy.
Laissez le bon temps rouler is really kind of the phrase that best describes New Orleans, let the good times roll. And that's really how everybody here is. You have Mardi Gras, you have Bourbon Street, and the food is unmatched. It's just kind of a great place to visit.
However, the tourist traffic in the French Quarter wasn't all that New Orleans was known for.
New Orleans was once considered the murder capital of the world.
You can pick up any newspaper, you can turn on any news channel, and you're going to see, at least 3 or 4 a week.
At some point, our murder rate was almost 500 murders a year.
And that lazy spring morning, New Orleans would add one more victim to the tally. It was a little after 11 o'clock when the New Orleans police received a 911 call from Algiers, a storied old neighborhood across the Mississippi from the French Quarter.
It's just like a little drop of New Orleans on the other side of the river.
The woman on the phone was calling about her son, 30-year-old P.J. Jennings, an Air Force sergeant who worked at the air station a few miles downriver from New Orleans.
She had been calling him and not getting any answer. And he had not reported to work for 2 straight days, which was very unusual for him.
However, PJ's mother wasn't calling to report her son missing. Earlier that morning, she'd gone to his apartment in Algiers.
She went to the apartment manager, and he went inside, and he came back out and told her that she needed to call the police.
And when officers responded, they found PJ Jennings dead in the apartment.
He was lying on his bed with a single gunshot wound to the head.
It was no suicide either. Instead, it looked as if PJ's death was cold-blooded murder.
There was a pillow that had a bullet hole in it. It's like it had been used as a silencer for the gun.
But was PJ the victim of a random crime, fated to become another depressing statistic in the city's crime rate?
Shootings, murders, robberies, that's something that happens pretty commonly.
Or was there more to PJ's murder? According to the dead man's family, one person might know something. A young woman named Kiana Barnes, who'd been living with PJ the past few weeks.
He told us that she was in some kind of trouble. He was trying to help her.
But had PJ's help cost him his life? And where was Kiana? Had the trouble she'd been fleeing finally caught up with her? Born in 1979, New Orleans native Kiana Barnes had a solid upper-middle-class childhood.
The father was, former military. He's working for one of the cable companies. Her mother was a children's book author.
She grew up with the best of everything. She never wanted for anything. She went to private schools.
She was a happy child in a close-knit family.
She was very charismatic, very bubbly, outgoing.
And even in grade school, she appeared to have everything going for her.
She was studious and smart.
Kiana was very beautiful and petite.
And she had big plans for herself.
She had dreams of, being a model, being famous.
But in her teen years, Kiana's ambition suffered a setback.
From what I understand, there were issues in the home.
Issues that started when Kiana's parents objected to her choice of friends.
Typically, I've seen that children who come from really affluent backgrounds, they want to live the street life and be something that they're really not, so they rebel.
Kiana didn't just rebel, though. By the time she was 16, she had left home.
She was living with different girlfriends and other people that she'd meet.
And to rebel further, Kiana left her Tony private school and transferred to public school.
She went to pretty rough schools. So she went to schools that were near areas of town that were not so affluent.
She did manage to graduate, but put off going to college. And in the meantime, New Orleans offered plenty of ways for pretty young women to pay the bills.
She did dabble in stripping.
Bourbon Street in general, every block, has a place where you can go see the exotic dancing.
However, the 18-year-old had only been dancing a short while when she met Orleans Parish Sheriff's Deputy Clinton Lewis.
I was just getting off work and had my uniform on, stopped at the gas station on the way home, and she's hanging out there with her girlfriends. And apparently had come from a club. Started a little brief conversation with her and so forth. Before you know it, we were living together.
Clinton convinced Kiana to quit stripping.
I thought that, I could bring her back to, being a nice little girl. She was.
According to Clinton, things started out well.
We've been together for about a year or so, and we decided to start building a life together.
And in 1999, Kiana and Clinton married.
She enjoyed, cooking. She enjoyed cleaning. She enjoyed keeping the books. Everything you could really want from a wife.
But in the end, just as she rebelled against her parents, Kiana resisted Clinton's effort to turn her into his idea of a perfect wife.
Over time, we just had domestic problems over and over and over.
And on multiple occasions, their arguments grew heated enough that the police got involved.
When we were at domestic disputes, sometimes it would be a neighbor to call.
By the end of 2001, 22-year-old Kiana had moved out.
We weren't living together, but we were still seeing each other. And from what I understand, she was back and forth with friends and so forth.
And Clinton figured that it would be best if they both moved on.
I knew for sure that if we continued to have domestic problems, that my career was going to suffer. And first, I was pretty mad about it, but it wound up being, well, that's okay now. I found me somebody new.
The man Kiana had found was an Air Force sergeant named Harry Jennings Jr. He was 7 years older than Kiana, and no one who knew him called him Perry.
He's always been called PJ his entire life since he's small. That's what we all call him.
And unlike Kiana, he'd had a stable, uneventful childhood.
He liked things like chess and reading. He was quiet, and he was very into computer games and this type of things.
After high school, PJ had joined the Air Force.
He got away from here and got to see some of the world and met different people and was exposed to different things. And that's when he kind of started to feel a little bit more outgoing.
And by 2001, he was still in the Air Force, living in Algiers and serving as a sort of mentor to his little brother and his circle of friends.
PJ was like the quintessential big brother, like, super cool, ladies man, all that sort of stuff.
He was like big brother to all of us because he was older than us. He was the person that we called for advice. If we needed anything, he was there.
Which more or less explains how he became friends with Kiana Barnes.
When we first met Kiana, he brought her to my home, and he introduced her to me, and he kind of told me that, well, she's someone who's in trouble now, needs help.
She was a beautiful girl, pretty girl, but she looked like she had been sleeping on the streets or something, like she was homeless almost.
Kiana spent a few weeks sleeping on PJ's couch.
He said that Kiana was in a relationship or she was in a marriage and she was being abused, and she came to stay with him for a little while.
But despite what Kiana had said to her ex-husband about finding someone new, they were only friends.
Thought it was odd, but PJ's friend, I guess our friend, I wouldn't be rude or anything. He was just helping her out until she could find somewhere to stay.
It appeared to be just what Kiana needed, and over the next year, she would crash on his couch more than once, staying a few weeks each time. So when PJ's mother found him murdered in his bed, people would soon be wondering, did Kiana's troubles have something to do with his death? Coming up, will finding Kiana provide the answers the police desperately need?
She couldn't have been involved. Or maybe she was just scared and ran.
Or will they uncover a dark secret from her past?
He had been stabbed multiple times.
On March 27, 2003, the New Orleans police responded to a 911 call from the Algiers neighborhood, across the river from the French Quarter.
We got a call over the radio that the 4th District had a death and they were requesting the assistance of a homicide investigator.
The victim was 30-year-old PJ Jennings.
His mother, brother, and father weren't able to reach him for an entire day. That's something that PJ, was not known for. So PJ's mother wanted to check on him. She went to his apartment, and after there wasn't an answer at the door, PJ's mom went to the building manager to check and see if he could open the door for her.
And when the building manager let her in, they found PJ lying in bed with a single gunshot wound to the head.
It was an eerily peaceful scene. He was tucked in. It looked like he had just gone to lay down and someone had snuck up on him while he was sleeping.
None of the neighbors had heard a thing, though.
The theory that we had was that sometime during the night, the perpetrator had taken a pillow, used the pillow to muffle the sound of the gunshot.
But why had someone executed PJ in his sleep? It didn't appear to be a robbery.
When you walked in, it was just his normal apartment. Everything was neat and clean.
There was absolutely nothing out of place. It didn't look like the place had been burglarized.
In fact, the killer had left two things behind that thieves would almost always take.
When I spoke with the NOPD officer on the scene, his only response to me was, well, we found weapons and we found drugs.
But did the drugs have something to do with PJ's murder? The police seemed to think so.
They brought up like maybe it was drug related, or do you think he might have sold drugs? And I was like, come on, man, like a $5 bag of weed. My brother's not a drug dealer. He had a regular job. He worked, got everything he had.
Instead of drugs, PJ's family and friends told the police that they suspected his death had something to do with a troubled young woman he knew, 23-year-old Kiana Barnes.
Through the interviews of the family members, I was able to ascertain that they were involved in a relationship together. Not sure if it advanced to the point of being sexual in nature, but they were involved in a relationship.
According to family and friends, PJ had met Kiana after the breakup of her first marriage and briefly offered her a place to stay.
He was trying to help Kiana. It seemed like she needed a friend, and he wanted to be a friend to her.
I was like, she couldn't have been involved. Maybe she was just scared and ran.
Or was it more than that? When the police ran Kiana's name through their computers, they made a surprising discovery.
We did a name check, and it came back that she was actually wanted for second-degree murder.
The victim was a man named Jimmy Shepard. 41 years old when he died, Jimmy had lived in a trailer park on the eastern outskirts of New Orleans.